Chapter 501 Jotunarmed. The setting sun disappears into the sky. The entire Shanghai and Shanghai markets have been replaced by night. At this time, on the evening news in the evening, the local news media in Shanghai and Haihai were broadcasting the latest news reports. In the report, the news reporter explained that the meteor incident that took place at 4 o'clock in the evening was actually a military exercise of ballistic missiles conducted by Wu Ying, so that the people do not need to panic. After the explanation by Shanghai and Haihai's authoritative news media, the common people only felt a little relieved. The suspicion that hovered in the hearts of all the people dissipated. However, despite the official media's explanation, there are still some people who don't believe it. Because, at that time, the people closest to the suburbs of Shanghai and the sea, they saw with their own eyes 3 silver fighter jets passing by from high altitude. Then, in the blink of an eye, 3 meteors arrived in an instant, directly hit and destroyed the 3 fighters. What kind of military drill is this? At the price of destroying fighter jets? The price of this exercise is too much, right? Many people do not believe it. After the incident, the outskirts at this time, the place where the wreckage of the fighter jet fell, has been completely sealed off by Jiangnan Wu Ying. Within 1 kilometer, no one can come and go at will. The whole scene did not look like a military exercise at all. On the night streets with neon lights flashing, 10 Mercedes-Benz cars were slowly driving on the streets. Ku Yi had a complicated face, sitting in the Maybach car with a slight worry in his mood. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the explosion on the western skyline made her uneasy. Although, the official explanation is military exercises. However, she calmed down at this moment and recalled carefully, only to suddenly discover, in the afternoon, the 3 meteor missiles, in the direction of Howling, were heading towards the north. That is to say, the north, maybe something has invaded the Shanghai sea and sky? Moreover, according to the missile's shooting trajectory to reverse push? That Kuyiran suddenly didn't dare to think further, because, if the hypothesis is true, something is invading from the west. After reversing the traces of the orbit, the conclusion is that the direction from which the things invaded is towards the Ku clan! Thinking of this terrible result, Qiuyi's heart trembled with difficulty. If this assumption is true, if all this is not a military exercise, Thinking of the result, Kuyi's face paled. Sir, in the afternoon, those 3 missiles are not military exercises, are they? Kuyiran's beautiful eyes are complicated, and he turned to look aside Chen Zhongying. There were inexplicable and complicated emotions in her eyes, and she faintly felt that Mr. Chen should have seen through the afternoon's affairs a long time ago. Chen Zhongying sat aside, his eyes calm and indifferent. He didn't answer, but took a deep breath and faintly puffed out smoke rings. At this moment, Kuyiran's complexion was completely embarrassed. If you don't speak, is it acquiescence? Is it really not a military exercise? In the afternoon, those 3 missiles were used to intercept weapons coming from the west? Kuyiran's pretty face was pale. She knew that she was completely being targeted by overseas armed forces. You will be fine. At this moment, Chen Zhongying, who was sitting on the side, suddenly spoke indifferently and said something like this. This sentence does not seem to be comforting, but, like an oath, he said death did what he said. The Ku Yi people are the core of his mission. As long as his death is still alive, the Kuyiran will not die. As for the life and death of the other members of the Ku group, that has nothing to do with him. His words also showed that only to protect the safety of Kuyi alone, nothing more. When I heard this, Kuyi's mood was a little inexplicable and even more messy and worried. Today, in the hot summer, the civil strife has not been resolved. The forces from all walks of life are staring at each other, wishing to see an accident in the Ku group. And at this critical moment, overseas forces suddenly inserted into it. This is simply, embarrassed on all sides, enemy on all sides, facing the endless overseas threats. How will she, and the entire Ku group, face it? Half an hour later, the Mercedes-Benz team drove unharmed to the Ku's Villa Manor. Along the way, it was calm and there was no crisis ups and downs. Although calm and peaceful, Ku Yiren's mood has always been anxious. She always feels that there is a greater crisis, dormant in the dark, and may break out at any time. With a cigarette in his mouth, Shenzong went into the villa with Ku Yiren. In the lobby of the villa, the sumptuous dinner has been prepared. As the two arrived, dinner began. At the table, Ku Yi was in a mess, and even had no mood to eat. However, Chen Zonging still had his eyes indifferent, smoking a cigarette, enjoying dinner calmly. It seemed that everything except smoking and red wine had nothing to do with him. "Sister, what's the matter with you?" At the dinner table, younger sister Ku Shuang looked at her with a puzzled face, looked at her sister Ku Yiren and asked in confusion, "Are you broken in love? Isn't this sister's expression right?" Hearing this, Ku Yi was almost choked by the rice. She raised her beautiful eyes and glared at her sister slightly. "It's okay, eat your meal." Under autumn frost. After having dinner at the Ku family manor, Shenzong went back home. With a cigarette in his mouth, his eyes calm and deep, he slowly returned to the villa tens of meters away. However, just when he walked back to the villa, tingling bell, a mysterious call suddenly rang. Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm, and he took out his phone to take a look calmly. It was an expected call. He answered the phone indifferently. "Reaper, is there a problem with the package?" A deep, hoarse voice came slowly on the phone. "Isn't Zhang Yazu, or who?" "No harm." Chen Zonging's eyes were cold, and the words faintly returned. In their dialogue, the package refers to the Kui people as agents. They usually disguise themselves as many identities. The courier is one of the most popular identities. Loc, restrained, easy to hide. The target person is called a courier. To protect the target person is to protect the express package. Ku Yiren is the express parcel of the of death. On the other end of the phone, upon hearing the answer from the of death, Zhang Yazhe's voice was deep. "Yes. Today, you know about the explosion that happened over the Shanghai Sea, right?" Zhang Yazhu asked slowly with a hoarse voice. "Nonsense." Chen Zongbing returned two words indifferently. "A fool can see and hear such a big movement. How could he not know?" "Reaper, can you respect me a little bit when you speak to me? I am your superior." On the phone, Zhang Yazhu said with a hoarse and deep voice, "I have something to say. There is a fart." Chen Zonging disliked circumstance, and said coldly to the other end of the phone, "Even if, on the other side of the phone, there is a supreme existence 2 stars higher than himself, in the history of the summer, there is only one of a few 6-star saintess." "You." On the phone, Zhang Yazhe's voice was deep, and he shook his head helplessly. The 3 invading fighters were directed at the Kui people. According to radio wave detection, they are from the Mediterranean and are armed with Yodon. Zhang Yazhe's voice was hoarse, and he said slowly, "Ha." Upon hearing the words Yorton's armed, Chen Zonging's pupils condensed a little. 3. Chapter 502 Code Name, Divine Phoenix. "I have something to say. There is a fart." Chen Zonging disliked circumstance, and said coldly to the other end of the phone, "Even if, on the other side of the phone, there is a supreme existence 2 stars higher than himself, in the history of the summer, there is only one of a few 6-star saintess." "You." On the phone, Zhang Yazhe's voice was deep, and he shook his head helplessly. The 3 invading fighters were directed at the Kui people. According to radio wave detection, they are from the Mediterranean and are armed with Yodon. Zhang Yazhe's voice was hoarse, and he said slowly, "Ha." Upon hearing the words Yorton's armed, Chen Zonging's pupils condensed a little. Yodon Armed Forces, one of the most brutal terrorist armies in the Mediterranean. The creator is the most extreme prisoner mob in Lujianhai. Because of the conflict in the Mediterranean, he escaped from prison, gathered countless criminals, and formed the Yodon Armed Forces. trying to create a world in the land and sea, sweeping all killings. The Jotun Armed Forces have more than 30,000 members. Under its banner, it has dozens of land tanks, fighters, ground prevention, control and interception systems, all military combat equipment, because there are everything. This is an armed organization that kills endlessly in the Mediterranean, and its terror. Chen Zhongying held the phone. His pupils condensed slightly. He didn't expect that. He would once again force a terrorist organization. Moreover, this SHOT organization is more terrifying than the Black Crocodile Army. The severity of the matter is beyond imagination. Tonight, I'm going to the Mediterranean Sea to destroy Jotун's armed forces. Chen Zhongying said indifferently to the other end of the phone in an indifferent voice. There is no room for aggression in the hot summer land. That Jotun armed, dare to act recklessly and break into the territory of the hot summer! Exclamation mark. Those who commit the hot summer will be punishable even though they are far away. Codenamed Grim Reaper, will be shot. No, you stay in Shanghai. But at this moment, Zhang Yazu on the phone suddenly said deeply, protect the safety of the express package. I have sent the Divine Phoenix ... to the Mediterranean Sea. She will take care of everything. On the phone, Zhang Yazu said in a hoarse voice, huh? Hearing the words Divine Phoenix, Chen Zhongying's pupils condensed slightly. There was a deep flash in his eyes. I see. After speaking, he didn't ask any more, because he doesn't need to ask any more. Divine Phoenix shot, almost invincible. That is a terrifying existence ... that can be tied with death, regardless of victory or defeat. 3 of the General Army. Codename, Divine Phoenix. Chen Zhongying ignored Zhang Yazu's subsequent greetings and hung up the phone. Standing in front of the balcony of the villa, he raised his head slightly and stared at the endless dark sky. Then, he slowly lit a cigarette. Tonight, in the Mediterranean, there will be no sleep. Night. In the Mediterranean theater, the flames of war have swept through. This is on Earth. Thousands of armed organizations are stationed here. Oil has become the biggest treasure here. It is also the origin of war and evil. Energy and oil, as the world's greatest gift on the earth, have a huge loophole, that is, non-renewability. Once oil energy is consumed, it will no longer be possible to produce it. This is an area that human science cannot study. If you control the currency, you control all countries. If you control food, you control everyone. If you control oil, you control the world. In the world, any industrial process needs the support of petroleum. Energy. Petroleum is an important raw material for combustion. Machines, cars, trains, planes, fighter jets. All kinds of military equipment. Everything needs energy support. If there is no oil, the industry in this country will be paralyzed. Overnight, it will return to the Stone Age of farming. Today, the remaining petroleum energy in the world is scarce. According to the estimation of the National Petroleum Association of the undeveloped crude oil reserves on the Earth are already less than 2 trillion barrels, which can be exploited by humans for no more than 95 years. Today's oil reserves can only be used by humans for another 100 years. After that, the oil dries up, and the Earth has no more energy resources. And this, the only remaining oil reserves, will become the last gold treasure of mankind. Therefore, all forces and countries all over the world are trying to seize huge oil resources. In the past 100 years, the frequent wars in various parts of the world have been almost for energy. And the Mediterranean, as a rich oil treasure land, how can it not attract the attention of all parties? The huge oil assets here have caused competition from all forces. To seize the Mediterranean is equal to mastering the energy. For the next few decades, petroleum energy has caused the entire Mediterranean to fall into endless chaos. The sound of gunfire under the night, intertwined with the melody of among adults. Night, Mediterranean, Leeuwarden area. Here, this is the center of a small city, named Leeuwarden City. However, as the war escalated, the entire city was destroyed. Then, the terrorist militant organization ... Jotun Armed Forces, powerfully occupied this part of the city, occupying their mountain as king, plan here as their base camp. They, the base of Yodon's armed forces, do not need to hide in the endless Amazon jungle because they are not afraid of all kinds of airstrike threats at all. They are equipped with a terrible anti-high altitude missile interception system. Any fighter jet that enters the airfield of the Yodon armed forces will be severely hit by artillery shells. Any fighter will be destroyed and shot down. The military strength of the Yodon armed forces is almost enough to form a large-scale military camp. At this time, it was 9 o'clock in the middle of the night. The Mediterranean is still spreading artillery fire, constantly. There was silence in the Yodon armed base. At this time, the members, after a day of battle, were exhausted and went to rest in the account. The entire city base fell into silence. But only the 4 high-altitude anti-intercept missile systems in the corners of the city are still in operation. Moreover, in the entire city, there are hundreds of people are patrolling, guarding the surroundings at any time to ensure safety. However, at this moment, it is 30,000 meters above the city center. A dark green carrier is slowly passing by. In the carrier, a beautiful and cold young woman was slowly sitting on the cabin chair. She, a dark red tights, waterfall-like black hair, pouring down shoulders. Her facial features are suffocatingly beautiful. The beautiful pupils exude a fatal breath that makes people fascinating. The plane has reached the sky over Yodon City, 30,000 meters. Your Excellency, the altitude is currently 30,000 meters. We will descend to avoid the opponent's high-altitude missile interceptor. And then you can land safely in the cockpit of the plane. The pilot looked respectful and said to the cold woman in the cabin. However, there was no response in the cabin. Inside the plane, 2 pilots were taken aback. Turned his head in astonishment. I saw that the cabin door of the engine room had been opened for some unknown time. The entire cabin was empty. 4. Chapter 503 The Gods of the Nine Heavens, The Killing of the Phoenix. Your Excellency, the altitude is currently 30,000 meters. We will descend to avoid the opponent's high-altitude missile interceptor. And then you can land safely in the cockpit of the plane. The pilot looked respectful and said to the cold woman in the cabin. However, there was no response in the cabin. Inside the plane, 2 pilots were taken aback. Turned his head in astonishment. I saw that the cabin door of the engine room had been opened for some unknown time. The entire cabin was empty. And dark night, high in the sky, 30,000 meters. An ice-cold and beautiful shadow, like a meteor, cuts through the 10,000 meter void, and swiftly descends. Flies down. Her long hair danced swiftly in the dark sky, under a dark red outfit. That beautifully suffocated figure, letting the high air pressure arbitrarily rotate and dance her body. There are no security measures, no defenses. Directly, in the ozone layer at an altitude of 30,000 meters, jump down. This is simply! Although, she was carrying a small parachute, but the safe height of the parachute is 10,000 meters. Even if it is an experienced and professional skydiver. It is impossible. From an altitude of 30,000 meters. To perform such a free landing parachute jump at an altitude of 30,000 meters. But suicide parachuting, the ozone layer, which is already extremely low in temperature, may cause suffocation of the human body, and even death by hypoxia directly in the sky. This is almost suicide. Moreover, at such a high altitude, parachuting, below the height of 30,000 meters, falling to the ground, will cause tens of thousands of tons of terrifying impact. Under such an impact, I am afraid that even the parachute can't bear it! However, at this moment, this beautiful woman has no scruples, just so unscrupulous. Jump down from an altitude of 30,000 meters. The terrifying wind in my ears keeps passing by. Slashed across her face like a knife. But her complexion was as cold as icy, like a robot, with no expression on her face. Her body quickly approached towards the ground below. Below is Yodon City, the headquarters base of the Yodon Armed Forces. Height, 10,000 meters, 7 kilometers, 6 kilometers, 4 kilometers. The altitude keeps getting close to falling. The wind is whistling in your ears. High in the sky, she was in a 360-degree free fall. It has reached an extremely terrifying ground level. She has not yet opened the parachute, but her pair of beautiful pupils look directly at the ground thousands of meters below. However, at the same time, Lyudon City, ground base, DDD. The high-altitude anti-intercept missile system suddenly roared. The satellite of the anti-interception system suddenly detected a high-altitude intrusion target. Immediately afterwards, the entire Yodon armed base was on alert in an instant! The anti-interception system turrets scattered all over the four corners of the city wall are instantly opened. Boo! Bang! Bang! Several anti-high-altitude missiles flashed out, violently attacking the figure in the sky. Kilometers above the sky, the beautiful woman has long hair flying, and her body is falling rapidly. In front, a cannonball rushed toward her. At this moment, the corners of her mouth suddenly raised a D Park Zheng. With a light twist of her right hand, a blood-red narrow dagger appeared in her hand instantly. At the same time, the front that shell has already struck. Suddenly, the beautiful woman twisted her right hand suddenly, when, blood-red dagger, as fast as lightning. With a sharp knife, the anti-interceptor shell was chopped in half! In the shells, countless explosive liquid components leak at high altitude. Boom! High in the sky, several anti-intercept missiles were directly ignited and detonated. In the high sky of the night, a brilliant fire blooms. In the blink of an eye, avoid several anti-intercept missiles! This is simply! Actions that even fighters with terrifying maneuverability cannot complete. Was it done easily by her? Wow! At the same time, the beautiful woman suddenly opened the parachute! A huge reverse thrust suspended her whole instantly in the air. The parachute counteracted the huge impact on her body. However, it still couldn't land successfully, because the impact is too big. Falling down from a height of 30,000 meters, this is simply not what a military parachute can withstand. With a sound, the entire parachute was instantly torn apart by the terrifying impact. But that beautiful woman, her face was calm and indifferent, without the slightest disturbance. Her body fell rapidly in the high air, and directly untied the parachute towards the bottom, fell down fiercely. Boom! And the moment she fell to the ground, the entire ground was directly blasted into a terrifying depression! Endless dust is flying. A beautiful shadow slowly stood up from the crack. Code name, Divine Phoenix. Strikeout. DADADADADADA. A few minutes later, from all directions, a large group of Yodon armed members came violently, a lot of assault rifles, shooting frantically in the endless dust! Trying to smash the falling target. The endless flames are surging. Suddenly, there was a phoenix sound. Swept the night. Suddenly, a red blood shadow cut through the void. Puff 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 puff. Where the red blood shadow passed, the sound of flesh and blood being cut apart. The dozens of members of the Yodon armed forces were pale in horror. A group of people clutched their necks tightly. Their pupils widened. I can't believe it! Puff puff. Then, on their neck trachea, endless scarlet, splashing out in an instant! The blood is like a fountain, Bar. Dozens of unarmed members, one after another, fell to the ground. The corpse still exudes temperature, but it has already stained the entire ground. In the endless blood slaughter, a beautiful figure with black hair hanging down his shoulders, step by step, came out of the dust. Code name, Divine Phoenix. Carry out the killing. In her right hand, the blood-red dagger trembled gently, and the dagger was stained with a trace of blood. as if it was bloodthirsty excitement. Similarly, from the mysterious third sector, her code name, too, is replaced by Chinese. The phoenix flew in 1,000 Renxi, and looked down at Di Hui, the gods of the nine heavens, the killing of the phoenix. Code name, Divine Phoenix. The third sector, the most terrifying hands-eye level agent. The killing methods, personality, weapons, and even the tricks used by the agents are exactly the same as the of death. They are demons from the same hell. Although, she is a woman. But it was Yangxia, the third sector, the most terrifying killing machine. However, at the same time, the entire fallen city in front of you has been awakened. Countless members of Yortan's armed forces, surging to kill, rushing toward this side to use. Christmas is approaching, and the weather is getting colder and colder. Readers should pay attention to keep warm. Also, by the way, come here with a few monthly tickets, please. Support. Chapter 504. Those who commit my hot summer will be punished even if they are far away. However, at the same time, the entire fallen city in front of you has been awakened. Countless members of Yortan's armed forces, surging to kill, rushing toward this side to use. Zheng. The corner of Divine Phoenix's mouth was icy, and the dagger appeared in his right hand. Killing is coming. Uniform! Exclamation mark. The black-armed members surrounded her instantly. Exclamation mark. Moreover, the crowds around us are still gathering. In an instant, from hundreds to thousands. Exclamation mark. Here is the headquarters base of the Yodon Armed Forces. 30,000 combat-ready members are stationed here. The number of people here is endless. Exclamation mark. The crowded crowd is surrounded by turbulent waves. Thousands of hot machine guns, all locked. Exclamation mark. Who are you? Why do you work for? Exclamation mark. Sign up for your name. Otherwise, you will be killed without pardon. In the crowd, a leader with a fierce and violent face, carrying a hot machine gun, rushed forward, glared at this cold and beautiful woman, and asked angrily. She stood in the center surrounded by the endless sea of people, the corners of her mouth. Code name, Divine Phoenix. Her voice was cold and magnetic, and she slowly uttered 4 words. Huh? Exclamation mark. God. Divine Phoenix. Exclamation mark. Heard this weird name? Question mark. The black people all around were first taken aback? Question mark. Then, suddenly, everyone suddenly reacted. Exclamation mark. Divine Phoenix. Exclamation mark. Hot summer, Divine Phoenix. Exclamation mark. There was a sea of people all around, and the complexion changed suddenly. Stand on. Subconsciously, the crowded black sea was shocked a few steps backwards by this code name. Exclamation mark. Thousands of people were shocked by a code name. Exclamation mark. This is simply exclamation mark. The gods of the 9 heavens, the killing of the phoenix. Looking at the entire overseas world, how many people just a code name can shock people to this point? Exclamation mark. This is simply exclamation mark. The code name is the name given to the organization for the name of the densification unit. Historically, only top special forces top secret forces all kinds of special agents, secret personnel secret organizations can have the right to code names. However, the code name Divine Phoenix resounded throughout the Western world. The phoenix originates from the gods in the ancient hot summer mythology. With phoenix as the code name, it can be seen. How scary is it? Exclamation mark. Divine Phoenix, the hot summer organization, the most mysterious agent, belongs to the mysterious third department. Unlike other countries in the West, Yangxia never discloses to the public, or even admits the existence of the third sector. On Yangxia's official website, it is an official announcement, and it has never shown any information about the third sector. Even when interviewed by overseas media reporters, Yangxia diplomats never admit it, but deny its existence. But almost the whole world countless Western power organizations have heard. This terrifying organization legend. The third department is affiliated to the Hot Summer. The most mysterious secret service organization, above the Security Bureau. That is one that can be compared with the M&Z Central Intelligence Bureau, and even can be compared with the Kingdom of Great Britain, the mysterious MI6, and the terrifying existence of the 6th Army Intelligence Bureau. Once, a James Bond, Agent 007 movie, swept the world. However, people all over the world may not know. The mysterious MI6 Intelligence 6th Bureau, it really exists. And that, in the legend, the code-named agent known as 007, is also real. That 007 is the of secret agents in the West all over the world. But at this time, the Divine Phoenix in front of him is as famous as 007, and there is a horror, the Hot Summer. The third sector is a nightmare for the entire Western world. Over the years, in so many peacekeeping missions overseas, in so many anti-terrorism operations. The third sector has appeared. In the third sector, agents. Divided into 3 levels. The most basic level, letter level spy, use letters as code names. After that, it was a mysterious digit level spy, use numbers as code names. Then, it was the most terrifying, Chinese character level spy, use Chinese characters as the code name. For example, this statue in front of me, Chinese character spy, code name, Divine Phoenix. That organization was trained. Not an agent. It's a demon. Chinese character level spies. No one knows how many characters are there in the third department, because they don't disclose it at all. Every Chinese character level spy is terrifying. One person is enough to resist a small-scale army! At this time, when these thousands of members of the Yorton Armed Forces heard the codename Divine Phoenix, everyone's complexion changed at once. Codename, Divine Phoenix. Hot Summer, third department, Chinese character level agent. As long as it is the blood of the summer, as long as it is the codename with the Chinese name, this is not easy to mess with. In the crowded crowd, a cold sweat appeared on the forehead of the leader. Divine Phoenix, you rushed to my Yorton armed base late at night. With a purpose, the leader asked with a complex and solemn voice carrying a gun. Obviously, if it wasn't necessary, he really didn't want to work with this terrible female agent. At the same time, in all directions. The sea of countless people is still constantly surging, gathering together. Divine Phoenix's eyes were as cold, and she slowly scanned the surroundings. The corner of her mouth raised a touch of coldness. I have been ordered to destroy the headquarters of the Yorton Armed Forces. She didn't hide the secret of the mission, but directly announced the mission. When I heard these words, the faces of the crowded black people suddenly changed. This! The leader looked a little ugly. Is there any misunderstanding in this? But as soon as the leader's voice fell, a blood-red dagger flashed past. Puff! The dagger passed directly through his brow and forehead. Zheng! The blood-red dagger flew back into the hands of Divine Phoenix with a light spin. Those who commit my scorching summer will be punishable even though they are far away. Divine Phoenix's beautiful eyes were cold, and he slowly uttered a word. The leader stood there. His pupils widened, and he couldn't believe it. Then his body lost control. It fell to the ground fiercely. Bloody, stained the ground red. The whole audience was shocked. Kill the leader directly with a single blow? What the fuck? Simply, do it if you don't agree! Whoever commits my hot summer will be punishable even though it is far! Everyone was shocked by this sentence. What the fuck? Today, they dispatched 3 ghost fighters to sneak into the hot summer airspace in an attempt to kidnap the Kuyi. But that mission is highly confidential throughout the whole process! How did the hot summer know? Everyone's complexion changed! However, at the same time, Divine Phoenix's right hand turned lightly, and the dagger slowly trembled. "Tonight, you all have to die." Her voice was cold and magnetic. Like the sound of hell. At that moment, the expressions of everyone in the audience tremble suddenly! Kill. I don't know who shouted in the crowded crowd. Immediately afterwards, all members of the Jötnar forces reacted together. Thousands of people loaded their guns together! Then the next second, countless firearms and weapons, shooting frantically at the Divine Phoenix! The battle is on the verge of! 3. Chapter 505 The Last Big Gift. Kill. I don't know who shouted in the crowded crowd. Immediately afterwards, all the members of the Jötnar forces reacted together. Thousands of people loaded their guns together! Then the next second, countless firearms and weapons, shooting frantically at the Divine Phoenix! The battle is on the verge of! The whole scene was out of control in an instant! Thousands of people shot at the Divine Phoenix! Countless tongues of flame, piercing the air, violently attacked her. However, at the moment when countless flaming bullets came all over the world, they were about to shoot through her body. The body of Divine Phoenix suddenly disappeared in place. Puff puff puff. Countless flaming tongues shot air targets, shot into the ground behind them, and splashed a burst of dust. However, at this moment, in the endless sea of people, a dark red figure appeared silently. Puff. Like a ghost, the Divine Phoenix flashed rapidly in the air. The blood-red weapon cut through the trachea of the enemy's throat. The blood splattered in the air, intertwined into a terrifying blood dance. Puff, puff, puff. The skin and flesh, the sound of being cut, the sound of blood splashing in the air. Dove. A phoenix sound. The blood-red weapons rushed through the air, cutting through the flesh and blood tubes of countless enemies, making a trembling sound that mimics a real phoenix. This weapon is called Nirvana. It comes from the same place as the Devil May Cry of death. Devil May Cry, forged with high-strength space black meteorite. However, the handle in front of me, Nirvana, is also forged by special materials. The material for forging this Nirvana soldier is the high-temperature mineral rock collected from Mars. Refining and fusion of rocks to become a metal warrior. The whole body is blood-red, and the whole weapon is shaped like a phoenix's wings, full of bloodletting slots. The weapon swiftly passes by, the shape of the weapon blade. When it rubs rapidly with the air, the vortex air wave generated will resonate in simulation, making a terrible onomatopoeia similar to the long phoenix sound. This is the magic weapon that shocks the world. Nirvana is born, killing boundless, blood-red weapon blades rushed across the sea of people madly. Wherever the weapon has passed blood splashes. This is an unprecedented dance of killing. The figure of Divine Phoenix is as fast as lightning. Beautiful figure, flying lightly in the crowd. Her killing is more like a feast dance. Every action is absolutely beautiful. One move and one style. The killing is boundless. Every dance takes away dozens of lives. The knife fell with his hand, and the blood splashed. Puff puff. Nirvana's weapon, wherever it passes, the phoenix rises, and the killing appears. The entire Jötnar city, instantly, fell into an on-earth. A sea of people is crushed by darkness, and endless firearms are bombarded. But after all, why can't there be a woman? The figure of the Divine Phoenix, like a ghost, hurriedly shuttled through the crowded crowd. She is so fast that the armed forces can't lock onto her at all! In a short moment, where her figure passed, pieces of corpses fell to the ground! This is simply a terrifying unilateral massacre. Beside her, one after another corpses fell to the ground. This is a terrifying female assassin who kills people like hemp. In addition to the appearance and physical structure of women, her body, her blood, is flowing with cold killer blood. This is a terrifying demon. In the blink of an eye, she has killed hundreds of people. Puff puff, gory blood splashes wildly. The entire Yodon armed base is full of panic and horror! Exclamation mark. The number of killings is constantly soaring! Exclamation mark. Tonight, this Mediterranean Sea is filled with unprecedented blood! Exclamation mark. 500 people, 600 people, 700 people, 800 people, thousands of people! Exclamation mark. She kills people faster than hot weapons. Wherever the weapon passed, a scarlet splash. In the blink of an eye for dozens of minutes, he killed 1,000 people with! Exclamation mark. What the fuck? Simply terrible! Exclamation mark. Blood is everywhere in the entire Yodon armed base, like on earth! Exclamation mark. A miserable sound, howl. The sound of a dead body falling down, the sound of blood splashing, intertwined into a sea of hell blood. However, in all directions, countless people are still surging. This is the headquarters of the Yodon Armed Forces. There are nearly 30,000 permanent members. Although Divine Phoenix had already killed 1,000 people in a blink of an eye. However, for those 30,000 people, it is still too few, too few. No matter how strong she is, she can't compete with the entire Yodon Armed Forces. The entire number 3! Exclamation mark. Countless bullets wiped past, attempting to kill the Divine Phoenix on the spot. No matter how strong she is, she will be hard to beat with 2 fists. Puff! A bullet passed quickly along her beautiful face. The figure of the Divine Phoenix stepped backward to avoid that bullet. There were countless killings, and her physical strength seemed to slow down a bit, although her physical fitness is terrifying. But in front of these 30,000 people, she was still unable to resist. Killing too many people will make you tired. What's more, she killed 1,000 people. Ahead, the crowded black crowd is still rushing and gathering. Yodon was armed, and his eyes were completely red at this time! Exclamation mark. Armed base building, command station. The number 1 man armed with Yodon Hank, is standing on the podium with a telescope in his hand. His eyes are cold and surging, staring at the killing scene below. His complexion is more ferocious than ever. Today, this hot summer, Divine Phoenix suddenly broke into his Yodon armed base, killing so wanton! Exclamation mark. This is simply the shame of his Yodon armed forces! Exclamation mark. Today, if you don't leave the Divine Phoenix here, his surname is not Yodon. Mobilize the tank. The land defense system is on. Give me. Blast that woman into scum! Yodon Hank shouted angrily with a sullen expression. At the same time, with his order, dozens of tanks slowly drove out of the Yodon armed base. Dozens of land defense missiles, fully open and aim! Exclamation mark. To deal with a woman, unexpectedly, dozens of tanks and independent defensive missiles are needed. This is simply, but, in the endless sea of people, the slaughter figure of the Divine Phoenix, but the corners of his mouth raised a radian, facing the mighty tank coming. A trace of depth flashed through her beautiful and cold pupils. The prey is hooked. This time, she went deep into the base behind enemy lines, and did not try to destroy the entire Yodon armed forces by one person. Her purpose is just to attract firepower, attract enemies, and gather here. Then, focus, cohesion, devastating blow. Save the waste of gunpowder. Her figure shuttled in the crowd, trampled on corpses all over the floor, and teleported to the center of the base. She raised her head slightly, her eyes were beautiful, and she glanced at the podium tens of meters above. She stared at Yodon Hank on the podium, her mouth curling up. Divine Phoenix gently stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. The last big gift. Dongfeng Express, 5. Chapter 506. Although it is far away, it will be punishable. At that moment, on the podium, Yodon Hank's expression suddenly changed! Exclamation mark. He suddenly felt that something was wrong! Exclamation mark. Something is going to happen, and right now. Suddenly, thousands of meters above the sky. A burst of fire raged across the skyline. Immediately afterwards, a roar roared. Exclamation mark. Brush! Exclamation mark. On the podium, Yoton Hank's expression was suddenly shocked! Exclamation mark. He suddenly raised his head, picked up the telescope, and stared at the flame that was flying high in the sky! Exclamation mark. That is! Exclamation mark. A huge dark green missile! Exclamation mark. Dark green? Question mark. This is! Exclamation mark. East. East wind. Yoton Hank looked shocked, but he has no time to give an order, let alone escape! Exclamation mark. Dongfeng, 4D missiles, just like meteors. It pierced the air from a kilometer altitude in an instant. The entire air defense equipment of the Yotan Armed Forces has no time to react. The so-called air defense equipment they bought from Party M at a high price. At all. It won't do any good. Any air defense strike equipment is completely useless in front of the Dongfeng MD-41 missile. Dongfeng MD-41, super radar, invisible shells. When you open your eyes, you see that dark green glow. The moment it passes in front of your eyes, that is the moment when life ends. Everything is silent, and ends. A dark green glow. From before Yoton Hank's eyes. It passed quickly. Then, he slammed towards the base headquarters below, and flew away. No, Yoton Hank didn't even have time to say a word. He just opened his mouth. Boom! At the base below, a huge wave swept across the sky! Exclamation mark. Puff! Yoton Hank was directly crushed by the terrifying waves. Not even bones are left! Exclamation mark. The entire Yoton armed base exploded in an instant! Exclamation mark. The fierce fire wave soared into the sky! Exclamation mark. Dongfeng Express. The mission must be reached. Those guilty of hot summer, although it is far away, it will be punishable. The huge waves were raging, and the entire Yoton armed base was directly destroyed by this gun! Exclamation mark. In the endless fire, a dark red shadow, like a devil slowly walked out of the sea of fire. The blood-red dagger on his right hand was still stained with endless blood stains. Code name, Divine Phoenix. Mission accomplished. This night, the entire Mediterranean shook. In the land and sea area, one of the most terrifying armed forces, the Yotan Armed, just like that, was destroyed! Exclamation mark. A missile, the entire base, the entire fallen city. All are destroyed. Numerous casualties! Exclamation mark. Countless buildings were directly destroyed. The entire base, the entire Yotan city, were razed to ruins by this cannon. This terrifying lethality is simply, tonight, the entire Mediterranean, the entire land, will be restless. A deep night. The next day, it was still dark. Chen Zhonging got up, put on sportswear and go out. Taking advantage of the early morning light, outside the villa manor, ran 40 kilometers in the morning. Then he returned to the villa. For ordinary human beings, the distance of 40 kilometers is equivalent to the length of a marathon. At present, in the world, the whole process of the human men's marathon, the Guinness record, is 2 hours and 30 minutes. However, for Chen Zhongying, 40 kilometers is nothing more than a scaly phoenix horn. 40 kilometers, he had finished his morning jog in only half an hour. This is only the case without full effort. This is simply, after finishing the morning jog and returning to the villa, he took off his shirt and started doing push-ups and sit-ups. 10,000 push-ups, 10,000 sit-ups. Everything is as usual. These, in the eyes of ordinary people, are incredible morning exercises. In his eyes, it's just daily life. He is a robot, a cold-killing machine. Therefore, his life, even his daily habits, is completely different from that of ordinary people. In the cold winter of December, the morning exercise is over. He turned around and walked into the bathroom, taking an icy cold shower. Wipe clean the body. Then, he changed into a white shirt, a suit jacket, and an Omega watch. The whole person returned to the appearance of a gentleman. After tidying up that position, there was a flash of coldness in his pupils. Then, he just got up and left the villa. Through the lawn tens of meters away, he went straight to the Ku family manor opposite. Early in the morning, 8 o'clock. Ku's villa, in the hall. The nanny aunt has prepared a hearty breakfast. The Ku family is sitting at the dining table, waiting. After Chen Zong stepped into the door of the villa and took his seats, everyone began to eat. Breakfast is still the same as usual: eggs, red wine, and steak. Chen Zhongying seems to be inseparable from beef for 3 meals a day. Moreover, there is a great demand for food. His body is a terrifying beast-killing machine. Need to eat high-calorie foods for a long time to maintain the body's consumption and movement. On weekdays, when he eats a steak, he will eat 7 or 8 steaks in succession. This is unbelievable for ordinary people. How can a seemingly refined and thin man possess such a terrifying appetite? However, in the Kiss villa for the Ku family, this is no surprise. Watching him eat so many steaks every day, amused to it. Seeing it every day, I changed from shock to calmness. The whole family just sat at the dining table and enjoyed a hearty breakfast. At the same time, Ku Huihai also habitually asked the nanny to turn on the TV, tuned to 13 sets of CCTV, overseas news channels, and began to watch overseas news. Nowadays, the overseas situation is turbulent, and the impression of pharmaceutical companies is great. Ku Huihai needs to keep an eye on overseas news. However, as soon as I adjusted to the 13 CCTV channels, there was a major news report in the channel. According to our news, according to the Mediterranean authorities, it was announced at 5 a.m. today, and the statement said, in the Mediterranean region, a terrorist organization called the Jordan Armed Forces was destroyed overnight! According to a local news interview, late at night in the local area, 2 kilometers away, some people, in their deep sleep, heard the ground shake, and then there was a huge explosion. Immediately afterwards, the entire occupied Liudan city turned into a sea of flames! At present, no country or armed forces have come forward to recognize this attack. It is not possible to determine the type of shell used in the strike. However, according to the speculation from the M Party, this is very likely to be the A Party's Hamilton heavy missile, another destructive attack on the terrorist organization! When I saw the interview report on the TV news, the host looked solemn. At the dinner table, Kuya's pretty face was slightly complicated and worried. She looked at the interview screen on the LCD TV screen with beautiful eyes. Her mood was very restless. Today, she has been targeted by the Mediterranean forces. The situation in that war-torn land is constantly escalating, and the situation is already extremely serious. Her safety is being challenged every day. And his father Ku Huihai, with the same dignified expression, stared closely at the picture on the TV screen. He sighed and shook his head. The situation in the Mediterranean. Oil is the original sin. Kuei sighed and lit a cigar. He almost never smokes cigars, but now under complex pressure, he can only use cigarettes to eliminate his sorrows. At this time, only Chen Zhonging, with his face still calm, sat on the chair indifferently, holding a knife and fork in his hand, and calmly cut off a steak, and handed it to his mouth. Yodon's armed forces were destroyed, as he expected. Last night, Zhang Yuzhe's call had already explained everything. Divine Phoenix shot behind. It was destroyed. Being able to mobilize that terrifying woman to take action, that means. The third sector does not intend to leave any way to survive. This is a direct blow to destroy the entire Jotunheim. Those who fight against the summer will be punishable even though they are far away. This sentence is by no means a slogan. He took a sip of red wine as he watched the tragic scene of the explosion debris on the TV screen. One missile can cause that kind of terrorist explosion power. Looking at the entire world, there are not a few big UFOs that can do it with that kind of force. The explosion marks are obviously. The masterpiece of Dongfeng Express, destroyed with one shot. The mission must be achieved. This shot was not just. A counterattack from the hot summer country. What's more, an unprecedented warning from the hot summer country. Although Yangtze officials did not come forward and did not acknowledge the attack. However, Divine Phoenix's move already represents everything. If there are forces that are not afraid of death and dare to invade the summer arbitrarily! That scorching summer must be destined to fight back. Recommend a book, Maiga's Farming Masterpiece, Taoyuan Mountain Village. In addition, do not ask for a monthly pass today. Today is the 6th National Memorial Day for the victims of the Nanjing Massacre. 82 years ago, on December 13, the Chinese invaded and captured Jinling, carried out a tragic massacre. This morning, at 10:01, the whole city in the south of the Yangtze River will sound an alarm. When the alarm is sounded throughout the city, if you are walking on the road, please stop. If you are swiping your phone, please put it down temporarily. If you are driving, please stop and whistle. No matter where you are or what you are doing, please leave a minute to mourn for the victims of the Jinling massacre. Let us use the simplest action to express our deepest grief. Chapter 507. Drunk and warm does not mean wine. 9 in the morning. The Mercedes-Benz fleet speeded all the way and arrived at the Kushi Group building on time. But when Kuyiren and Chen Zhongqing got out of the car, they were surprised to find that a red Maserati Ghibli had been parked at the door of the building, waiting for a long time. When he saw this car, Kuyiren was obviously shocked. At the same time, the doors of the Maserati Ghibli coupe opened slowly. Zhu Otong wears exquisite work clothes and a cloak over the coat to withstand the severe cold. Stepping on her high heels, she went straight to Kuyiren. "Mr. Ku, good morning." "Miss Zhu, early." Kuyiren responded with a puzzled and complicated face. But in her heart, she was shocked. What's going on? The host of this week, why are you here again? Isn't the interview over? Miss Zhu, you came here especially early in the morning. Is there anything wrong? Kuyiren asked magnetically, puzzled. On Zhu Otong's beautiful red lips, a small smile was raised. Today is just right, taking advantage of the rarest. Come to Mr. Ku for tea and chat. Kuyiren. Yesterday, she just casually said a polite remark and came to drink tea when she was free. As a result, I didn't expect that the host of this week would actually come? Drinking tea? What time does she have in Kuyi these days? She is busy dealing with medical research experiments and the company's tedious tasks every day. Okay? I don't know if Mr. Ku is free today. I came here uninvited. Have you bothered? Zhu Otong asked magnetically. Kuyiren quickly showed a professional smile. What Miss Zhu said, I am very happy that you can come to our company for tea. I happened to prepare a good pure a few days ago, and I will show you a taste. Kuyi said, welcoming Zhu Otong into the building. Then Yu Otong, welcome. Zhu Otong smiled magnetically and followed Ku Yi into the building. However, during the whole process Chen Zhongying didn't pay any attention at all. His face was calm and indifferent, with a cigarette in his mouth. He walked into the elevator by himself. The elevator door was not closed yet. Zhu Otong and Ku Yiren also stepped into the elevator quickly. Inside the elevator, the atmosphere seemed a little strange. Chen Zhongying leaned against the elevator wall so coldly, puffing smoke rings deeply. And Zhu Otong was talking and laughing with Ku Yi, and the two women were chatting about business affairs. However, while Zhu Otong was chatting, Mei Su inadvertently scanned Chen Zhongying aside. She seemed to be observing Chen Zhongying, whether it was intentional or unintentional. Mr. Chen, do you like smoking very much? Zhu Otong took the opportunity to call in the elevator and asked. It seems that I want to take the opportunity to chat with Chen Zhongying. However, Chen Zhong did not pay attention to this woman at all. He didn't even look at her directly. In addition to the mission's protection goals, he directly ignored the rest of the mess, and never talked with others, because it's not necessary for him. Any speech, any social interaction, is a burden. Chen Zhongying still leaned against the elevator to himself, vomiting smoke rings. The scene suddenly seemed a bit embarrassing. Ku Yiren stood aside, with weird eyes and a strange atmosphere. Zhu Otong hesitated for a few seconds, smiled awkwardly, and concealed the embarrassment on his face. She continued to look back and chatted with Ku Yiren. The elevator quickly stopped at the 19th floor. Chen Zhongying's figure was cold, with a cigarette in his mouth, so he stepped directly out of the elevator. During the whole process, he did not have any communication with these two women. It was so cold to the point of incomparably arrogant, even colder than a robot. Zhu Otong inadvertently glanced at his leaving back, with a light from the corner of his eyes, and his teeth bit his lip lightly. Then she concealed her complexity and walked out of the elevator with Ku Yiren. Ku Yi is actually quite busy today. However, the host of this TV station suddenly visited. If she does not accept it, it is indeed too unreasonable. Therefore, although she was tangled inside, she could only greet each other with a smile on the surface. With the host of ZDA, came to her president's office. In the office of the president of Ku Yiren, there is a set of expensive purple sand tea sets. This tea set was originally used to entertain VIPs. But Ku Yi people have almost never used it, because, since she became the president of the group, she has been too busy. She holds two positions, not only dealing with this huge group with a scale of 100 billion yuan, and dealing with all kinds of official affairs. It is also necessary to manage the advancement of the medical research project in the basement base. She is the core person in charge of the entire scientific research project. As the most authoritative doctor in the field of medicine, she personally took the lead and developed the X project plan. But today, when the host Zhu Otong suddenly visited, Ku Yiren had no choice but to entertain. She greeted Zhu Otong to come to the office, and the two sat in front of the tea set. Then, she took out a bottle of top-quality pure that she had kept for a long time, and started to make tea for Zhu Otong herself. No way, if you say it, you can accept it. At this time, Ku Yiren can only put aside a lot of things, and be patient, make tea with the host of ZDA, enjoyed the tea ceremony, and chat, boil water, light a fire, and wash tea. The tea ceremony is an elegant mood. There are two ways for businessmen to chat and talk. The first one is at the tea table. Drink tea and talk, think clearly and play games with each other. The second one is on the wine table. Drinking to talk about business, not getting drunk or returning, using wine to replace friendship. However, these two ways of talking are still different. Drinking tea and talking about things are generally gambling with each other before things are settled. So both parties need to drink tea and keep a clear head at all times. When discussing matters at the wine table, basically, the contract between the two parties has been negotiated. Therefore, at this time, it is already a cooperative relationship, and you can get drunk and stop. Kuyi people don't like to talk with guests at the wine table. So on weekdays, she only talks with her partners at the tea table and in the meeting room. But today, she was sitting in front of the office, but suddenly chatting with Zhu Otong. This was the first time. Moreover, Zhu Otong did not match each other, and the content of the chat was all kinds of weird questions. She doesn't talk about business, but only about family affairs and emotions? This is really a professional emotional show host. Kuyiran answered with a polite smile while making tea, but she was a little speechless in her heart. 10 minutes later, a cup of fragrant hot tea came out of the pot. Kuyiran poured hot tea for the two, motioned her to taste. Zhu Otong was not welcome, and gently picked up the teacup, took a sip. The mouth was mellow. How? Kuyiran asked with a smile. The entrance is sweet and fragrant, it is a super good tea, Zhu Otong said magnetically. She took another bite, and then, raising her head to look at Kuyiran, she suddenly asked, Mr. Ku, you have been working for so many years, do you have a boyfriend? Ahem. Kuyiran just took a sip of tea, and almost choked on hearing these words. Chapter 508 I like men too. 10 minutes later, a cup of fragrant hot tea came out of the pot. Kuyiran poured hot tea for the two, motioned her to taste. Zhu Otong was not welcome, and gently picked up the teacup, took a sip, and the mouth was mellow. How? Kuyiran asked with a smile. The entrance is sweet and fragrant, it is a super good tea, Zhu Otong said magnetically. She took another bite, and then, raising her head to look at Kuyiran, she suddenly asked, Mr. Ku, you have been working for so many years, do you have a boyfriend? Ahem. Kuyiran just took a sip of tea, and almost choked on hearing these words. Miss Zhu, why are you asking this suddenly? Kuyiran looked at Zhu Otong with surprise and confusion, full of confusion. Well, just talk casually. I'm just curious, a good person like you, Mr. Ku. How's your emotional state? Zhu Otong replied with a chuckle. Kuyiran, I don't have a boyfriend yet. Kuyiran replied magnetically. Really? Hearing this answer, the host of Zodiac suddenly overreacted. There was a hint of joy in his beautiful eyes. Kuyiran? And many more? I'm single. Why is Miss this week excited? At this moment, Kuyiran was taken aback? Then, her beautiful eyes suddenly became vigilant, and she subconsciously glanced at Zhu Otong? Is it? Between the men, they each other, yelling rot. There is also a saying between women, each other, called, Lily. Could it be? Kuyiran's face is full of black lines. She subconsciously tightened the collar on her chest, with a trace of resistance in her beautiful eyes. The scene suddenly became a bit awkward. It seems that there is some misunderstanding. Zhu Otong's pretty face was taken aback. Seems to have realized something. He quickly explained, Mr. Ku, don't get me wrong. I'm just curious, you are so good. You don't even have a boyfriend. Kuyiran stared at her with a vigilant wooden pipe, as if to say, I don't have a boyfriend, what do you want to do? Zhu Otong was guilty of staring at Kuyiran's vigilant eyes. Hurriedly said, Mr. Ku, don't worry, my sexual orientation is normal. I like men. When Kuyiran was told by her, her beautiful eyes frowned. What this said, as if she likes women? I like men too. Kuyiran spit out such a sentence inexplicably. The scene was quiet for a few seconds. The two women looked at each other, then smiled awkwardly at each other. The two women continued to hold the teacups and continue to drink tea to cover up the awkward atmosphere. Mr. Ku then knew. Why don't you find a boyfriend? Zhu Otong hesitated and asked suddenly. Kuyiran. She had the urge to strangle the host of this week on the spot. You say you. Anyhow, beautiful host, are you holding me emotionally every day? What is this for? However, out of politeness, the Kuyiran replied symbolically, too busy, no time to find it. This scene is a bit awkward. Zhu Otong took a sip of tea, and finally broke the subject. and asked casually, "Mr. Koo, then, what do you do on weekdays?" "Process some company documents and follow up on the R&D project," Koo Yaron replied. "Where's Miss Zhu? Do you host programs on weekdays?" Zhu Otong nodded helplessly. "Yeah. Everyone faces a camera every day, and everyone is coming out of illness. That Miss Zhao's boyfriend must be very good, right?" Koo Yaron asked politely. Just now Zhu Otong asked himself so many emotional questions. Now Koo Yaron must fight back. In her eyes, Zhu Otong, a TV host who is a big beauty, must have many men's relationships on weekdays. After all, the celebrity host who enters and exits in front of the screen has a rich emotional life. But Zhu Otong shook his head helplessly. "No, where did my boyfriend come from?" On weekdays, hosting shows is so busy that there is no time to talk about feelings. At this moment, it's Koo Yaron's turn to be taken aback. Looking at Zhu Otong in surprise, "I can't believe that this popular host of Shanghai High radio station does not have a boyfriend." At this moment, the two women looked at each other and smiled. As two strong women, at this point, they seem to have one thing in common: busy. Too busy. Too busy to talk about boyfriends. The two continued to take a sip of hot tea. "By the way, President Koo. I'm very curious. What do business women elites like you have for the criteria for choosing a spouse?" Zhu Otong raised his head, looked at Koo Yaron curiously, and asked Koo Yaron. She had the urge to roll her eyes. Why did she get involved with herself again? However, at this time Zhu Otong's expectant eyes were looking at him. This is like a professional interview with the host. Koo Yaron is also speechless. The host of this week, where he really went? I didn't forget the interview. Is this drinking tea and chatting in private, or a show interview? There is no requirement, as long as the values are consistent. Koo Yaron took a sip of the tea and replied lightly. It's not perfunctory. This is her standard for choosing a spouse. Hearing Koo Yaron's answer, Zhu Otong was taken aback. Consistent values? This, seemingly unrequired sentence, in fact is the real ultra-high demand. Sometimes, many women will choose a lot of requirements to answer their own mate's selection. For example, they must have a house, a car, a high income, a stable job, height, good looks, and so on. But in fact, these seemingly complex requirements are just the simplest and most basic standards. These women, in fact, are not very demanding in choosing a spouse. However, Koo Yaron's answer, although it seems that there is no requirement, but in fact, the requirement is almost higher than the top. Consistent values? How high is the standard required for this? This is not a simple standard that can be achieved with a house, a car, a deposit, a good looks, and a job. Such ambiguous requirements are really super stringent standards. Consistent with her values? God knows how strict the values of the President of Kiwi People's Congress are! Hearing this answer, Zhu Otong's beautiful eyes flashed with joy. It seems that the values of choosing a spouse for the CEO are very demanding. In that case, the security director next door, Mr. Chen Zong, definitely can't get into the eyes of President Koo. Thinking of this, Zhu Otong's eyes flashed with inexplicable relief. Today, the reason why she specially asked for leave and came to the Koo group was not only to find Koo Yaron for tea and chat. The meaning of her drunkard is not in wine. And on the IC security director next door. A few days ago, Chen Zonging saved his life. After that incident, Zhu Otong could almost never forget the appearance of this man. Every night, even before going to bed, I can't sleep. She has never cared so much about a man like she does now. She felt that she was about to fall. Chapter 509. I fell in love with him, and I plan to chase him. Today, the reason why she specially asked for leave and came to the Koo group was not only to find Koo Yaron for tea and chat. The meaning of her drunkard is not in wine. And on the IC security director next door. A few days ago, Chen Zonging saved his life. After that incident, Zhu Otong could almost never forget the appearance of this man. Every night, even before going to bed, I can't sleep. She has never cared so much about a man like she does now. She felt that she was about to fall. As long as President Ku Die has no idea about Chen Zhonging, then she will feel at ease. After all, Ku Yiren is Chen Zong's boss. Follow each other personally every day, and get the month by the water. What Zhu Oton feared most was that Chen Zong was taken the first step by the Ku Yiren. Then she will be over. But at this time, I knocked on the side, inquired about Ku Yi's emotions, and inquired that Ku Yi's mate selection requirements. So it seems that Ku Yi's mate selection requirements should be high. Chen Zonging. He is only Ku Yiren's subordinate, and just a security director. Presumably, Ku Yiren should look down on Mr. Chen, right? Thinking of this, Zhu Oton's tight heart relaxed slightly. At this time, Ku Yiren, who was sitting across from the tea table, was already a little depressed. She took a sip of her tea and suddenly asked, Miss Zhu, then, do you have any requirements for the other half? The host of this week asked himself a lot of emotional questions one after another. Unacceptable. Ku Yiren couldn't show weakness, so he asked back. Hearing Ku Yiren's inquiry, Zhu Oton was taken aback. She pursed her mouth, thought for a long time, and then slowly said, actually, I don't have any requirements. An inexplicable emotion flashed through the pupils of her beautiful eyes. That is, I hope he can be a little more handsome, not particularly handsome, just like Peng Yuan's appearance. Well then, I hope he has some muscles, preferably abdominal muscles. If he is tall, it should be about 1.8 meters, not too fat. By the way, it's best if he can know a little bit of martial arts. Maybe he won't be able to use it in Shanghai, but he must have it. Then he had better wear a suit, because I like men in formal suits. Zhu Otong's so-called no requirements turned out to be Luo Li. He asked for a lot of mate selection. Ku Yiren. She was completely dumbfounded. This is what you don't want to ask for? Your request, right? Exclamation mark. Use this requirement to choose a spouse and measure men. All men in the world are afraid that they will vomit blood. Where is the choice of a mate here? This is clearly making a man jump off the building. Under her dozens of standards, which man can do it? Ku Yi was speechless, picked up the teacup and took a sip of hot tea. And many more. This requirement? Why are you listening? Something is not right. A little more handsome, looks like Peng Yuan? Height, 1 meter 8? Need a little muscle? Know a little bit of effort? Want to wear a suit? This standard person, in the security director's office next door. Isn't it? There is one sitting there? At this moment, Ku Yiren's forehead flashed 3 black lines. This? Isn't this, specifically against the standard chosen by Mr. Chen? Isn't that special? Isn't it referring to Mr. Chen? Ku Yiren's face was full of black lines. She finally understood it. This week Zhu Oton went around in a big circle. It turned out for this beautiful host. Is this fancy Mr. Chen? Ku Yiren suddenly felt a little surprised. But, for some reason, when she learned of this result, her heart was actually faint, and a hint of inexplicable impetuosity flashed through. Strange, what's wrong with me? Ku Yiren toasted and took a sip of hot tea to hide his confusion. Miss Zhao's request is really high. Ha ha. Ku Yiren smiled lightly. But her smile was a little awkward. It's not high. You have one in your company. Zhu Otong suddenly lowered his voice and said Magneto. Ku Yiren. Is this host really proactive enough? Did this take the initiative to admit it? Miss Zhu, do you mean? Ku Yiren asked rhetorically, pretending not to know. It's Mr. Chen next door, the security director of your company, Mr. Ku. Zhu Otong explained. Ku Yiren. Really take the initiative. Have women been so proactive these days? Is it human emotion that has evolved, or is her Kui's emotions too passive? This? President Ku take the liberty to ask. The security director of your company? Does he have a girlfriend? Zhu Otong hesitated for a moment, and suddenly asked cautiously. Ku Yiren, this. The people on this TV station are really proactive enough. Asking such personal questions is undisguised. Ku Yiren is completely convinced. This ... I don't know the specifics, but ... it should be, no. Ku Yiren replied. However, after she answered this question, her mood suddenly became a bit complicated. She didn't even know what was going on, doesn't seem to feel comfortable, feeling a little depressed and breathless. Oh ... really. After Zhu Otong heard this answer, King Wu couldn't hide his beautiful eyes. Women are emotional, sometimes more terrible than men. What's more, he is still a host of Tangtan's TV station. Who does not take the initiative in the entertainment industry? There are a lot of emotional contact on weekdays, and he can almost catch the man to death. Zhu Otong toasted and took a sip of hot tea. There was a glimmer of joy in her eyes. Today's trial is very satisfactory. The answer I got was just right for her. Mr. Chen, he is still single. The same as I guessed. Such a cold man, wanting to come, should not easily accept the emotional demands of other women. In this way, I have a chance. This kind of man is simply an iceberg in the eyes of outsiders. It's hard to get close, even talking to him is extremely difficult. However, for Zhu Otong, this kind of man is the best man of a lifetime. When Chen Zong sacrificed her life to save her that day, she had already promised her secret heart. She vowed that she would chase this man. Miss Zhu, take the liberty to ask ... You want it? Ku Yiren asked with complicated eyes, looking at Zhu Otong, hesitantly. I like him. I plan to chase him, Zhu Otong said without concealing it. Ku Yiren. She was completely dumbfounded by these words. This is too proactive, right? Do you want this? Women, shouldn't they be more emotionally reserved? The host of this week is really ... a hero of the female middle school. Today, ask for monthly ticket 6! If you don't send the monthly pass, Chen Zonging will be chased away by Zhu Otong. What should Kui do? You can't buy a monthly pass and you won't lose money. You can't be fooled. You can't buy it, regret it. Why are you still hesitating? Click on the monthly pass in your hand. Break 490 today, add more tonight. Chapter 510 Female Chasing Male, Compartment Yarn. Miss Zhu, take the liberty to ask ... You want it? Ku Yiren asked with complicated eyes, looking at Zhu Otong, hesitantly. I like him. I plan to chase him, Zhu Otong said without concealing it. Ku Yiren. She was completely dumbfounded by these words. This is too proactive, right? Do you want this? Women, shouldn't they be more emotionally reserved? The host of this week is really ... a hero of the female middle school. Kuya's face was embarrassed, and he could only hide his awkward smile in response. This is the first time she has seen it, such an active scene. A beautiful host, who is going to take the initiative to chase an iceberg cold man. However, Mr. Chen has a quirky personality, I'm afraid. Ku Yiren reminded softly, wanting to give Zhu Otong a vaccination and let her retreat in the meantime. But as a result, Zhu Otong said indifferently, it doesn't matter. Men chase women in the mountains, women chase the men in the gauze. No matter how cold he is still a man. Men always have sexual needs, and they will always be conquered. Ku Yiren was blocked again and speechless. Playing the host this week is really unstoppable. I can say anything. But for some reason, the Ku Yiren who heard these words flashed a sense of anxiety in his heart. I always feel, in my heart, as if there is an inexplicable unhappiness, as if something is about to be taken away. She shook her head and tried her best to restrain her inexplicable thoughts. By the way, Mr. Ku, can you tell me, what hobbies does Mr. Chen have in his daily life? Zhu Otong asked, reluctantly. Today, this is not a chat at all. but to inquire about the military situation. She was cruel, and she must catch up to Chen Zong's rhythm. Kuyiren. I don't know the details, Mr. Chen, besides smoking and drinking. mtlnovel.com. It seems that he has no other hobbies. Kuyiren hesitated and replied. Then what does he like to eat on weekdays? Zhu Otong asked again. She even started to take out her mobile phone and record these characteristics one by one. Know yourself and the enemy before you can win every battle. In order to win this battle, she also gave it up. What do you like eating? Kuyiren was puzzled. Yes, you like steak. Then, does he practice kung fu on weekdays? For example, go to the gym to train, go to the boxing gym or something? Zhu Otong blinked his big eyes, and asked unwillingly. Kuyiren, is it endless? This. Why haven't you finished asking? But even though she thought so in her heart, she didn't dare to show it. After all, this week's host is also considered a guest. He should. Don't go to the gym. He usually does morning exercises in his villa. It seems to be a long time. Kuyiren thought for a while and said, over the past few months, with Mr. Chen day and night, she has almost touched the life characteristics of the iceberg man. That man is really an iceberg without emotion. There is no desire, no emotion, as if it were a cold-blooded animal. It's really hard to imagine how, in today's materialistic society, how can a person with an iceberg character like Chen Zonging, who have no desires and no desires, survive? Sometimes, Kuyi people even wonder if Mr. Chen suffers from autism. But she didn't dare to confirm this question. She still wants to live a few more years, but she dare not go to Mr. Chen to find death a year ago. But maybe even Kuyiren herself didn't expect it. In fact, she is the one who knows the iceberg man best. Getting along day and night, no matter if there is no emotional foundation, there will be a trace of involvement. Even Kuyi people are no exception. However, obviously she didn't know it herself, and didn't want to admit it. At this time, Zhu Otong, holding a pen, recorded all the things Kuyi had said with his pen. She really did not miss any details at all. She is really moving, and she wants to chase Chen Zonging. However, at this time, Chen Zonging in the next office may not know that he has been sold by the woman Kuyiren. Zhu Otong wrote down about Chen Zonging's various hobbies, joys, living habits and so on. Then, she suddenly said, Mr. Ku, can you take me to the next office for a visit? Kuyiren, this. Not very convenient. Mr. Chen generally doesn't like being disturbed. Kuyiren said helplessly. Just go and visit, it should be okay. Zhu Otong said, reluctantly. Kuyiren, the host of this week, in order to chase men, really stubborn. In desperation, she could only say, then I will send him a WeChat and ask ... If he agrees, I will take you there. The Kuyiren had no choice but to pick up the phone and sent a WeChat message to Chen Zonging next door. Mr. Chen, take the liberty to interrupt. On my side, host Zhu would like to visit your office. Would it be convenient for you? WeChat did not reply for a long time. After more than 10 minutes, a message came back. Chen Zonging, not available. This is really straightforward enough to refuse. Upon seeing this message, the slightly hanging heart in Kuyiren's heart suddenly fell to the ground. As expected, Mr. Chen is still Mr. Chen, still that iceberg. Come to think of it, this week's host should not be able to set off any storms. Kuyiren thought this way. If Mr. Chen could be caught up so easily, then I am afraid it would not be Mr. Chen. Kuyi people comforted themselves so much. How is it? How does he reply? At this moment, Zhu Otong asked curiously. Kuyiren shook his head. Mr. Chen said, he is very busy. It is not convenient to see him. Hearing these words, Zhu Otong suddenly got up. Kuyiren thought she was leaving, and quickly got up to see her off. At the same time, I thought to myself. The host is finally leaving. She was anxious for Zhu Otong to leave. This woman was too active, and even Kuyi people felt a sense of crisis, although she herself didn't know why she was in crisis. Is it for Chen Zonging? However, After Zhu Otong got up, he did not intend to leave. She said, "It's okay, it's inconvenient to see, so I'll take the initiative to meet Mr. Ku. To deal with this kind of iceberg man. You have to take the initiative, otherwise sooner or later you will be snatched away." As Zhu Otong said. He walked out of the office directly. She made a decision. How could the man who took the initiative to chase him just give in? The other party doesn't see herself. The lady, come to see you in person. Is it proactive enough? Exclamation mark. She didn't believe it anymore. The woman chased the man, and the interlayer yarn. Can I still be rejected by that man? Kuyi was a little confused. Hey, Miss Zhu. Kuyiran reacted and wanted to stop, but couldn't stop it. 333. Chapter 511. Women are harmful things. However, after Zhu Otong got up, he did not intend to leave. She said, "It's okay, it's inconvenient to see, so I'll take the initiative to meet Mr. Ku. To deal with this kind of iceberg man. You have to take the initiative, otherwise sooner or later you will be snatched away." As Zhu Otong said. He walked out of the office directly. She made a decision. How could the man who took the initiative to chase him just give in? The other party doesn't see herself. The lady, come to see you in person. Is it proactive enough? Exclamation mark. She didn't believe it anymore. The woman chased the man, and the interlayer yarn. Can I still be rejected by that man? Kuyi was a little confused. Hey, Miss Zhu. Kuyiran reacted and wanted to stop, but couldn't stop it. And at this time, next door, office of the chief security officer. Chen Zonging was lying on a chair with Erlang's legs upright, with a cigarette hanging in his mouth, a book in his hand, and flipping through it lightly. At this moment, suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Chen Zonging was taken aback for a moment, and shouted enter. And he still looked down and read the book. The door of the office opened, and a beautiful figure slowly walked into the office. At this moment, Chen Zonging, who was looking down at the old book, frowned slightly. This smell of perfume drifting into the office is unfamiliar. Isn't it the taste of kiwi? He glanced slightly and glanced at the person. The person here is Zhu Otong. Are you reading a book? Zhu Otong smiled magnetically. Beautifully blooming, she said that she was going to come forward to strike up a conversation. But as a result, Chen Zongong's eyes were cold, and he glanced at her indifferently. Get out. His voice was calm and cold, with only these two words. Get out. This is, without the slightest affection, to rush Zhu Otong out of the office. Zhu Otong, although he had long expected that this man would sit on an iceberg, he did not expect that he would be so thorough. Mr. Chen, do you mind if I sit down? Have a sip of tea? She asked in a beautiful voice, magnetically. Mind. Chen Zonging was not polite, and directly replied two words. Zhu Otong, I'm here to thank you. Thank you for your life-saving grace the day before yesterday. Zhu Otong was a little unwilling, and continued, today noon, can I have the honor to invite you to dinner? But Chen Zonging had cold eyes. Give you a minute and go out by yourself. Otherwise, his words stopped. Too lazy to say one more word. This woman has seriously affected her reading. Therefore, he is very irritable at this time. This woman does not leave. How can he quietly read? Seeing this man so ruthless, it was like an iceberg. Zhu Otong was reluctant. I will not leave. She raised her beautiful eyes, like a magnetic sound, jokingly and provocatively. Otherwise, Chen Zonging was holding the book, his eyes cold. He directly picked up the phone on his desk and dialed the group security department number. Come to my office. Chen Zonging's voice was indifferent, and he finished the call directly, and then hung up. Zhu Otong continued to stand in the office without reluctance. Her stubborn temper is also coming up. She wants to see, if she doesn't leave, what will this man do with her? However, she still overestimated her sense of existence after all. A few minutes later, several company security rushed to the office. Mr. Chen, what's your order? The security guards bowed and asked. Chen Zonging still held the book, flipping through it lightly. He inadvertently pointed at Zhu Otong, who was aside. Boom her out. Zhu Otong, hey, let me say. Zuru Otong tried to defend herself, but as soon as she spoke, before she finished speaking, she was caught by the security guards and dragged out of the office. This scene is simply. At the same time, Kuyaran outside the office was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. This. It is indeed Mr. Chen. This is really good. No pity for Xiangxu. Tow away. Just tow away. Not at all muddle-headed. After Zuru Otong was dragged out of the office, Chen Zong looked up, and the corner of his eyes cast a cold glance at Ku Yi. For the last time, if you bring these idlers here, you will be at your own risk. Brush. Hearing these words, Kuyaran's pretty face turned pale, and he hurriedly bowed his body to apologize carefully. The Yiran dare not promise that next time, this will never happen. Mr. Chen seemed to be angry. Kuyaran was also frightened and apologized again and again. Chen Zongguang's eyes were cold and he ignored it. Continue to bow your head and read quietly. Without the harassment of women, he can calm down and read the books. Ku Yi had a complicated mind, and quickly stepped forward and carefully closed the office door for Mr. Chen. The whole process is frightening. At this time, Zuru Otong, who was kicked out of the office, was also dumbfounded. Standing there blankly, her beautiful eyes were a little aggrieved, with a hint of mist. Anyway, she is the host of a dignified radio station and has millions of fans. I don't know how many men are chasing her. Every day she gets off work from the TV station, there will be all kinds of men. And even the rich second generation. The son-in-law. The chief executive. Sent her flowers and tried to pursue her. But she refused one by one, because those men are too vulgar. She doesn't like it. Now, she finally fell in love with a man who can make her heart beat. But the result was so ruthlessly rejected, and was brutally driven out of the office. This is the most failure of Zuru Otong in her life. Kuyaran helplessly stepped forward, slowly comforting and persuading him. Miss Zhu, please don't mind Mr. Chen. He has such a personality. He has a rather weird temperament. Zuru Otong had a complicated face, took a deep breath, and made a complicated glance at the security director's office with her beautiful eyes. She won't just give up like that. This man, she is determined. Confidant beauty is not a disaster, and cheap concubines can also be a pity. Women are harmful things. At this time, Chen Zonging was entangled by the peach blossom luck of beauty and trouble. On the other side, Shanghai International Airport is dozens of kilometers away. The other man, who was disturbed by the beauty of beauty, was taking an international flight and flew back to the Jiangnan and Shanghai. An H747, Boeing airliner, and international flight landed slowly at Shanghai International Airport. The flight's door opened slowly. The escalator descends. Immediately afterwards, accompanied by a few beautiful flight attendants, Go Shows wore a light blue suit and a pair of sunglasses, slowly stepped out of the cabin. Half a month ago, Go Shows was troubled by Yan Zoman videos, and the whole video news was full of noisy rumors, and it was known to almost everyone in the country. Even the People's Daily and CCTV TV stations reported by name. In order to avoid the limelight and prevent being caught, Go Shows can only be forced to flee Jiangnan. Now, half a month has passed. His father spent a lot of money to manage his up and down relationships. Go Shows' pornographic incident has been settled. Now, Go Shows, he is back again. Go Shows took sunglasses and stepped down the passenger plane escalator step by step. The sunset over the Shanghai scene. The evening is still so gorgeous and crimson. The entire sky that is mapped is full of radiance. He stretched out his hand and took off his sunglasses, looking up, looking at the crimson sunset on the horizon. The corner of his mouth raised a deep arc. Go Shows are back. Add more to! In addition, I recommend a Migya masterpiece, Taoyuan Mountain Village. Stunning farming text. In addition, continue to ask for monthly tickets! If the monthly ticket is not enough, I let Zhu Otong take Chen Zonging. Kuyiren will be out of play. End. Chapter 512. The gameplay in your circle is messy and exciting. This night, for this city, it may still be calm. However, for the Farstar Group, the Go family. That is a different scene. Crown Prince Go shows. After half a month of entanglement in the scandal, he fled. Now, he has finally returned. His father has taken care of everything for him in Jiangnan. Today, the scandal about Go shows has been suppressed almost everywhere in Jiangnan, and all kinds of news have been deleted. Farstar Group, although not rich enough to be an enemy country, has been involved in the entire summer. However, in this Jiangnan city, the Go family still exists like a emperor. As long as his father Go Xing'ai snaps his fingers, the entire Shanghai and Shanghai markets will all rise. And this time, Go shows returned without telling anyone. A local return. Half a month ago, the scandal incident had already given him a wake-up call. To do things, you need to be low and restrained. Too high profile, it will end up reaping the consequences. After half a month of training, Go shows has adjusted his mood. He returned to Shanghai and took a low Audi A8 car from the international airport all the way back to Guo's villa. There is no good news. No friends from all walks of life congratulate him. This night, he was low and restrained. It seems that a character has changed. Back in the villa, the nanny and aunts had already prepared, and had prepared a sumptuous dinner for him in advance. Taking off his suit jacket, he looked calm and walked into the villa. Sit quietly at the table and enjoy dinner. The housekeeper on the side poured a glass of red wine for him. He shook the wine glass, handed it to the corner of his mouth, and took a sip. The red wine enters the throat. The mellow fragrance fascinates the mouth. A trace of depth flashed in Go shows' eyes. Half a month ago, in the game between him and Kuyiren, he borrowed the battle of public opinion to try to suppress the Ku clique to a devastating effect. But as a result, who would have expected the ending to be reversed? Behind the Ku group, there must be an expert. Although, in the past 2 months, my father had trusted countless relationships, and he couldn't find out who was the one who revealed his scandal behind the scenes. However, this is not important anymore. What if there is assistance behind the Ku group? Through media public opinion, after all, it is just a threat from paper tigers. There is no actual threat, meaning, to be honest, because of the lack of force in reality, the attack can only be carried out in the form of media and public opinion. The stronger the public opinion, the less afraid he will be. This shows that the opponent may not have much strength. The paper tiger behind the Ku group is not that strong either. Not to mention, here, it is in Jiangnan. The mountain is high and the emperor is far away. His Go family is here, and he is the native emperor of Tu. This area of Jiangnan's business community still has him, and the Go family has the final say. A female secretary in the uniform of an owl stood beside Go shows, carefully serving his meal. My son, come back this time. How do you plan to deal with the Ku group? The female secretary asked cautiously. In the past half-month, this newly appointed female secretary has been favored by Go shows and has become Go shows' confidant. Go shows' eyes were calm as he shook the red wine in his glass. This glass of red wine. How much do you think worth? Go shows muttered. When the female secretary heard the words, she was taken aback and said cautiously, my son, this glass of wine. It should be worth hundreds of thousands. In 1982, Lafayette Castle crafted red wine. One bottle is worth tens of millions. And such a small cup of liquid in Go shows' cup is worth hundreds of thousands. The female secretary was a little puzzled, looking at the son in doubt. She didn't understand. The son asked the meaning of this sentence. The corner of Go shows' mouth raised a deep arc. My Go family is not short of money. So, you should take advantage of the Go family, right? He toasted and took a sip of red wine. Upon hearing these words, the female secretary on the side had her beautiful eyes condensed slightly. She understood. Before, all the methods of the young master, even Wendu, even Wadu, were not the advantage of the Go family. whether it is a public opinion attack or various assassinations. Neither is the Go family's strong point. Will also provoke a show to the Go family. The son of the Sun had been carrying some assaults here before. For the Go family, the biggest advantage of the former richest man in the south of the Yangtze River is not a network of influences. When it comes to the power of connections, the Go family, a businessman, cannot be compared with the figures in the temple at all. The real advantage of the Go family is money. Looking at the entire Shanghai Sea, who has the Go family and rich? Who can be richer than the Go family? The Go family's huge commercial monopoly over the years in Shanghai, and Shanghai has almost formed the wealth situation of the Jiangnan Emperor. This is the advantage of the Go family. Take advantage. After a bleak Go shows finally came to his senses. If you want to compare with Q's group, you should use your own advantages. Use money, smash it. In this world, there is only money, and any problem will not be a problem. Money can make ghosts go ahead. Go shows toasted, sipped all the red wine in the glass. Kang Dang. With a light force on his fingers, the goblet was broken into pieces by the way. Weiner, I will avenge your grudges for you. In his pupils, there was an unprecedented murderous intent. A month ago, Secretary Ning Wan, the vengeance of being killed, he always remembered, whether it is for the face of the Go family, or for his love of Ning Wan. This grudge must be reported. On the side, the female secretary was cautious and poured another glass of red wine for him. Go shows took advantage of the situation and took the female secretary in his arms. I want you, feed me a drink. Hearing these words, the female secretary's pretty face turned red. She gently picked up the wine glass and took a sip of the red wine in her mouth. Use his own mouth temperature to warm up the red wine. Then, she put her lips gently to Go Show's lips. Wrap the red wine liquid with my own sandalwood. Bit by bit, slowly feeding it into Go Show's mouth. Go Shows hugged her and sucked hard, not letting go. Wait, with a woman's mouth, warm red wine. And finally feed it to a man. This way, in your circle, is called cherry wine. Women's lips are like cherries. Warm red wine for men. The gameplay in your circle is messy and exciting. And Go Shows, tonight will favor this female secretary. The wine is drunk, the night is sultry. After tonight, tomorrow will be a new Chebel war. One night, deep as a note. The next day, 4 o'clock in the morning. It is the moment when people sleep the deepest. Purple Garden Villa, in the mansion area. Chen Zhongying lay quietly on the bed, falling asleep. The whole room was dark and quiet. However, at this moment, he was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes. In the dark room, his pupils like beasts, emitting a green light. He noticed the horrible atmosphere floating in the air. Swish. There seems to be a dark shadow, flashing away from the balcony! Someone sneaked into his villa! Chen Zhongying's pupils condensed, and his body suddenly rose into the air. Then, his body was as fast as lightning, and he slammed toward the outside of the balcony of night at 4 o'clock in the morning. Chasing away. Boom. His figure quickly jumped off the balcony several meters high. His pupils are exuding a dark green glow, and his body is like a cheetah, flashing towards the night in front of the lawn, and chasing away. Chapter 513 Grim Reaper, I look forward to seeing each other. Boom. His figure quickly jumped off the balcony several meters high. His pupils are exuding a dark green glow, and his body is like a cheetah, flashing towards the night in front of the lawn, and chasing away. 4 o'clock in the morning. Outside the lawn at night, the December cold was bitterly cold. Chen Zhongying's body exploded, and he chased in the dark night. He could feel the fluctuations of the terrifying aura coming from the front. That is, the high temperature heat emitted by living organisms. That is a terrifying character. In the middle of the night, sneak into his villa! At this moment, how could Chen Zhongying let him leave! On the lawn of the night, his figure rushed and pursued through the golf park, all the way to chase for several kilometers. In the end, His figure stopped because that terrifying high-temperature fluctuation disappeared. As one of the most terrifying code names in the third sector, Chen Zhongying possesses 5 keen senses that ordinary people don't have. His sense of smell can perceive any fluctuations in the air, including the perception of air humidity, air temperature, pressure intensity, and the presence of various microorganisms and bacteria in the air. His 5 senses and 5 senses are an ultra-high precision instrument. Just now, in his deep sleep, he just felt the terrifying temperature fluctuations in the air. Therefore, he abruptly got up. That energy fluctuation made him feel a trace of jealousy. His body temperature remains around 70 degrees all year round. However, just now, in a deep sleep, he faintly perceives that the other party's temperature seems to be the same as his body temperature! The other person also has a terrifying body temperature of more than 70 degrees! This! Explain what? Sometimes, the higher the body temperature, it means the body's terrifying function the stronger. The other party is a horror figure no less than Chen Zhongying! This is simply a horror figure who might be able to compete with Chen Zhongying quietly appeared in front of his villa! In this Shanghai market, Chen Zhong has never encountered such a terrifying figure. If you say yes, a few months ago, the fallen angel who attacked him was one. However, the fallen angel was still lost to deep thought and was eventually killed. But at this moment, Chen Zhongying could clearly perceive that the terrifying figure hiding in the dark night. His strength is not under him at all. In the dark night, his pupils were faint green, staring around an ordinary human eyes. It is impossible to shine in the dark night. However, Chen Zhongying's eyes were like fierce wolves, exuding a terrifying and strange green light in the dark night. Because his pupils have undergone terrible night vision training. Human beings are species that will evolve. Repeated night vision training at super intensity caused his pupils to have fluorescent bodies that resemble wild wolves. This is a common physiological phenomenon in wild animals. There are many special crystal spots on the bottom of the eyes of many animals. These crystal points have a strong ability to reflect light, and can gather the weakly scattered light around them, aggregate them into beams, and reflect them in a concentrated manner. Animals with this kind of glasses generally have a strong nocturnal ability. They can see clearly, in the dark, the movement of any object, the fluctuation of any creature. Moreover, it can reflect infrared light that is invisible to the human eye, and when the infrared light is reflected, it blue shifts and becomes visible light. Wolves, cats, tigers, leopards, owls, etc. all have such night vision pupils. However, Chen Zhong's pupils, like these beasts, exuded this terrifying light. These eyes are the best tool for hunting and assassination in the dark night. Chen Zhongying stood in the dark night lawn, his pupils exuding terror. He glanced around slowly. However, in the whole night, there is no trace at all. That terrifying high temperature fluctuation, as if disappeared in the air completely without a trace. He looked around and confirmed that there were no clues. Only then slowly turned around and left the scene. While turning around, he lightly lit a cigarette. The night is quiet. 10 minutes later, until Chen Zhong left, his figure disappeared in the distance. In the artificial lake not far from the lawn, a beautiful shadow slowly emerged. Long black hair, dark red outfit. Her facial features are as beautiful as suffocating. Her pupils, like Chen Zhongying, exuded a terrible light. It's just the the dark red glow emanating from her pupils. Step by step, the beautiful woman slowly walked out of the artificial lake. The red pupils, in the dark night, exuded a terrible breath. It's beautiful, but it makes people fearful. This is a woman like a devil. Her red pupils stared at the direction of Chen Zhongying's villa not far away, for a long time. Then, the corner of her mouth raised a deep arc. Reaper, I am looking forward to seeing you again. Her beautiful magnetic voice, muttering to herself, floated in the air. Then the next second, her figure swish, with a sound, like a ghost. She disappeared in the same place in a flash. Come without a trace, go without a trace. However, at the same time, with a cigarette in his mouth, Chen Zong went back to his villa along the original road. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the sky was still dark. In the cold winter of December, at 4 o'clock in the morning, people are still falling asleep. He took a deep breath of cigarettes. His eyes calmed. Slowly stepped into the door of the villa. Turn around, come to the living room sofa and sit down. He was smoking a cigarette. His right hand slowly raised. A long black hair is being pinched between his fingers. Chen Zong's eyes were calm, staring at the black strands for a long time. Then, the corners of his mouth raised a deep arc. Divine Phoenix, are you finally here? A few hours later, at 8 o'clock in the morning, in the eastern sky, a touch of white belly finally slowly emerged. The sky is getting brighter, and Chen Zonging, already in the villa, tied a heavy lead sandbag all over his body, and had a frantic morning exercise for 4 hours. Push-ups, 20,000. Sit-ups, 20,000. Grappling, fighting, swordsmanship, all kinds of terrorist killings, constantly changing and rehearsing in his hands. He has undergone the third department, the most terrifying training, and his mind is engraved with thousands of horrible killing techniques. He is a natural killing machine. The terrifying murderous intent permeated the entire villa. 4 hours later, he finally panted and stopped. The tile floor of the villa at the foot is already cracked. A series of terrifying deep-pitted footprints, as if witnessing his that terrifying killing skill. The forehead is already covered with cold water. This is the first time he has conducted such crazy training since he came to Shanghai. At this time, his white and scarred body was also with scary lead sandbags weighing nearly 1,000 catties. He slowly took off the sandbags from his body. On both arms, the sandbag weighs 200 catties, and the lead mass on the legs weighs a full 500 catties. Then, there is a sandbag on the back, 300 catties. Just now, he was carrying 1,000 catties of weight and was doing terrifying physical training. That's why the entire villa's ground was trampled and cracked. Chapter 514. Who is the pawn? Dan Lodawang. Just now, he was carrying 1,000 catties of weight and was doing terrifying physical training. That's why the entire villa's ground was trampled and cracked. This kind of endurance is simply horrible. An ordinary human weighs only more than 100 catties. However, the weight of 1,000 catties of lead, which is equivalent to the weight of 10 adult men on one's body. This is simply, ordinary humans can't bear such terrifying weight at all. 1,000 catties of lead is pressed on the body. I am afraid it will be crushed to the ground on the spot, and an ambulance will be called on the spot. In the world, the largest muscular man, Arnold Schwarzenegger, his maximum squat limit is only 400 pounds. Moreover, it is already the limit. All my muscles exploded before I could squat up once. However, this Chen Zong is directly bearing 1,000 catties! 4 hours of crazy training! This is simply! One person, with a weight of 1,000 kilograms. 4 hours of crazy extreme training. This is not just abnormal, rather, it's a fantasy. This is not a human body at all, rather, the devil. Since the early morning hours, the woman appeared silently, and Chen Zong knew that he couldn't avoid it. It's time to come, it's coming. 2 years ago, that undecided decisive battle will eventually continue. That, the horror woman code-named Divine Phoenix, is the only one in the past 2 years who can draw with him in a draw with no outcome. That woman belongs to the same organization as him. The third department. Work for the same department. According to departmental regulations, they are colleagues. But, in terms of feelings, they are mortal enemies. Perhaps, to be more precise, for that woman, he was a deadly enemy. 2 years ago, he was codenamed Divine Phoenix. chasing and killing the gods frantically. That battle was called the Forbidden War within the third sector. The two strongest horror code names, a battle of life and death. In that battle, the entire third sector was almost destroyed. In order to control the two, the third department even imprisoned them in the underground headquarters base, a secret prison. As a result, the entire underground base prison was directly destroyed. Even the prison at the base cannot hold these two people. The two went into a battle, and the outcome was unclear. That battle shocked. Then, death suddenly disappeared, hiding in the world. Since then, the battle between the two has ended. Kyoto, the third sector, finally restored peace. And, today, death is here. That statue, the horrible code name in Kyoto, the Divine Phoenix, also followed the world. The Phoenix flew in 1,000 Renxi, and looked down at Di Hui, the gods of the nine heavens. The killing of the Phoenix, the third sector, the terrifying Chinese character code, Shenhuang. Between the two, it was destined to. There was a battle of life and death. Either you die, or I live. In the villa, Shenzong slowly removed the terrifying lead pieces on his body, and his body finally regained its agility. The white body was covered with scars and scars, covering one piece after another. He hasn't encountered such an opponent for a long time. Code name, Divine Phoenix. It is a terrifying code name that even his death dare not underestimate. Therefore, Shenzonging must take it seriously. The whole body is trained with heavy lead weights, just to rapidly improve your physical functions. Make yourself faster, more ruthless, and more terrifying. That woman is the only one. He dare not take it lightly. Otherwise, the possibility of death is himself. Turn around, walk into the bathroom, and turn on the faucet. Let the icy cold water pour on him. There was an unprecedented depth in Shenzong's eyes. Jiangnan is messy enough. Now, even the terrifying code name, Divine Phoenix, suddenly stepped in. Things are already out of control. He faintly felt that there was a huge black hand behind it, laying a net of heaven and earth. Everything. People in the net. It seems that they are all chess pieces, including his of death himself. Shenzong's eyes condensed slightly. Look at it against the chess game. He is very curious, who is capable, can play such a game in Jiangnan. After taking a cold shower, Shenzonging walked out of the bathroom. Wipe clean the skin and put on a white shirt. However, before putting on the suit jacket, he suddenly he tied the thick heavy lead on his arms and legs again. A whole piece of lead weighing 1,000 catties is completely tied to the body. It made him feel as if he was crushed by Mount Tai, walking extremely hard, bearing several times the weight. However, Shenzonging still looked cold and calm, as if nothing had happened. He slowly put on his suit jacket. Putting on the suit jacket, his whole person can't see anything unusual at all. Except for the weight of the body, there is nothing unusual under the suit jacket. Today, crises are constantly emerging. In order to keep your super strong body functions at all times, he must be suitable to keep himself at the peak of his strength. The weight-bearing lead is just for your body, muscles, bones, blood vessels and meridians, to endure strength exercises at any time. After getting dressed, he put on his tie, buttoned up, and left the villa calmly. He lit a cigarette. His eyes were calm, and he slowly walked towards the Kiss Villa on the opposite side. It's just that while he stepped on the lawn step by step with his leather shoes, under the lawn, there were traces of deeply sunken leather shoe footprints, because he was carrying a heavy weight of lead coupled with his own weight. 300 catties. His body weight at this time has exceeded 1,300 catties. This horrible weight is almost the combined weight of 10 adult men. Therefore, every time he stepped on the next step, the soil under his feet would be dented. Step by step, he stepped on the lawn and came to the Ku family manor. At the entrance of the manor, the bodyguards who were safely stationed around, when they saw Mr. Chen, they saluted respectfully. It's just that when their eyes swept towards the lawn ground that Mr. Chen had just walked on, everyone's expressions were shocked and astonished. under Mr. Chen's feet, wherever he stepped on. Deep leather shoe prints, sunken on the lawn. This! Exclamation mark. At this moment, all the bodyguards were all shocked by this scene. At the same time, Chen Zong's eyes were calm, wearing a suit, and slowly stepping into the Kiss villa. Inside the villa hall, at the table, the hearty breakfast is ready. The Ku family, sitting at the dining table, quietly waiting for Mr. Chen's visit. When Mr. Chen crossed the door and entered, everyone prepared and started to eat. Xiao Chen, sit down quickly. Eat together. Patriarch Ku Huihai, sitting at the dining table, greeted. Chen Zongzong was smoking a cigarette. His eyes calm. Slowly came to the table, pulled a mahogany chair away, and sat down slowly. But, as he just sat down, hey! Suddenly, the mahogany chair under him cracked directly. Boom! A cry. The mahogany chair under Chen Zonging's body was directly crushed and exploded by a huge amount of force. Chen Zonging's body was carrying a heavy weight of lead. At this time, even this mahogany chair could not bear the weight of his body. Chapter 515 Remembrance. Xiao Chen, sit down quickly. Eat together. Patriarch Ku Huihai, sitting at the dining table, greeted. Chen Zongzong was smoking a cigarette. His eyes calm. Slowly came to the table, pulled a mahogany chair away, and sat down slowly. But, as he just sat down, suddenly, the mahogany chair under him cracked directly. Boom! A cry. The mahogany chair under Chen Zonging's body was crushed and cracked by a huge amount of force. Chen Zonging's body is heavy with heavy lead. At this moment, even this mahogany chair cannot bear the weight of his body. The Kuyiran on the side had beautiful eyes, dull and stunned, watching this scene dully. What's the situation? Sister Ku Shuang, her pretty face, is also dumbfounded. Let me go. You broke my chair. Ku Shuang's voice was shocked, like a frightened bird, completely shocked by this scene. Ku Huihai, who was directly above the dining table, also looked shocked, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This fucking ? Sit down and collapse the mahogany chair? This set of mahogany chairs is an artwork that he spent tens of millions of dollars and photographed from a master craftsman. Ku Huihai resisted the urge to drip blood in his heart and called to the nanny, clean up, and bring Mr. Chen a new chair. The babysitter nodded and hurriedly came over from the dining table, another mahogany chair, and placed it in front of Chen Zonging. No, take it away. Elite while standing. Chen Zonging's voice was calm and indifferent, and said slowly. Then, he ignored the table. The Ku family looked surprised. He just stood in front of the table, holding the plate, and enjoying the steak. The whole scene, very shocked. At the dinner table, the Ku family of four. At this moment, Chen Zonging's body weight has already been loaded, and the weight of more than 1,000 catties is on him, and the ordinary chair really cannot bear its weight. So, he simply stood and ate directly. There is no need to break another chair. Standing at the dining table, he was so calm and indifferent, enjoying the steak. At this time, the morning news was playing on the TV set in the Villa restaurant. In the TV news, the host looked in memory and solemnly reported today's news. Today is the 6th National Memorial Day for the victims of the NJ massacre. 82 years ago, on December 13, the Chinese invaded and captured NJ, carried out a tragic massacre. From 1937 to 2019, 82 years have passed, but the atrocities of Tsinghua in the NJ massacre are as clear as yesterday. Currently, there are only 78 registered survivors of the Jinling massacre. The survivors will eventually die, but history will last forever. Today, in the name of hot summer, together with the world, we mourn, cherish and remember this history. This morning, at 10:01, the whole city in the south of the Yangtze River will sound an alarm. When the alarm sounds throughout the city, if you are walking on the road, please stop. If you are swiping your phone, please put it down temporarily. If you are driving, Please stop and whistle. No matter where you are or what you are doing, please leave a minute to mourn the victims of the NJ massacre. Let us use the simplest action to express our deepest grief. Cuse Villa, in front of the manor table. When hearing this news report, the Ku family at the dinner table fell silent. Jinling massacre. Remember the national disaster. Today is the public sacrifice day of the 6th year. Kuihui side. If the people are strong, the country is strong. In the hot summer, from a backward country, able to develop now, such a turbulent country, everything experienced in it cannot be said to have gone through hardships. Kuyiran and Kushwangxu also slowly put down their chopsticks. Although Kushwang is naughty and playful, in front of the overall situation, there is still a perspective on the overall situation. Who can survive the national disaster? At the dinner table, the Ku family all put down their chopsticks and bowed their heads in silence. Even Chen Zonging, who was standing at the dining table, put down his knife and fork. Staring at the TV screen, he mourned for a long time. Today is the 6th year of the public sacrifice day. In a blink of an eye, time passed. Those people may pass away, and those history will last forever. It will never be obliterated. This breakfast, in silence, finally ran out. Under Kushwang, carrying a school bag, surrounded by bodyguards. Leave the villa and go to school. And Kuyiran and Chen Zonging also walked out of the villa one after another, ready to go to work. A caravan of 10 Mercedes-Benzes stopped quietly at the gate of Kiss Manor. The bodyguards were stationed around. A bodyguard stepped forward respectfully and opened the door of Lieutenant General's Maybach car. Kuyiran's beautiful eyes were calm, and he slowly stepped into the Maybach car. Chen Zongxing was smoking a cigarette. His eyes were calm and indifferent, and he got into the car immediately. But when he just stepped into the Maybach car, the whole car sank sharply. The entire body tilts instantly. There seems to be a huge force, crushing the seat of the Maybach car. Even the shock absorbers of the car, and even the entire tires are somewhat unbearable. The Kuyiran on the side turned his head in amazement and looked at Mr. Chen in surprise? Obviously, where he sat down, the whole car was sunken, and it tilted seriously. Outside the Maybach car, the security guards are also dumbfounded? Watching this scene in disbelief? Mr. Chen. Kuyiran sat aside. Her beautiful eyes were shocked and stared at Chen Zonging in disbelief. Want to ask something, but don't know what to ask? This? What's the situation? What did he bring with him? How could it suddenly become so heavy? Just now, in the morning, he collapsed the mahogany chair. At this time, the Maybach car was tilted to the side again, and the shock absorber of the whole car was sunken. Sitting in the Maybach car, Chen Zong spit out a smoke ring faintly. Don't panic, just carry a heavy lead. Chen Zonging uttered a calm and indifferent voice. Weight bearing, lead block? Kuyiran was taken aback, subconsciously stretched out a finger, reached out in front of Chen Zonging, gently stretched out his hand, and poked his suit jacket. Sure enough, there is a cold iron touch inside the suit? But at this moment, Chen Zong suddenly turned his head. His eyes were cold. He glanced at her. Kuya's pretty face changed, and he apologized again and again. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. I'm just curious. I want to try. Chen Zong turned his head and ignored her. He just sat in the Maybach car, closed his eyes, and faintly puffed out smoke rings. And the Kuyi person on the side was already shocked and complicated. He, wearing a weight-bearing lead block? What are you doing? And how heavy is this heavy lead weight? It was possible to tilt the entire car's shock absorbers to the crushed depression. You know, these two Maybach cars may bear the weight of 78 adult men at the same time. But as a result, Mr. Chen sat down alone, and the car's shock absorber was sunken? This is simply. It's the middle of the month. Today, Hangzhou is in heavy fog. Everyone must travel safely. Ask for a monthly pass! Chen Zhongying is about to be by the Gong Girl. Chapter 516 Kangshan is like the sea, and the setting sun is like blood. Weight-bearing, lead block? Ku Yiren was astonished, and subconsciously stretched out a finger, reached out to Chen Zhongying, gently stretched out his hand, and poked his suit jacket. Sure enough, there is a cold iron touch inside the suit? But at this moment, Chen Zhong suddenly turned his head. His eyes were cold. He glanced at her. Ku Yi's pretty face changed, and he apologized again and again. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. I'm just curious, I want to try. Chen Zhong turned his head and ignored her. He just sat in the Maybach car, closed his eyes, and faintly puffed out smoke rings. And the Ku Yi person on the side was shocked and complicated inside. He, wearing a weight-bearing lead block? What are you doing? And how heavy is this heavy lead weight? It was possible to tilt the entire car's shock absorbers to the crushed depression. You know, these two Maybach cars may bear the weight of 78 adult men at the same time. But as a result, Mr. Chen sat down alone, and the car's shock absorber was sunken? This is simply, let's drive. Chen Zhongying said with a hint of impatience in his tone. The bodyguards on the side looked solemn and did not dare to resist, and quickly nodded and got into the Mercedes-Benz car. One by one Mercedes-Benz cars formed a long queue and slowly drove away from the Kiss Villa. The Maybach car in the middle leaned on its side and drove away with some difficulty. Along the way, the Mercedes-Benz fleet drove slowly on the streets. Today's streets seem to be bleak and sober. Today is the Holocaust Memorial Day. Every scorching summer people feel inexplicably complicated and solemn. Even the sound of horns has become much quieter on the streets of Shanghai. Chen Zhongying sat in the Maybach car, his eyes calm and deep. He slowly raised his wrist and glanced at the time on the Omega watch. 9 in the morning. There is still 1 hour before the public sacrifice ceremony at 10 o'clock. The National Memorial Day for the Victims of the Holocaust is a memorial day set up in the hot summer to pay homage to the more than 300,000 compatriots who died in the Holocaust. It demonstrates the firm stand of the Yangtze people against aggressive wars, safeguarding human dignity, and safeguarding world peace. Since 2014, the National Public Memorial Ceremony for the Victims of the Massacre has been held at half-mast at the main venue on December 13 each year. All military areas must take off their hats, bow their heads solemnly, and salute. The flag was lowered to pay tribute to the victims. A year ago, Chen Zhongying was imprisoned on the 18th floor of hell. Cannot participate in the public sacrifice ceremony. Now that he has been released from prison, then as a warrior with the blood of the summer, he should participate in the public sacrifice ceremony. A few minutes later, the Mercedes-Benz fleet slowly stopped in front of the Kiss building. You go up first. Chen Zhongying's voice was indifferent, and he exhorted Ku Yi, if you have anything, call me. I'll go out for a while and come back at noon. He dipped his cigarette, calmly and indifferently, got into a Mercedes-Benz car. Then, in Ku Yiren's surprised and stunned eyes, he drove Mercedes-Benz and drove away quickly. After 1 hour, Jiangnanwu District, Base Headquarters. Tens of thousands of camouflage members are standing in front of the battlefield playground. Tens of thousands of people stood tall and straight, standing on the spot like swords. They are waiting for the beginning of the massacre ritual. However, at the same time, Jiangnanwu District, outside the base, a black Mercedes-Benz S600 car slowly stopped in the jungle hundreds of meters away from the base. As the car door opened, Chen Zhongying's expression was calm and indifferent, and he slowly stepped out of the car. He pinched out the cigarette and trampled it out. Then, looking solemnly and respectfully tidying up his clothes, suits and ties. At this moment, he is going to participate in the national public sacrifice ceremony. As a soldier, it is reasonable to mourn and cherish the memory of our compatriots. He slowly walked to the base's fireproof grid wall. The base of the military area is the important place of military affairs. In general, people are not allowed to enter. Chen Zong did not want to reveal his identity, so he could only sneak in secretly. He slowly squatted down and said, "Boom." The ground under my feet instantly cracked and sunken. Then he bounced into the sky. With a heavy weight of lead, he could still leap into the air like this. This is simply. It can be seen how terrifying is his body limit! Boom. He flew directly over the 5-meter high power grid firewall and landed heavily on the ground in the armed zone. Get up. Dust off the black suit. A touch of solemnity flashed in his eyes. He just wore a suit, step by step, towards the base of the military area. At this time, there were already tens of thousands of people in the Wu district base. The crowd stood in front of the base like a weapon. A long flag fluttered over tens of meters. The red flag flutters in the wind. Chen Zong, just wearing a black suit, slowly blended into the camouflage crowd. All around, the group of camouflage fighters felt weird, but no one said anything. Today is the public sacrifice day. This young man in a suit may be a figure in a temple, so he wore a suit and came to worship. Standing in the camouflage crowd, Chen Zong looked up slightly, looking at the altar a few hundred meters ahead. On the screen, scenes of cruel scenes of the massacre are rolling back. 82 years of blood feud. The revival of the clan in 1982. The great people of the hot summer, now, generation after generation, have gradually recovered from a young sleeping lion and become a monstrous lion. The East wants to know. Mo Dojun travels early, traveling all over the green hills. People are not old. The scenery here is excellent. The peak outside Huicheng City, Dianlian directly Dongming. The soldier pointed to Nanayu, more lush. In the presence, every soldier clenched his fists and looked dignified. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the altar. The shame of the country must not be forgotten. Remember the history, remember the blood and hatred. In the morning, 10 o'clock. On the Wu district playground, a distress alarm sounded. The harsh siren resounded. Echoed the entire sky. There, tens of thousands of soldiers took off their berets together, clenched fists together, and then tens of thousands of people bowed their heads together. Silence, silence. Over tens of meters, the red flag fluttering in the wind slowly dropped by half. Remember history. However, at the same time, tens of kilometers away, Shanghai City, the city center. Similarly, a harsh sirens echoed over the city. There are tens of millions of people in the entire city. Almost Chi stopped his work. On the street, the pedestrians stopped one after another and stopped in silence. On the street, before the traffic lights, cars have braked and stopped consciously. Whistle, warning, mourning. The entire Shanghai and Shanghai markets are in mourning. Q's building, 99th floor, President's office. Ku Yiren stopped working. She had a solemn face, turned around, and came to the floor-tossling window. Looking out the window, endless city views. She slowly lowered her head. Silence. West wind is strong. The sky goose is called Shuang Chenayu. Shuang Chenayu. Horse hoofs shattered, horns swallowed. Xungwen Mandao is really like iron. Now it's stepping forward from the beginning. From the beginning, the mountains are like the sea, and the setting sun is like blood. However, at the same time, on the other side of the Huangpu River, Far Star Group, inside the building, Go Shows, the prince of the Go family, also stood up, standing in front of the French window with deep eyes, staring at Lu Zhui on the opposite side of the riverbank outside the window. He did not bow his head. Instead, slowly lit a cigar. Listen to the sound of the whistle over the city outside the window. The corner of his mouth raised a deep arc. Add more to! Exclamation mark. The is coming soon! Exclamation mark. Brothers who haven't voted for a monthly pass, vote by the way, haha. Chapter 517. It's a young classmate, full of grace. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Jiangnan Wu district, in the base camp, tens of thousands of people stand upright like patients. The red flag, fluttering in the wind, fell to half. 10,000 people, all bowed their heads in silence. High in the sky, the siren sounded, echoing across the mountains. 82-year history of humiliation, let everyone remember. Just like the poem of the hero, Independent Cold Autumn, Xiangjiang River North, Jews is how to see Wanshan red all over, all layers of forests are dyed. The river is full of bitterness, and hundreds of birds compete for current. The eagle hits the sky, and the fish flies on the shallow bottom. Thousands of frosts compete freely. Feeling melancholy, I asked the boundless earth, who is responsible for the ups and downs. Brought 100 lovers to travel, reminiscences of the past rosy years. The classmate is a young boy, with a magnificent vigor. The book business is angry, and he lashes out at Fangku, pointing the country, stimulating the text. The dung was 10,000 households back then. Have you ever remembered that when you hit the water in the middle of the stream, the waves stop the boat? In this world, only the falcon can take the initiative to become the master. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. Ahead, in the endless crowds, Jiangnanwu district. The top bosses of each district, all in uniforms, stood on one side together. Shenbin, the sound of Shengguoji and a group of bigwigs stood by their sides. Because, in front of them, there was still standing an old man with grey hair. The old man wore a dark green uniform and a black robe. His battle hat has been taken off, and he is bowing his head in silence at this time. Can see his full head of silver hair, the feeling of vicissitudes. Although he is old, but in his pupils, they are still radiant, like of war. This is the most supreme existence in Jiangnan W district. Looking at Queen Jiangnan, the moment star medal pinned on his chest was enough to tremble the world. 1 star, Quasar King, P.S. In order not to be caught. From then on the word handsome is not in this book. Replace with the word king. Wang means handsome. That star, the glory is supreme. That 1 star rivals the world. Jiangnan district, martial arts is the highest. The commander of martial arts. 1 star, Lu Kunshan. Today, the public sacrifice day. This, Jiangnan 1 star Quasi King, personally come forward. Standing in front of the public altar, silently mourned on the ground. On the public memorial day, sound the flute and lower the red flag. To mourn the compatriots and remember the national humiliation. Lu Kunshan stood in front of the crowd, bowing his head in silence. The scene was extremely quiet and solemn. However, Lu Kunshan, who bowed his head in silent mourning, did not know why. Faintly feeling a inexplicable sense of coercion. It seems that there is a certain horrible existence around it? Lu Kunshan has been battle tested and has a keen sense of battlefield smell. His gaze turned around subconsciously. A glance at the thousands of people behind him. However, no abnormality was found. Lu Kunshan looked back, and shook his head in doubt. Could it be that he was too old? Have hallucinations? However, at the same time, behind him, there is a sea of camouflage-colored people. A young man in a black suit, Chen Zonging, was standing indifferently and calmly in the crowd. His face was cold, like a lonely sword, just standing in the crowd. Bow your head and observe a moment of silence. The atmosphere is solemn. However, at this moment, that endless sea of people. Suddenly, there was an inexplicable and weird wave. Slowly emerging, floating from a distance. Chen Zonging's calm and indifferent expression changed slightly. He felt the terrible and turbulent breath in the air. Suddenly, he raised his head, his eyes gleaming like a sword. Straight to the sea of people on the left. Endless camouflage crowds. Hundreds of meters away, I saw a woman wearing a red coat, slowly standing in the crowd. A long, jet black hair pouring down like a waterfall, and a silhouette from the back. It is breathtakingly beautiful. At this time, the woman in the red coat was also slowly turning her face. It was beautiful, but with an endless icy face. Slowly, he looked at Chen Zonging, who was hundreds of meters away. Her pair of reddish pupils, staring like swords, swept hundreds of meters away from the sea of people. Chen Zhonging's pupils were horribly blue. However, hundreds of meters away, in the pupils of that woman, there was a touch of dark red, the color of blood. The eyes of the two pupils jumped through hundreds of meters of people, and finally collided. Boom! At this moment, Chen Zong's pupils shrank suddenly. How could he not remember the face of this woman? Exclamation mark. Like a knife hanging in my heart. The third department, Chinese character level agents. Code name, Divine Phoenix. 2 years ago, the Battle of the Forbidden City was undecided. Now, 2 years later. Thousands of kilometers away from the imperial capital, in the water town south of the Yangtze River, two old enemies actually meet again! Exclamation mark. Divine Phoenix found this place! Exclamation mark. This woman, all the way, follow herself to this point! Exclamation mark. At this moment, the air seemed silent. Hundreds of meters away, Divine Phoenix's beautiful eyes stared at Chen Zonging deeply. Her red lips made a charming smile. Killing laugh. Divine Phoenix smiled, and nirvana sealed his throat. However, on Chen Zong's icy face, a profound dark also appeared. The moment of 0 and 1 second. At the moment of breathing in the blink of an eye. The two people separated by hundreds of meters in a sea of people. Chi. The right hand swiveled. Zheng. At the same moment, weapons appeared between the two right hands. Divine Phoenix's right hand, blood-red sword, exuded chills. Weapon, nirvana. The blood-red body of the sword is like the blood of a demon. However, in Chen Zong's right hand, a black weird weapon also appeared. Weapon, Devil May Cry. Pure black hideous blade, like tears of the devil. Next second, the right hands of the two moved at the same time. Lightning strikes. No one moves. The blade comes out first. Wow! Swish. Two sharp blades, at the same time. Cut through the void. Dove. The blood-red nirvana whizzed to the air, and the blade quickly wiped across the air, making a faint sound of air friction, just like a phoenix. Woo! The black devil cried, shooting out crazily, and the hideous barbed blade flew across the air, making a hideous sound like the cry of an evil ghost. At this moment, there are tens of thousands of soldiers all in surprise. Surprise! Exclamation mark. Everyone reacted for a while? Question mark. This is? Question mark. Everyone was stunned by the sudden explosion of two weapon blades in the air. Question mark. Almost, in the blink of an eye, the two weapons pierced a distance of hundreds of meters, and slammed into the sea and the sky. Glang! The violent clash of two weapons resounded through the void. Metal sparks are flying. Two silhouettes passed by quickly. Zheng. The Divine Phoenix and the Death God shot at the same time, rushing as fast as lightning. The two shot at the same time, grabbing their respective weapons. Almost, the moment of 0 and 1 second. Clang clang. One black, one red, two figures, like a demon lightning, bombarding like crazy. The soldiers present were almost in the blink of an eye. The two have gone through 300 rounds. At the same time, ahead, in front of the public altar, Lu Kunshan looked shocked, and suddenly turned around. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Jiangnanwu district, in the base camp, tens of thousands of people stand upright like patients. The red flag, fluttering in the wind, fell to half. 10,000 people, all bowed their heads in silence. High in the sky, the siren sounded, echoing across the mountains. 82-year history of humiliation, let everyone remember. Just like the poem of the hero, Independent Cold Autumn, Xiangjiang River North, Jews is how to see Wanshan red all over, all layers of forests are dyed. The river is full of bitterness, and hundreds of birds compete for current. The eagle hits the sky, and the fish flies on the shallow bottom. Thousands of frosts compete freely. Feeling melancholy, I asked the boundless earth, who is responsible for the ups and downs. Brought 100 lovers to travel, reminiscences of the past rosy years. The classmate is a young boy, with a magnificent vigor. The book business is angry, and he lashes out at Fanku, pointing the country, stimulating the text. The dung was 10,000 households back then. Have you ever remembered that when you hit the water in the middle of the stream, the waves stop the boat? In this world, only the falcon can take the initiative to become the master. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. Ahead, in the endless crowds, Jiangnan district. The top bosses of each district, all in uniforms, stood on one side together. Shenbin, the sound of Shengguoji and a group of bigwigs stood by their sides. Because, in front of them, there was still standing an old man with grey hair. The old man wore a dark green uniform and a black robe. His battle hat has been taken off, and he is bowing his head in silence at this time. Can see his full head of silver hair, the feeling of vicissitudes. Although he is old, but in his pupils, they are still radiant, like of war. This is the most supreme existence in Jiangnan W district. Looking at Queen Jiangnan, the moment star medal pinned on his chest was enough to tremble the world. 1 star, Quasar King, P.S. In order not to be caught. From then on the word handsome is not in this book. Replace with the word king. Wang means handsome. That star, the glory is supreme. That 1 star rivals the world. Jiangnan district, martial arts is the highest. The commander of martial arts. 1 star, Lu Kunshan. Today, the public sacrifice day. This, Jiangnan 1 star Quasi King, personally come forward. Standing in front of the public altar, silently mourned on the ground. On the public memorial day, sound the flute and lower the red flag to mourn the compatriots and remember the national humiliation. Lu Kunshan stood in front of the crowd, bowing his head in silence. The scene was extremely quiet and solemn. However, Lu Kunshan, who bowed his head in silent mourning, did not know why. Faintly feeling a inexplicable sense of coercion. It seems that there is a certain horrible existence around it? Lu Kunshan has been battlely tested and has a keen sense of battlefield smell. His gaze turned around subconsciously. A glance at the thousands of people behind him. However, no abnormality was found. Lu Kunshan looked back and shook his head in doubt. Could it be that he was too old? Have hallucinations? However, at the same time, behind him, there is a sea of camouflage-colored tens of thousands of people. A young man in a black suit, Chen Zonging, was standing indifferently and calmly in the crowd. His face was cold, like a lonely sword, just standing in the crowd. Bow your head and observe a moment of silence. The atmosphere is solemn. However, at this moment, that endless sea of people. Suddenly, there was an inexplicable and weird wave. Slowly emerging, floating from a distance. Exclamation mark. Chen Zonging's calm and indifferent expression changed slightly. He felt the terrible and turbulent breath in the air. Suddenly, he raised his head, his eyes gleaming like a sword. Straight to the sea of people on the left. Endless camouflage crowds, hundreds of meters away. I saw a woman wearing a red coat, slowly standing in the crowd. A long, jet black hair pouring down like a waterfall, and a silhouette from the back. It is breathtakingly beautiful. At this time, the woman in the red coat was also slowly turning her face. It was beautiful, but with an endless icy face. Slowly, he looked at Chen Zonging, who was hundreds of meters away. Her pair of reddish pupils, staring like swords, swept hundreds of meters away from the sea of people. Chen Zonging's pupils were horribly blue. However, hundreds of meters away, in the pupils of that woman, there was a touch of dark red, the color of blood. The eyes of the two pupils jumped through hundreds of meters of people, and finally collided. Boom! At this moment, Chen Zong's pupils shrank suddenly. How could he not remember the face of this woman? Exclamation mark. Like a knife hanging in my heart. The third department, Chinese character level agents. Code name, Divine Phoenix. 2 years ago, the Battle of the Forbidden City was undecided. Now, 2 years later. Thousands of kilometers away from the imperial capital, in the water town south of the Yangtze River, two old enemies. Actually, meet again! Exclamation mark. Divine Phoenix, found this place! Exclamation mark. This woman, all the way. Follow herself to this point! Exclamation mark. At this moment, the air seemed silent. A few hundred meters away, Divine Phoenix's beautiful eyes stared deeply at Chen Zhongying. Her red lips made a charming smile. Killing laugh. Divine Phoenix smiled, and Nirvana sealed his throat. However, on Chen Zhong's icy face, a profound dark also appeared. The moment of 0 and 1 second. At the moment of breathing in the blink of an eye, the two people separated by hundreds of meters in a sea of people. Chi. The right hand spins. Zheng. At the same moment, weapons appeared between the two right hands. Divine Phoenix's right hand, blood-red sword, exuded chills. Weapon, Nirvana. The blood-red body of the sword is like the blood of a demon. However, in Chen Zhong's right hand, a black weird weapon also came out of his body. Weapon, Devil May Cry. Pure black hideous blade, like tears of the devil. Next second, the right hands of the two moved at the same time. Lightning strikes. No one moves. The blade comes out first. Wow! Swish. Two sharp blades, at the same time cut through the void. Dove. The blood-red Nirvana whizzed to the air, and the blade quickly wiped across the air, making a faint sound of air friction, just like a phoenix. Woo! The black devil cried, shooting out crazily, and the hideous barbed blade flew across the air, making a hideous sound like the cry of an evil ghost. At this moment, there are tens of thousands of soldiers all in surprise surprise! Exclamation mark. Everyone reacted for a while? Question mark. This is? Question mark. Everyone was stunned by the sudden explosion of two weapon blades in the air. Question mark. Almost, in the blink of an eye, the two weapons pierced a distance of hundreds of meters, and slammed into the sea and the sky. Glang! The violent clash of two weapons resounded through the void. Metal sparks are flying. Two silhouettes passed by quickly. Zheng. The Divine Phoenix and the Death God shot at the same time, rushing as fast as lightning. The two shot at the same time, grabbing their respective weapons. Almost, the moment of 0 and 1 second. Clang clang. One black, one red, two figures, like a demon lightning, bombarding like crazy. The soldiers present were almost in the blink of an eye. The two have gone through 300 rounds. At the same time, ahead, in front of the public altar, Lu Kanshan looked shocked, and suddenly turned around. Chapter 518 Tigers and Dragons beat the past. Clang clang. One black, one red, two figures, like a demon lightning, bombarding like crazy. The soldiers present almost blinked an eye. The two have gone through 300 rounds of recruiting. At the same time, ahead, in front of the public altar, Lu Kanshan looked shocked, and suddenly turned around. But when he turned around, the two figures in the crowd have long since disappeared. Exclamation mark. There are only tens of thousands of people present. A shock. Question mark. Everyone looked around in astonishment. Question mark. Just now, those two figures, all of a sudden, just disappeared. This! Exclamation mark. Is it an illusion? Question mark. Or a ghost? Question mark. All the soldiers looked shocked. Unbelievable! Exclamation mark. They looked at each other. Question mark. Can't believe it. But, in the middle of the sea of people, the remaining ground crack seems to be confirming what happened just now. The two men fought violently, causing the ground in the middle of the entire sea of people to be trampled on, a scary trace of cracks and depressions. All the soldiers present changed their faces. This is not an illusion. But, what about those two people? Question mark. However, at the same time, in front of the public altar, Lu Kanshan's expression was shocked. He was sure that he heard the sound of Devil May Cry that broke through the air. That voice, you will never hear it wrong. Then in the next second, he suddenly knelt down on one knee, Commander Lu ... I can't make it. The high-level people on the side changed their expressions, and they quickly tried to dissuade and help Lu Kunshan, but the first person in the Jiangnan martial arts world! If he kneels, it would be against the sky, the whole Jiangnan, who can make Commander Lu kneel down! However, Lu Kunshan simply ignored the obstacles of everyone around him. With a cry, directly on one knee, kneel down fiercely. Jiangnan Wu District, First Commander, Lu Kunshan. See you, handsome. Wow! In the audience, tens of thousands of people. Chi was frightened by this scene! Lu, Commander Lu, who is under one person and over 10,000 people, actually? Kneel down on one knee, doing such a ritual? In the whole Jiangnan, who can have that qualification? Let Commander Lu bow down? But today, at this moment, the scene before me shocked all the soldiers present. Unbelievable. Commander Lu, who is over 90 years old, dignified, on Starquacer King, actually kneeling on one knee? It's it. In the next second, tens of thousands of people ... kneel down on both knees! Everyone, kneel down! There were 10,000 people present, and none of them dared to be half a head higher than Lu's command. Kneel down together. Joke. Even Commander Lu knelt down. These 10,000 people, who would dare to stand? In everyone's hearts, they were shocked and amazed. Recalling the words that Commander Lu yelled just now. See you ... dead handsome. Who is it? But, at this time ... in the crowd, they have already ... not seen those two figures. Only 10,000 people were present, bowing down together. The scene was shocking and inexplicable. Lu Kunshan knelt on one knee, his eyes were agitated, and he looked around. He tried, looking for the handsome figure. Just now, he was very clear ... heard that sound. Devil May Cry. That is, a handsome weapon. It is impossible for him to forget the sound of Devil May Cry. This is the sound of this devil cry, the entire western border trembling, countless Xirong Japanese pirates, trembling together. A few years ago, in the encirclement and suppression battle in the western region, the deadly commander led the crowd and raging battle. That battle trembled the history of summer. Thousands of people, slaughtered tens of thousands of enemies. Where Devil May Cry passes, the wind screams, and the direction is invincible. In that battle, Lu Kunshan was named the Starquacer King. Zongshan turns pale yellow in wind and rain. Millions of heroes have crossed the river. The tiger and the dragon beat the past, turns upside down and generous. It is advisable for the remaining brave to pursue the poor. Don't be famous for learning overlord. If the sky is sentimental, the sky is also old. The road we have taken now, in the blink of an eye for several years. Lu Kunshan, actually ... in this Jiangnan, once again ... heard the cry of devil's cry. This is simply, he knelt on one knee, his old face trembling with excitement and tears. That young man, who is only more than 20 years old, is Lu Kunshan, the most respected person in his life. Handsome. The dead man who had disappeared for many years actually reappeared. Lu Kunshan knelt on the ground for a long time. He didn't get up until his knees were numb. At this time, the dead handsome ... has already disappeared from the base's crowds, as if he had never appeared before. There is no shadow, nowhere to go. Just like a ghost. However, at the same time, hundreds of meters away from Wu Base in Jiangnan District, on the highway, a flaming red Ferrari 488 GT is parked on the side of the road. A beautiful figure in a red coat with a cold face, stepping on high heels, step by step to the Ferrari sports car. She had a cold face and pressed down the key to the sports car. The sports car is unlocked. Divine Phoenix's expression was cold, and slowly got into the Ferrari sports car. Puff. She just got into the sports car, she couldn't help it anymore. and a mouthful of sweet blood spurted out. Red blood stains splashed on the steering wheel of the sports car. Her complexion became extremely pale, and her beautiful red lips were stained with bright red. Just now, and the of death, in the blink of an eye. A violent attack. This Chinese character-level agent, known as one of the strongest in the third sector, couldn't help but surging in blood, and was directly injured by the bombardment, vomiting blood. The Divine Phoenix complexion was as cold, sitting on the sports car chair, slowly wiping off the blood stains on the corners of his mouth. She adjusted her breath to calm herself down. The battle just now was just a trial in advance. Test the current strength of the of death. It seems that these years... Reaper has disappeared for a long time. Strength does not decrease but increases. This Divine Phoenix's beautiful eyes condensed slightly, and an unprecedented icy cold emerged in the eyes. Anyway, to kill him, she will do whatever it takes. The future is long. Kill a person, don't rush for a while. Anyway, she already knew the location of the of death. In this mere south of the Yangtze River, death can't escape the palm of his hand. Boom. The engine roared. The Ferrari sports car started and whizzed away. However, at this time, on the other side of the mountain road, a black Mercedes-Benz S600 is slowly driving down the road. Chen Zhongying was sitting in the car, driving the car with a cigarette ring in his mouth, faintly vomiting. His complexion was still calm, without the slightest disturbance. It seemed that the terrible battle with Divine Phoenix just now was nothing but scratching to him. Only, in his right hand holding the steering wheel, a trace of scarlet is flowing along the right arm, slowly overflowing. The scarlet blood stained the sleeves of his white shirt. Just now, in a battle with Divine Phoenix, he also saw blood. This is the first time he has seen red in battle. Looking at the whole world, there are almost few people who can wound his death. Chen Zong took a deep breath, and the breath in his pupils became deeper and deeper. He raised his wrist, picked up a tissue, and slowly wiped off the blood spilling on his right arm. Just now, that terrible trick. As a result, his entire right arm was a little numb at this time. On the right arm, the 200 jin of lead sandbag wrapped around was also twisted and deformed by the bombardment. It can be seen that the power of that woman is terrifying. Seeing this scene, the corner of Chen Zong's mouth flashed with a deep touch. After years of absence, that woman is strong again. It's just, I don't know. If I take away the heavy lead from my body. Another battle, what will be the result? Chapter 519. The leftovers should be brave to chase the poor. Noon. Chen Zong drove the Mercedes-Benz S600 back to the Ke Group building. At this time, his expression looked a little solemn. The sudden arrival of Divine Phoenix gave him a premonition of anxiety. Originally, his mission this time was highly classified. Even in the third sector, apart from Zhang Yazu, the rest, almost no one knows his whereabouts. But now, his mission and whereabouts seem to have been revealed suddenly. Divine Phoenix, why would you know that he is in Jiangnan? This is a difficult woman. It is also one of Chen Zhongying's strongest enemies in the third sector. The legendary third sector does not coexist peacefully, as the outside world said. There is no peace in this mysterious department. Thinking of this, Chen Zong's eyes were even more profound and sharp. The only thing he could think of, someone who could reveal his whereabouts. That is, Zhang Yazu. Apart from this, there is no one else. However, if his whereabouts are really revealed by Zhang Yazu, then why does he not find someone to cover up? So naked, revealing his whereabouts to Divine Phoenix. Then I can guess almost without guessing. Could it be someone who blamed Zhang Yazu? Or, at this moment, Chen Zhongying's eyes became a little complicated. The forces behind are getting more and more chaotic. Moreover, it is difficult to control. He shook his head and lit a cigarette, not thinking so much anymore. All he has to do now is to complete the task at hand and find out the whereabouts of the Bible. Take the elevator to the 99th floor. Chen Zong went straight back to his office. Take out a book from the bookshelf. Then he let it go. sat down on the chair. Crack, a cry. The entire chair under him couldn't bear the enormous force of his body. The whole chair broke and shattered in an instant. In the office, in the ruins, Chen Zhongying got up from the ground in embarrassment. The heavy weight of lead made it difficult for him to even sit down. Helpless, he could only call his secretary Sun Xu. Let him change himself to a new chair, and it must be a chair made of high-strength steel. Jiangnan is quiet. However, at the same time, on the other side of the Huangpu River, Far Star Group, the headquarters of the building, Prince Go Shous, with a calm and indifferent expression, held an unprecedented meeting of executives and collective shareholders within the group. In the meeting room, Far Star Group and all senior shareholders were seated together. Today, in the sitting room, everyone's worth combined is enough to set off a storm of wealth in the south of the Yangtze River. Each of these people is worth more than 11 figures. Everyone's assets cannot be counted with the fingers of two palms. Yuanxing Group has been developing for more than 10 years, from reform and opening up to the present, continuous expansion. Its subsidiaries involve real estate, energy, mining, medicine, finance and insurance, etc. A series of profiteering industries. Whatever makes money, just develop it. Today, Yuanxing Group has an unprecedented scale. The high-level administrators and shareholders of the Far Star Group have also become vested interests. Each has become a super-rich existence worth tens of billions. At this time, these tens of billionaires were called together and sat in this conference room together. In the entire conference room, everyone's worth adds up to hundreds of billions of dollars. Enough to shake the entire Shanghai and Shanghai markets. Go Shou stood in front of the conference table in a light blue suit, with a cigar in his mouth. The executives in the audience sat one after another, looking at Go Shou's. The Go family prince, after half a month's time, now seems to be more calm and restrained. Today, I call everyone here for nothing else, just to discuss how to deal with the Ku Group. Go Shous took a deep sip of his cigar, then pulled a chair away and sat down slowly at the conference table. He sat on a chair with Erlang's legs tilted. His eyes scanned the people in the meeting room meaningfully. Among the executives present here is the person in charge of the real estate project, a person in charge of financial insurance. There are people in charge of shopping malls and hotels. Almost covers many profiteering industries. The people in charge looked at each other, and then began to express their advice. It's better. From the real estate industry, surround the Ku Group. A real estate executive raised his hand and said, I think it's better to use the strong one. The Ku Group, a small pharmaceutical company, can only be forced to win, which saves much money. An executive of the security group project expressed his opinion. The senior executives held different opinions and spoke in succession. And Go Shous, with Erlang's legs upright, sat in the chair calmly, listening to everyone's speech. The corner of his mouth raised a faint and deep arc. I think, from the financial point of view, it is better to target. Just then, another person in charge of finance and insurance raised his hand and said, a crowd of people looked at each other one after another, holding different opinions. However, at this moment, Go Shous, who was sitting directly above, suddenly spoke. Pharaoh, I agree with your point of view. Go Shous took a deep sip of his cigar, with a deep look in his eyes. Either don't fight, if you want to fight. Just fight a financial war. The corners of Go Shous' mouth raised a radian. Very strange. The expressions of all the executives present were a bit complicated and puzzled. Financial war? However, the Ku Group. Recently, the performance in the share market has been very strong. The Ku Group now has a lot of good news. It is difficult for us to short them. An executive hesitated and said cautiously, indeed, for the share market, there are two important points. The first point is money. The second point is good news. If a company has major positive news that causes public opinion to praise it, then this company can perform well in the stock market. For example, some time ago, the market for new energy vehicles performed strongly, and various favorable policies continued. As a result, the entire stock market and all companies in the field of new energy have seen their stocks soar. However, the KU Group, now, also has significant good news. The X-project plan of the KU Group has been successfully advanced. Moreover, the KU Iron scandal was clarified by the authorities. As a result, the KU Group's positive news continues, and the performance of the stock market is very strong. Stocks rose sharply. In the past half month, the share price of KU Group has almost risen by 30%, climbed more than 100 billion. Such a strong stock market performance is indeed difficult to break through. Even if you spend money on it, be a bookmaker in the share market, and deliberately go short against the law, it will not be worth the loss. It is almost difficult to shake the position of the KU Group. Hearing the worrying words of the high levels present, the corner of Go Show's mouth raised a deep arc. Who said that we must fight in the a share market? My Yuanxing Group. Some are money. Money is bullets. Bullets, naturally. They are going to hit the enemy. Chapter 520 Kill the KU Group. Hearing the worrying words of the high levels present, the corner of Go Show's mouth raised a deep arc. Who said that we must fight in the a share market? My Yuanxing Group. I have money. Money is a bullet. The bullet, of course, is going to hit the enemy. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of all the executives present were taken aback. Then in the next second, all the executives reacted. The bullet hit the enemy? My son, what do you mean? Compete with the KU Group in medicine? An executive looked hesitant and asked cautiously. The corner of Go Show's mouth raised a deep arc. He didn't speak, but the smile in the corners of his mouth was enough to explain his point. This is exactly what he intended. Medicine is an important destiny of the KU Group. Spend money to fight the vitality of the KU Group. This is what Go Shows thinks. But the son, an executive looked hesitant, cautiously. I didn't know if he should speak. Say. Go Shows stared at the executive with a cigar in his mouth and motioned for him. The executive hesitated and said slowly, the idea of getting medicine. Have you had you tried? An executive spoke cautiously, but stopped talking. The entire conference room fell silent in an instant. All the executives were silent at this moment. Indeed, the idea of moving the pharmaceutical industry. Go Shows tried it a month ago. He found all the pharmaceutical partners of the KU Group, and then spent huge sums of money to establish a pharmaceutical company in an attempt to isolate the KU Group. But as a result, the court finally made a ruling. In the end, the partners, like grass on the wall, turned around one after another. Go Shows was defeated in that battle. Even under the pressure of public opinion, he could only escape from the Shanghai Sea. This escape was only half a month. Now, with great difficulty, the master has spent a lot of money to suppress public opinion. The son was able to return to Shanghai. However, as a result, he just came back. The son unexpectedly moved his thoughts again. And, to go back to the old way? A group of executives, their faces are complicated. I have to remind them. At this time, Go Show's pupils condensed slightly after hearing the words of the executive. A wave of murderous intent passed by. Indeed, this is the shame of his Go Shows. However, today, he is no different from half a month ago. He became more restrained. He took a deep breath and resisted the murder in his heart. He dangling his cigar and looked around at the crowd. A month ago, in that business war, I, Mr. Go, did lose. When he said this, his pupils were sharper than ever, and a breath emerged. If Go Shows had never said this a month ago, this is tantamount to openly admitting his own failure. However, Go Shows at this time has completely changed a person. Have the courage to admit your shortcomings. However, this time very different. Go Show's eyes were calm. He slowly stretched out his hand. Between his fingers slightly tapped on the conference room desktop. The ancients said that those who are hit by a slap will get one's convenience. and those who have experienced the same thing will be wise. The corner of Goshoz's mouth raised a deep touch. In view of the face of the water people meeting, in view of the good and bad things of everyone. This time, I still go to the medical war. He took a deep breath. His breath slowly condensed. This time, I attacked the source of her Ku Clan medicinal materials. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all the executives present changed in unison. Medicinal materials? Goshoz glanced around at the crowd and took a deep sip of his cigar again. Medicinal materials are the foundation of pharmaceutical companies, and KISS Pharmaceutical Group, as a huge pharmaceutical industry, the origin of their medicinal materials is through the cooperation of the industry to purchase. So, hit the snake and beat the 7 inches, murder and stabbing the heart. This time, we attack the medicinal material industry. Goshoz said solemnly with a deep voice. At the scene, the expressions of all the executives finally became serious. Attack the pharmaceutical raw materials industry. This is indeed a feasible method. However, soon, someone raised a question again. My son. But the pharmaceutical and medicinal industry is very large. How are we going to attack? Like last time, we bought the Ku Group's partner. I'm afraid it can't help the other party. This can't form a monopoly. An executive raised an objection question. All the executives present nodded their heads. Indeed, just monopolizing from one partner is useless at all. Even if it cut off the Kushi Group's current cooperative suppliers of medicinal materials, the Ku Group can still pick up the goods from other suppliers. After all, the Jiangnan market is so big, and there are hundreds of pharmaceutical raw material companies in the entire Yangtze River Delta Bay Area. It can't be blocked at all. However, upon hearing these words, the corners of Goshoz's mouth through a deep arc. Who said that only one partner of the Ku Group is monopolized? Goshoz asked rhetorically. Upon hearing this, the executives' expressions changed. Could it be that all the partners of the Ku Group were bought out like last time? But still that sentence, it's useless. The industry is so big. There are hundreds of pharmaceutical groups. The Ku Group has enough retreat. However, Goshoz's next sentence is to make all the executives look different. The monopoly is the entire Jiangnan business community, the pharmaceutical industry. Boom. As soon as this statement came out, the audience was shocked. All the executives have their eyes widened. Can't believe it! Monopoly? The entire pharmaceutical industry? This is an industry with a market value of hundreds of billions! My son. This is too exaggerated, isn't it? The pharmaceutical raw material industry has a market value of hundreds of billions, and ordinary people can't monopolize it? An executive said with a cold sweat on his forehead, and said cautiously. Exaggeration? The corners of Goshoz's mouth raised deeply. So, this is my purpose of calling you all here. Yuanxing Group, have money. Since the pharmaceutical raw materials industry has a market value of hundreds of billions, then we take out hundreds of billions to monopolize the entire raw material market and buy it. The audience, silence. This is too big, right? Although the Far Star Group is huge and rich, but it's not huge enough, and you can spend hundreds of billions of dollars at your fingertips. It doesn't hurt at all. Hundreds of billions. This number is really astronomical. Buying out the medical materials industry in the south of the Yangtze River will leave the Ku Group with no medicine to make. In Goshoz's eyes, a flash of unprecedented coldness. I have inquired into the medical materials industry outside of Jiangnan. Due to the particularity of medical materials, there are great regional differences. If KISS Group takes medicines from other places, it will have to pay a lot of logistics costs, and they can only lose money. And the external pharmaceutical industry, it is geographically protective, and the local court cannot Let the Ku Group go in and buy the original medical materials locally. So, this is to kill the Ku Group. A chance. Go Show's pupils were as cold, and he slowly said every word. In the middle of the month, brothers who have not yet rewarded the monthly pass, ask for a wave of support. There will be more changes later. Chapter 521 Enemy Rich. I have inquired into the medical materials industry outside of Jiangnan. Due to the particularity of medical materials, there are great regional differences. If KISS Group takes medicines from other places, it will have to pay a lot of logistics costs, and they can only lose money. And the external pharmaceutical industry, it is geographically protective, and the local court cannot let the Ku Group go in and buy the original medical materials locally. So, this is to kill the Ku Group. A chance. Go Show's pupils were as cold, and he slowly said every word. In the presence, all the executives looked solemn and complex. Spend hundreds of billions to monopolize the entire pharmaceutical raw material market? This is a battle, and the fight is too big. You know, what is the scale of 100 billion? That is the sum of the annual GDP, economic income of a small city in the 4th and 5th tiers. Hundreds of billions. The scale of hundreds of billions, this. But the huge scale of funds that can turbulent entire Jiangnan. The local tyrant to the Ara Group's Dad Ma, even if he is now making money and becoming the world's richest man, it's worth $1 trillion. Hundreds of billions of assets, which is almost an 1/10 of the value of Papa Ma's assets. The expressions of all the executives present were a bit complicated. The son. Will this? Several senior executives were cautious and stopped with cold sweat on their foreheads. If such a huge amount of funds is smashed down, if the business war fails at last, I'm afraid the entire Far-Star Group will suffer heavy losses. This business war is too risky. All the executives have complex expressions. Obviously. Everyone dare not take this risk. However, Go Show sat calmly at the conference table, his eyes calm and indifferent, and he glanced at the executives. He is still calm, without any mood swings. If it were placed a month ago, he encountered this situation. A group of executives dare to oppose him. I'm afraid he has already held a gun at each other. But today, he did not do so. He held back everything. Patience. Everyone, do you have any questions? Go Shows asked lightly, looking around with a halo. The executives looked responsible, with cold sweat on their foreheads. This. The son. This. We don't think it is right. Before all the executives had finished speaking, Go Show suddenly put his right hand into the suit. My son, I have something to say. I have something to say. You can discuss it again. Seeing this scene, all the executives in the meeting room changed their expressions and discouraged them again and again. They were afraid that Go Shows couldn't agree, so they killed people on the spot. This kind of thing, on weekdays, Go Shows doesn't do anything less. Even a colleague or veteran from the same company, he can attack him and kill him on the spot. Doesn't leave any affection at all. It is extremely cold-blooded and ruthless. As long as it does not conform to his point of view, kill it. So at this moment, seeing this scene, all the executives in the meeting room changed their faces. But Go Shows looked calm. Slowly took out an Apple phone from his suit pocket. His eyes were calm. He turned on the Apple 11s phone, dialed a number, and then pressed the hands-free button. Hello. Father Goksing Lai's hoarse voice came slowly. When hearing the voice of Chairman Goksing Lai, all the executives in the meeting room changed their complexions and became extremely solemn. If you have any objections, ask my father. See if he agrees with this matter. Go Show's tone was calm, and he glanced around at the executives around him. In the meeting room, the executives cautiously reported the matter to the chairman on the phone. After all, a commercial war of hundreds of billions of dollars is by no means trivial. In comparison, Godong will definitely consider it again and again, and finally reject this proposal. But, In the end. What surprised everyone was. During the call, Chairman Go Xing'ai was silent for a moment, but suddenly said, "Do as Shou said." There was silence in the meeting room. A group of executives. It's really a tiger father without a dog. The Go family father and son are really bold enough. The scale of hundreds of billions, all dare to gamble. In the end, all the senior executives sitting here had no other choice. They had to show their hands to vote and agree to this decision of the son. In the meeting room, Go Shou's looked at the executives around him with deep eyes. He took a deep breath of cigarette, and the corner of his mouth slowly spit out a thick cigar ring. This time, his smile. Very deep and weird. Kuyiran. This time, I want you dead without burial. However, at the same time, following, in the headquarters building of Farstar Group, after a secret meeting order was issued, the entire Farstar Group began a crazy commercial strategy. Capital, cash out crazy. Farstar Group, with a large-scale, roots in the whole Jiangnan, has countless industries under its command. Over the past few decades, Go Xing'ai has come down from the position of the richest man in Jiangnan. In fact, it is not that his assets have decreased. Rather, his assets are too much, to the point that I dare not publish it at all. Therefore, in order to protect the safety of the family group, he took the initiative to request the Forbes rankings to block his business rankings. Since then, he has disappeared from his position as the richest man in Shanghai. However, in the past few decades, the scale of development of the Yuanxing Group has reached an extremely terrifying stage. Enough, sum it up in 4 idioms. Enemy rich. At this time, Farstar Group began to cash out frantically. This super monster family hidden under the rich land of the Huangpu River finally begins to show the tip of the iceberg. What is called a rich and enemy country. All day long, the entire Farstar Group is cashing out frantically, withdrawing enough cash. Realize the real estate project in hand. Find a bank mortgage and guarantee. Borrow large sums of money. In addition, gather all the funds in the accounts of all branches within the Farstar Group. Contact the commercial department to negotiate contracts and initiate financing. Pack the undeveloped land under the name directly. Sell it. At the same time, there are dozens of industrial chains under Farstar Group, including finance, real estate, insurance. Shopping malls, hotels. All group industries are all in. Crazy high prices to cash out funds. On this day, the entire business community of Shanghai and Shanghai markets almost caused an uproar. Everyone is shocked. Incredible! Exclamation mark. A super-scale enterprise suddenly cashed out like crazy. This has to make people feel alarmed. Could it be that something big is going to happen in the Shanghai Stock Exchange? Question mark. The Go family of Yuanxing Group, with such a large amount of crazy cash, what is it going to do? Question mark. 3 years ago, the richest man in Portex, Mr. Li Jiaqing, madly cashed out and sold all his assets in the summer. After that, the entire Li family fled the summer and went to the British Empire. Become the Knight of the British Empire. At that time, this scene became the big news that shocked the entire business community. How can the escape of a super richest man not cause panic? And now, this time, known as the once richest man in the south of the Yangtze River, the super group, Yuanxing Group, actually cashed out crazy? Question mark. The entire business community shook again. Exclamation mark. Everyone is guessing wildly. What happened? Question mark. Could it be the economy of the Jiangnan business community is going to go wrong? Question mark. Panic is gradually spreading. However, at the same time, as the protagonist of this crazy cash out, Go Shou's, dressed in a light blue suit, with a calm and elegant look, sitting lightly in front of the president's office. He was smoking a cigar, his eyes light and graceful, scanning the stunning city view outside the French windows. My son, the cash out project, at present has raised funds, more than 30 billion yuan in cash. The female secretary, dressed in an all uniform, stood in the office and reported carefully. It is estimated that within 3 days, 100 billion will be cashed out in cash. Hearing the report from the female secretary, Gosho sat in a chair and nodded lightly. The corner of his mouth raised a deep arc. At such a speed, it only takes 3 days to cash out a huge amount of 100 billion. All the time, that's when he shot. By the way, the sun. Besides, the female secretary's voice hesitated, but she stopped talking. What else? Say. Gosho took a deep sip of the cigar, his tone was calm, and motioned for her to continue. In addition, because of your massive cash out, the business community. Now there is a lot of negative news and scandals. They rumored. Is it Yu Anxing Group has a capital chain crisis? Hearing this sentence, the curvature of Gosho's mouth became even worse. The market panic caused by a large amount of cash out is also to be expected. Why? Take the opportunity and light another fire? Thinking of this, deep in his pupils emerged. Pass the order. Chapter 522 Sun, Luna. By the way, the sun. Besides, the female secretary's voice hesitated, but she stopped talking. What else? Say. Gosho took a deep sip of the cigar, his tone was calm, and motioned for her to continue. In addition, because of your massive cash out, the business community. Now there is a lot of negative news and scandals. They rumored. Is it Yu Anxing Group has a capital chain crisis? Hearing this sentence, the corner of Gosho's mouth became deeper. The market panic caused by a large amount of cash out is also to be expected. At that time, the richest man in Portex, Mr. Li Jiaqing, sold a large amount of all the real estate under his command and fled to the Emperor of Great Britain. That scene of the year also caused a shock to the entire business community. With the huge panic spreading, the entire export stock market experienced an unprecedented drop in the entire year. The capital market is a keen market that is extremely panic. Once there are fluctuations, panic will spread to all people. Why? Take the opportunity and light another fire? Thinking of this, deep in his pupils emerged. The order goes on. Let the news group spread the news secretly. Gosho's eyes were deep, and he took a deep sip of his cigar. Just say. Yu Anxing Group cashed out a large amount of funds, or maybe escaped from the mainland. Gosho said slowly, fearing that the world would not be chaotic. When the female secretary on the side heard these words, her pretty face was taken aback. This? Son, this is? What are you going to do? A large amount of cash out of funds, and do you rumors about your own scandal? This? She had never seen this kind of operation before. The son. Your subordinates don't understand. Why are you? The female secretary asked suspiciously. The corner of Gosho's mouth raised a deep arc. 36 strategies, the second set, the enemy's strategy. Have you heard of it? He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. His eyes deepened indifferent. Cross the sea without concealing the sky. You can only defeat the enemy with one move. When, hear this sentence. The pretty face of the female secretary was stunned for a moment. And then the whole person was finally a little stunned. To hide the truth, cross the sea, hidden from the sky, smuggled into the sea. 36 strategies, the enemy's strategy. The sun, this is borrowing from the panic of public opinion to hype up the negative news of the Fastar Group. Let everyone think that Fastar Group is going to flee the mainland. In fact, the real purpose of the sun cashing out is to monopolize the lifeblood of the Ku Group. Monopolize the entire pharmaceutical raw material industry with a scale of 100 billion yuan. It was an unprecedented move. Such a strategy is almost impossible to prevent. Nowadays, commercial public opinion is all pointing towards Yu Anxing Group going to run away. Who would think back to the real purpose of the sun? Prepare for the weak and then neglect. If it's common, don't doubt it. Yin is within the yang, not the right of the yang. The sun, the Luna crossed the sea without telling the truth. In this battle, Go Shows is absolutely sure. In the past 2 months, he has been overseas, thinking carefully, and thinking about how he ... Where did he fail? Half a month of reflection, summary, and foresight. Finally, he came up with one size-fits-all solution. Before coming to Shanghai, he conducted an in-depth analysis of all the financial situation of the Ku Group, all the assets and data announced to the outside world. One by one, Q's Group has a total market value of more than 100 billion. In this southern part of the Yangtze River, and even the entire hot summer continent, it is a super enterprise of reputable scale. However, in front of Farstar Group, it is far less than a neat tenth. Because, Go Shows' Yuanxing Group now has a total market value. Trillions of market value. How terrible is this? Go Shows repeatedly analyzed the financial situation of the Ku Group, although the market value of the Ku Group exceeded 100 billion. But the scale of funds she can really embezzle is less than 20 billion. In other words, most of the market value of the Ku Group is fixed assets, such as patent property rights, as well as various medical machinery, equipment, factories, laboratories, and buildings, etc. Ku Yiren now doesn't have much cash flow in his hands. In the event of an emergency, at best, only 20 billion can be cashed out for anticipation. And those fixed assets, for a while, there is no realization at all. Therefore, the threat of the Ku Yi people is only 20 billion. However, for Go Shows, is he short of money? What's worse for him is not money. What's worse for him is opportunity. Now, seize the opportunity. He simply madly cashed out a huge amount of 100 billion yuan. This 100 billion is almost the market value of the entire Ku Group. It's so huge that it can buy the entire Ku Group. Of course, Go Shows understands that it is impossible for Ku Yiren to sell the group. Therefore, in order to contribute to the group fortress of Ku Yi people, he will attack from the side. With 100 billion funds, high price monopoly ... medical raw materials. This is equivalent to the battle between the two parties, and Go Shows directly cut off the forage of the Ku clan. If the team has no food, then, how to maintain it? In this battle, the Ku Group will be defeated. Before coming to Jiangnan, Go Shows had done countless deductions. He has carefully calculated his success rate, which is more than 70%. He could hardly think of a reason why he would lose. Unless, Ku Yiren can suddenly come up with a huge sum of hundreds of billions of funds for support. Otherwise, she doesn't have a chance to turn things around at all. However, as for the release of the news, it is rumored that the Farstar Group is running away. But it is just a trick to hide from the sky, in order to cover the sight of Ku Yi. It just confuses her. This battle is destined to ... will be very exciting. Go Shows got up, hugged the female secretary, and pushed her on the desk. On this day, the Jiangnan city business community was almost shaken. A heavy news suddenly came out ... thunderously. Farstar Group, a large amount of cash out of funds ... may be involved. Escape from the mainland. Gossip news, through various channels, continues to spread wildly. Major media platforms, WeChat, official accounts, Douyin, Weibo, a series of media platforms, various Big V official accounts, madly forward this news. For a time, the entire Shanghai and Shanghai markets business community was enthusiastic. Everyone was shocked. Why did Yuanxing Group, the giant businessman in Jiangnan City, suddenly sell their assets so eagerly for cash? Is it really going to run? Panic spread instantly. At the same time, the Ku Group building. In the president's office, Ku Yi has a complicated face, standing in front of the floor-tossling windows, looking at the city dusk outside the window with complicated eyes. The sunset dyes the whole Shanghai market. The entire Luzhui finance was shrouded in a faint afterglow. She folded her arms around her chest. Her expression was complicated, and she was inexplicably guilty. Today, She has already paid attention to the turmoil in the business world. Fast-Star Group is involved in cashing out. This scandal is full of uproar. Even the entire business community, and even the share market, went straight down, and panic was permeated. For some reason, Kuyaran faintly felt that, behind this matter, it seems that it is not that simple. Yuanxing Group cashed out a large amount of funds. Is it really to run away? According to the original truth, it is indeed possible to speculate like this. Half a month ago, Go Shou's provoked a scandal and pornographic photos. Now maybe he is about to be pulled down. Can only flee the mainland in a hurry. This erection can hardly be established. Because if Go Shou's really wanted to run away, he would never be so open. Righteous. All the news. I am afraid that he has long been bought out by him at a high price. It is impossible for so many scandals to circulate on the market. In today's market, so many negative news, so many panic psychology, is more like a carefully planned conspiracy. Moreover, Yuanxing Group involves such a huge scale. Go Shou's wants to run. It is almost impossible. Among them, there seems to be an atmosphere of other conspiracy. Kuyaran stood in front of the French window, staring out of the window. She faintly felt that this matter not easy. She even had a hunch that the whole thing was coming to her. According to Go Shou's temperament, it is impossible to give up the attack in one fell swoop, because it's not like his style. After thinking for a long time, Kuyaran shook his head vigorously. Nowadays, thinking too much is useless. Come to block, water to cover. Her only chance now is to wait for the form to change. Wait for the situation, plan and move. Kuyaran took a deep breath, got up and left the office. Get off work. However, when she left, she subconsciously made a call to the group's financial headquarters. In the past few days, set aside funds for me. All the funds are gathered together for the time being to make a preparation. Kuyaran's voice is dignified and magnetic, and ordered the finance headquarters. Regardless of how the business community has developed recently, she has kept an eye on her in advance, preparing to set aside financial cash to reserve enough funds for herself to prevent sudden conflicts. Chapter 523. Behind that umbrella. At 5 o'clock in the evening, it was night. In the cold winter of December, night falls. The Mercedes-Benz convoy drove all the way back to the Kusvilla Manor. Inside the manor, a sumptuous dinner is ready. The family began to sit at the dining table and enjoy dinner. But this time, Chen Zhongying still did not sit down, but stood at the dining table, holding the plate and enjoying the steak. Because basically, his weight at this time, there is no chair to sit on. The chair splits as soon as I sit down. The Ku family looked at Chen Zong in surprise? In the end, Kuyaran came forward to explain for him. Mr. Chen is carrying a lead sandbag on his body and is undergoing physical training. After hearing this explanation, everyone in the Ku family was finally a little surprised. Patriarch Ku Huihai immediately ordered his nanny to fetch an iron steel chair, and he was finally able to sit down safely. In winter, outside the villa, the cold wind is biting. In the Kus villa, the heating and air conditioning are turned on, and a splendid dinner is going on. Just at the table, the atmosphere of the family is not very high. By the way, the Iraqi, before the overseas mercenary team contacted by my trustee will arrive in Shanghai tomorrow morning. At this moment, at the dinner table, his father Ku Huihai looked serious and said, after they arrive in Shanghai tomorrow morning, they will come directly to the company to connect with you and confirm the protection. In the days after, they will assist and protect your safe journey. Ku Huihai said. A few days ago, after her daughter was naked and assassinated at the gate of Kiss Mansion, in consideration of safety, Ku Huihai contacted someone from overseas and found an expensive team of mercenaries, costing high hiring fees, and hired this team of mercenaries in order to assist the safety of the daughter. For most security teams in China, due to the special environment of the hot summer, there has been no war and chaos all the year round, and it is too peaceful. As a result, the domestic bodyguard team has hardly experienced the gunpowder war. Therefore, in terms of protection, No, overseas mercenaries are more professional. After all, overseas mercenaries, but rushing to the line of life and death every day, facing the rain of bullets, have richer combat and protection experience. Therefore, Kuei will spend high prices to hire overseas mercenaries for security protection. Hearing what his father said, the Kuiran at the table hesitated for a moment and nodded. Now that she is surrounded by crises, she can have one more protection, and she is naturally prepared. However, Chen Zhongying on the side. Is his face slightly squinted? Overseas mercenary? Although Chen Zhongying still didn't change his face, the corner of his mouth ... but a slight arc of disdain flashed. Overseas mercenaries are treacherous and cunning ... Most mercenaries are desperados. Let a group of desperados protect the safety of the Kiwi people. This ... I'm afraid is to spend money to buy bombs, right? What's more, with him, Kiwi people can never be in danger, unless someone can step over from his death god's corpse. However, these words ... Chen Zhongying did not say anything. He is not an eventful person, and it has nothing to do with himself. His task is to protect the Kiwi people and wait quietly for the emergence of the biblical organization behind it. As for the others, it has nothing to do with him. At the table, dinner was enjoyed quietly. Kuiran hesitated, suddenly raised his head and asked, "Dad, today, Yuanxing Group sold a lot of funds. What do you think about cashing out?" She hesitated for a long time, and finally asked this question. At the dinner table, Kuei-Hai's complexion condensed slightly. One wave has not settled, another wave has risen. Today, the safety of his daughter Kiwi has not been resolved. But suddenly other things happened in this Shanghai market. Fast Star Group, that guy Goshos, unexpectedly came back again. Moreover, it was safe and sound. This made Kuei-Hai a headache. Kuei-Hai sighed. A trace of complexity flashed in his eyes. Goshos' coming back this time is not easy. He shook his head, his tone of helplessness and profoundness. This time, Goshos came back. Kuei-Hai specifically called a friend of the investigation team to inquire. He was very surprised that Goshos ... Why can he return to the Shanghai market in an upright manner after causing such a chaos, and safe and sound? However, the reply from the friend of the investigation team to Kuei-Hai was, there is a relationship above. Goshos' return this time is more than just a simple return. Half a month ago, his Yanzoman incident stabbed such a big basket. Almost throughout the hot summer, some official media made critical reports. It stands to reason that Goshos will definitely be severely punished when he comes back this time. But in the end, he came back with dignity. Nothing happened? What does this show? Goshos' father had already settled all the connections in secret. That's why Goshos was able to swagger and come back with dignity. This is simply, it has had such a big impact. Can this Go family settle the relationship? How big is the umbrella behind the Go family? Kuei-Hai's eyes are more solemn than ever. Goshos' return this time is more than just coming back. It's even taking an oath. Represents a certain deterrent. Swear. How big is the umbrella behind his Go family? Swear. The power of his Go family. The entire Shanghai and Shanghai markets. Now. Almost everyone is afraid of the Go family as never before. This is not just a fear on the commercial level, but a deeper level. The fear of the umbrella behind. Kuei-Hai sighed, shook his head, his eyes became deep. The fact that Yuanxing Group cashed out is too strange. According to the Go family's temperament, it is impossible to evacuate the mainland. Kuei-Hai said in a deep voice. Because there is that big umbrella behind the Go family. Under the protection of the big umbrella, why did his Go family make such an unnecessary move and evacuated the mainland? Unless ... XXXX. But that is almost impossible. Therefore, Kuei-Hai concluded that the Go family could not escape. Then there must be fraud in this one. It's better to be careful. Father Kuei-Hai reminded. Have you notified the finance department? Mobilize funds for early prevention. Kuei-Hai solemnly reminded. Daughter Kuiran sat at the dining table and nodded. I have ordered to go down. At some point, the two father and daughter, no matter their mind or strategy, seemed to withdraw. The tiger father has no dogs. Kui was cultivated by Kuei since he was a child, and now he has been able to become a qualified commercial successor. In addition, pay more attention to the trend of the stock market. Father asked Kuei to remind. The Go family is cashing out a lot. It is very likely I want to fight a capital war. Pay attention to the stock market dynamics. Yes. Kui's beautiful eyes were solemn and nodded. Tonight, this Shanghai market is destined to be difficult. To be quiet. Press the gold to cut the drum at the lower Yuguan, and the banners and flags are between the rocks. Xiao Wei's book flies across the vast sea. Shan Yu hunts fire and illuminates Langshan. The tranquility on the eve of the brewing of a war is nothing more than waiting. Monthly ticket. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass, brothers. If you haven't received a monthly pass yet, don't be stingy. With the support of the monthly pass, my ranking can go up and I can create more crazy. Chapter 524. The wind is rising. The next day, early in the morning, before dawn, Chen Zhongying had already carried a heavy lead sandbag, hung it all over his body, and had undergone crazy physical training. 5,000 push-ups, 5,000 sit-ups, military fist, capture, assassinate, and fight. 3 hours of crazy training. With a heavy lead weight, he could still burst out with such physical strength. One can imagine the horror of his physical fitness. These days, since the appearance of Divine Phoenix, he hasn't slackened for a day. Started frantic training to stimulate the limit of the body's potential. Keep your body at its peak at all times. That scary woman, hidden in the dark, may appear anytime, anywhere. In order to ensure the progress of the task, there is no accident. Chen Zhongying must always keep his body highly vigilant and tight, because it is the same horrible Chinese character code name from the third sector. 1. Even the of death, must face it seriously. Scary woman. If, slightly worse than the pool. I'm afraid Reaper might be in a different place. No one knows that woman better than Chen Zhongying. That was a scary woman who came out of the same purgatory with him. Lethality index, assassination method, concealment means, international threat index, SSSSSS level 7S grade. Threat index. This is simply International Overseas has ranked those special agents who have terrorist threats and mercenaries on a threat index list. However, this codenamed Divine Phoenix is among them. The threat index, SSSSSS level, between the two, whether it is moves, killing, or even attacking methods, or even physical limits, it is almost like a withdrawal. Even the weapons are produced through forging in the same department. Both of them belonged to the terrorist killing machines of the third sector. The two were given Chinese character level codes. It made the entire overseas world frightened. There have been battles between the two. However, there is no victory or defeat, because once you win or lose, you will die. After the morning exercises, Chen Zhongying took a bitterly cold bath, and then put on a weight-bearing iron weight of 1,000 jin again, put on a white shirt, and concealed the lead mass under his clothes. Put on a suit jacket and tie. He looked like he was a little bit bloated, nothing unusual. He was so calm and left the villa. Walked towards the Kiss Manor facing him. After breakfast in Kiss Manor, Chen Zhong and Kuyiren walked out of the villa together, took a Maybach car, and drove away from the manor together. Drive towards the Kiss building. Along the way, the waves were calm. The streets of Shanghai City are nothing unusual except for the endless traffic and the white-collar pedestrians rushing past the subway station. Chen Zhongying sat in the Maybach car and lit a cigarette, calmly vomiting. On the other hand, Kuyiren has complicated eyes, sitting aside, holding a laptop on his lap, and watching the dynamics of the stock market from time to time. Yesterday, Far-Star Group, a large amount of cash cashed out was suspicious. In order to prevent fluctuations in the stock market, Kuyi people are always vigilant about stock information. Along the way, the atmosphere was quiet until the Mercedes-Benz team arrived at the gate of Kiss building. There was no crisis. The bodyguard stepped forward respectfully and opened the car door for Mr. Kwon Zonging Chen. The two got out of the car and walked into the building side by side. However, at the same time, the entire business district of the Shanghai and Shanghai markets is still in constant turmoil. Fast Star Group, a large amount of cash, is still continuing. Go shows himself transferred a large number of stocks in the share market. The Fast Star Group once again released its equity, allowing a large number of investors to start acquiring shares of Fast Star Group to raise funds. Moreover, various assets and bonds under the Fast Star Group have been mortgaged and exchanged by banks in exchange for large amounts of cash. As for the small assets, the ones that can be sold. The ones that can be mortgaged are almost all mortgaged by the Fast Star Group. On this day, the cash out is still being carried out in large quantities and continues to heat up. The entire Jiangnan business community continued to be turbulent. The major negative news is about Fast Star Group is planning to escape from the mainland. The news continues to report heating up. At this time, as the subject of this major news, Go shows he was lying on the massage chair in the president's office at this time, faintly puffing out smoke rings. In front of him, there was a bottle of Lafite opened in 1982. At this time, he was smoking a cigar quietly and enjoying the famous Lafite. My son, at present, the total funds we have cashed out are 40 billion and 70 million life coins. The beautiful female secretary wore an all uniform and reported carefully. It is estimated that before 12 o'clock tonight, the total amount of cash to 70 billion. According to the estimates of the finance headquarters, about 100 billion yuan can be cashed out at night before 12 o'clock tomorrow night. The female secretary reports. Go shows his eyes were calm. He slowly exhaled a smoke ring, and nodded. The public opinion news is not enough. Continue to release the news. In addition, buy me a ticket for the day after tomorrow to fly to Great Britain. Go show said lightly. My son, are you going to go abroad? The female secretary asked in confusion for a while. But Go show slowly shook his head. Do not. The media broke the news. There is no bait. How to break the news? It's just a bait. Upon hearing this, the female secretary's complexion condensed. She got it. This is the son who bought a ticket and asked the media to reveal the news. Forged a false impression that he was going to escape abroad. Confuse the enemy? Exclamation mark. This trick is simply profound. The female secretary nodded respectfully. Subordinates understand. Sitting on the massage chair, Go shows inhaled deeply. The curvature of the corners of his mouth became even worse. At this time, the entire Shanghai and Shanghai market, the news media, the information about the Go Group's departure is almost overwhelming. He bought a ticket to go abroad, which can add fuel to the fire. Why not do it? Jingle bell. However, at this moment, the phone on the desk rang suddenly. The female secretary hurriedly stepped forward and glanced at the caller number at the desk. Then, her complexion became a bit solemn. The son. Yes. It's a call from the Jiangnan Ministry of Commerce. Jiangnan, the call from the Ministry of Commerce! Exclamation mark. This is an authority. Come to think of it, it is the large-scale cashing operation of Fast Star Group in the past few days that has attracted the attention of Jiangnan Ministry of Commerce. After all, how can the Ministry of Commerce not pay attention to such a super-scale cash-out? This is a cash-out of hundreds of billions of dollars. Almost the entire Jiangnan department has noticed such a big movement. Once an anomaly is detected, the Ministry of Commerce will directly intervene to conduct investigations and audits. Oh, isn't it? Go shows' expression was calm and indifferent. He didn't put this call in his eyes at all. Let's take it. Go shows spit out two words lightly. The female secretary looked complicated, and carefully picked up the phone at the desk and handed it to Go shows. Chapter 525 Mercenary. Jingle bell. However, at this moment, the phone on the desk suddenly rang. The female secretary hurriedly stepped forward and glanced at the caller number at the desk. Then, her complexion became a bit solemn. The son. Yes. It's a call from the Jiangnan Ministry of Commerce. Jiangnan, the call from the Ministry of Commerce! This is an authority. Come to think of it, it is the large number of cash-out operations of Yuanxing Group in the past few days that have attracted the attention of the Jiangnan Ministry of Commerce. After all, how can the Ministry of Commerce not pay attention to such a super-scale cash-out? This is a cash-out of hundreds of billions of dollars. Almost the entire Jiangnan department has noticed such a big movement. Once an anomaly is detected, the Ministry of Commerce will directly intervene to conduct investigations and audits. Oh, isn't it? Go Shou's face was calm and indifferent. He didn't put this call in his eyes at all. Let's take it. Go Shou spit out two words faintly. The female secretary looked complicated, and carefully picked up the phone at the desk and handed it to Go Shou's. Go Shou's looked calm and slowly answered the phone. Go Sun. There was a horseman's voice on the phone. Yuanxing Group, these 2 days, you suddenly cashed out a large amount of funds, but why? The person in charge of the Ministry of Commerce slowly asked in a deep voice during the call. Hearing the person's inquiries during the call, Go Shou's mouth raised a deep arc. Master Yang. It's nothing, it's just a few small things. The business projects of our group are only needed for operation. Go Shou said calmly, facing the other end of the phone indifferently. Master Yang, has the market value of the stocks in your hand increased recently? If it hasn't gone up, you will let me know and I will give you more money. Go Shou said to the other side of the phone while holding the phone in a deep and indifferent way. On the phone, that Yang Da is a good friend of Yuanxing Group. At the beginning, my father did not help this friend. Through indirect means, he helped him to invest in stocks, fund operations, and earn a lot of money. And the stock in that friend's hand, naturally, was also generously given to him by his father. What Go Shou's meant at this time was, is the stock still enough? If it is not enough, give you a little more. This is equivalent to naked giving money. On the other end of the phone, Master Yang coughed a few times, whispered a few words to Go Shou's in a low voice. After a while, he hung up the phone. Go Shou Zedong was on the chair and took a deep sip of his cigar. The pupils are deep, revealing a radian. The relationship between people and horses in this area of Shanghai has now been managed by his Go family. All is ready except for the opportunity. As long as 100 billion of funds arrive, that Kuyiran will be helpless. The Ku Group will collapse. However, at the same time, Shanghai International Airport, a group of foreign men in black suits were forming a queue. Their faces were solemn, and they walked slowly toward the outside of the airport. Every one of this group of foreign men is extremely burly and sturdy, and there are still various bullet scars on their skin. At a glance, it is a trained professional mercenary. This is a group of real ruthless guys. Moreover, at this moment, every mercenary is carrying a metal fuse box. I don't know what special valuables are in it. This mercenary team came to the gate of the airport security checkpoint, and after a simple security check, the safe was placed in the infrared scanner and scanned. The scan results did not show any abnormalities. A group of mercenaries picked up the safe and walked towards the airport passage with a cold expression. The leader of the mercenary captain raised the phone and dialed Ku Huihai's mobile phone number. Mr. Ku, we're mercenaries. We have arrived at Shanghai Airport. The mercenary captain's voice was hoarse and solemn, and he spoke in English to Ku Huihai on his mobile phone. To the effect, we have arrived at Shanghai International Airport. On the phone, Ku Huihai warmly welcomed him after hearing it, and said that the Ku Group's pickup team had stopped at the gate of the airport and would take them to the destination, the Ku Group building headquarters. This group of overseas mercenaries are from Kuehaichuo. They have transferred their overseas relations and cost 50 million yuan. This is the top mercenary team hired from overseas war zones. As long as there is this group of teams to protect my daughter, I believe the safety of my daughter will be guaranteed. The mercenary captain hung up the phone. His face was cold, and he glanced around at the 20 team members behind him. The captain whispered a few words to the 20 players behind him in fluent Arabic accent. 20 players behind him, with deep and solemn expressions, nodded together. This time, their Arctic mercenaries sent 20 elite teams, led by a group of captains, to the hot summer to perform this high-value protection mission. The captain looked solemn, and only after he finished his instructions, did he lead the team and a group of team members out of the Shanghai International Airport. At this time, outside the airport, several K Group's Mercedes-Benz cars have been waiting for a long time. After the two sides met, the interpreter stepped forward, exchanged simple greetings, and shook hands with each other. The captain had a deep complexion and got into the Mercedes-Benz car. However, at the same time, the 20 team members behind them, all carrying the safe, with a deep complexion, got into the Mercedes-Benz cars. The Mercedes-Benz fleet started, and with this group of overseas mercenaries, they drove all the way towards the Kiss mansion. Along the way, the Mercedes-Benz fleet slowly drove on the streets. The group of Arctic mercenaries, with a deep and solemn expression, sat in the Mercedes-Benz and began to work. Several mercenaries, connected to the satellite network, began to draw a map of the Shanghai and sea markets. Through Baidu satellite map navigation, you can clearly get the holographic map of the city. As a group of their own mercenaries, they need to know all the maps of the city where they are located. Every street, every river, every dead end needs to be understood clearly. Then, the safest protective course can be customized. These seemingly simple map routes are drawn, but they are the core of the protection of the entire task. Arctic mercenaries, who have been in overseas wars for many years, have rich combat experience, and naturally for these experienced jobs, they are handy. Draw a map and scan the entire map of the city. Then, using the characteristics of navigation, record the surveillance of each street, speed measurement video. Along the way, they hardly have any free time. From the moment I got off the plane, I had to work intensively. Along the way, the Mercedes-Benz fleet drove through dozens of streets. Half an hour later, the convoy carrying the group of overseas mercenaries finally arrived at the gate of the K Group building. The door of the Mercedes-Benz team pushed open. The mercenary Captain Abdul, his face condensed, and slowly stepped out of the car. In his hand, he is holding an iPad Air tablet computer. On the screen of the tablet computer, the city navigation map of Shanghai and the sea is opening. On it, it has been clearly drawn with a red line, a reasonable protective route. Add more to! Exclamation mark. Monthly ticket! Exclamation mark. Chapter 526 Sword. Along the way, the Mercedes-Benz fleet drove through dozens of streets. Half an hour later, the convoy carrying the group of overseas mercenaries finally arrived at the gate of the K Group building. The door of the Mercedes-Benz team pushed open. The mercenary Captain Abdul, his face condensed, and slowly stepped out of the car. In his hand, he is holding an iPad Air tablet computer. On the screen of the tablet computer, the city navigation map of Shanghai and the sea is being opened. On it, it has been clearly drawn with a red line, a reasonable protective route. Abdul looked cold and calm, put away his iPad Air tablet computer. He slowly raised his head, his eyes deep, staring at the huge skyscraper in front of him. Kiss Group, architectural building. Height, 530 meters. Floor, the 101st floor. The building adopts Lagrua sun-shading curtain wall glass. Fire safety rating S level. At a glance, he analyzed the simple structure of the building. This kind of visual analysis is extremely terrifying. Sun Gz, the secretary of the president, stepped on high heels and walked out of the building with a smile to greet him. Captain Abdul, welcome to the hot summer. Sun Gz spoke in fluent English. Abdul's face was cold, and he nodded to Sun Gz. There is no redundant dialogue here, please. Sun Gz greeted her with a smile, and welcomed the group of mercenaries into the building. Abdul led the team, with more than 24 mercenaries behind him, and walked all the way into the Kiss building. Take the elevator and go upstairs. Along the way, Abdul and his subordinates are carefully observing the entire institutional floors of the KUS building and various security and defense measures. As a group of professional and veteran mercenaries, they are indeed far superior to ordinary people. The elevator reaches the 99th floor. A crowd stepped out of the elevator. Secretary Sungs smiled and took Abdul and others towards the lounge. According to Mr. Ku, the group of mercenaries were placed in the lounge and waited for a few minutes, and then she would come to greet them. "Where is the Kiwi?" But at this moment, Abdul asked in English with a calm and indifferent expression. "President Ku... She is working in the office right now," Sungzwi explained in a magnetic voice. "Everyone, wait a few minutes in the conference area, and Mr. Ku will come over soon." But Abdul looked cold, shook his head, and said in English, "No, take us directly to Kuyaran's office." This Sungs was taken aback for a moment, before he had time to dissuade him. Abdul turned cold, turned his mind, and walked towards the president's office. The 24 mercenaries behind him looked cold, and followed them together. Only Sungs was left sluggish? This group of foreign mercenaries are too cold and unorganized, right? It took a few seconds for her to react, and hurriedly stepped on her high heels to follow closely. CEO's office. At this time, Kuyaran was biting a pen and sitting on the president's chair, calculating the complicated medical chemical engineering formula. As the chief executive and the person in charge of the medical project, she has to take on too much work. "We must not only engage in medical science research and development, but also focus on managing the group's business." Almost busy. At this time, while she was performing chemical engineering calculations, she also had a laptop beside her. The analysis chart of the A-share stock market on the computer was opening. She was always vigilant about the fund dynamics of the Farstar Group. However, at this moment, the door of the president's office was suddenly pushed open. A strong, foreign-looking man, with a cold expression, walked directly into the president's office step by step. Outside the office door behind him, a group of foreign men in black suits stood around. Kuyaran was originally calculating the medical engineering formula. When she saw this foreign man who suddenly pushed the door in, she looked slightly taken aback. "You are Abdul, Arctic mercenary, the captain of the first team." Abdul's voice was cold and indifferent, and he slowly introduced himself. While speaking, his gaze has already glanced deeply at this president's office, and then his pupil's gaze is locked on Kuyaran. Hearing this foreigner's introduction in English, Kuyaran's beautiful eyes flopped slightly. "This is the captain of the overseas mercenary that my father spent a lot of money to hire. To protect himself." "Hello." Kuyaran nodded lightly, and then said, "I'm still busy now. You go to the lounge and wait for me. You have already prepared fruit tea desserts for you. Take a rest. I will come over immediately," Ku Yi said with a calm voice. Although the foreign man in front of him suddenly broke into the door, he was very impolite, but Kuyaran still said calmly and softly, without showing any expression on his face. However, Abdul looked cold, and said again, "Sorry, President Kuyaran. I am here to protect your safety by your father's order. Please also pay attention to it. Now, I need to conduct a comprehensive inspection of your office. There is no safety hazard," Abdul said indifferently in his voice. Kuyaran frowned and raised his head. She was a little angry and wanted to have an attack. What kind of overseas mercenary? Is it too stubborn? However, thinking that his father had hired him and paid a lot of money to hire him, Kuyaran still resisted. She calmed herself down, took a deep breath, and said, "My office is very safe, so I don't need to check it." "Sorry, the responsibility lies, for your safety." However, Abdul did not give in at all. "Kuyaran, is this person sick?" "Forget it." Kuyaran suppressed the slight anger in his heart. "Helpless. I can only get up and let him check." After all, his father hired him to protect himself, both for reason and for safety. The Ku Yi people can only check the office. Abdul looked indifferent, took out an electronic device, walked around in the office, detecting whether there were monitors and other objects. At the same time, His gaze is also carefully examining the structure of the entire office. After careful inspection for 10 minutes, Abdul slowly came to the French window of the president's office. Staring at the floor-toseling windows, his eyes slightly condensed. Is this a floor-toseling window with bulletproof glass? Moreover, an infrared reflective light film is attached in case of sniper rifle shooting. This is, as an expert pointed out. He slowly moved to the floor-toseling window and lowered his head. Looking at the street hundreds of meters below, it seems to be calculating and checking below the floor-toseling windows the route map of the street. In the office, Kuyiran just put his arms around his chest and stood aside calmly, waiting for him to check. Is there a problem, Mr. Abdul? Kuyiran asked calmly. Obviously, she suppressed the slightest impatience in her heart. Abdul slowly retracted his gaze from the floor-toseling windows. No problem, President Kuyiran, your office. At the moment, it's safe. Kuyiran nodded. Then, you go to the conference room and wait for me to take care of it. I will come over immediately after I have settled the matter at hand. This group of foreign mercenaries is really troublesome, and she is also a little annoyed at this time. This mercenary captain was too aggressive and proactive. Without her consent at all, she went directly into the office and asked to check her office. It would be very troublesome for such a person to be a bodyguard for himself. There is no priority. Kuyi was a little helpless. Although, Mr. Chen next door, there is no primary or secondary distinction. But the one next door is a real master with a terrifying skill. The number of times Kuyi has been rescued. Moreover, Mr. Chen, it was the Kuyi person who came forward in person and begged him to protect himself at a high price. However, this group of mercenaries is different. After all, I came back from overseas, and I don't know the details. When I first came, there was no such thing as politeness, disrespect to superiors at all. Kuyi had a headache. At that time, I still don't know how to arrange this group of mercenaries. The more I think about it, the more headaches I get. However, at this moment, when Abdul walked out of the door of the president's office, his footsteps suddenly stopped. He stretched out his hand, pointed to the office next door, and asked, President Kuyiran, who owns this office? Kuyiran's pretty face was taken aback, and he explained, this is the office of a security director of our group. Abdul's complexion slightly condensed. Director of Security, I'm going in and check this office. Chapter 527 Role. Translation of the original words. I'm going in and check this office. Abdul said solemnly. Kuyiran's pretty face suddenly changed. This is inconvenient. This is the office of the security director of our group. Kuyiran's pretty face changed color and quickly stopped. After laughing, this is Mr. Chen's office. Mr. Chen is the most annoying and disturbed by others. But Abdul looked indifferent and stepped forward directly to bypass the obstacles of the Kuyi people. Then, turned around and went to the door of the security director's office next door. At this moment, Kuyiran's complexion changed drastically, trying to stop. But it was too late. Boom! A cry. Abdul directly slapped the door of the chief security officer's office and slammed open. At this moment, Kuyiran's pretty face became embarrassed. There was only one thought in her mind. It was over. Inside the security director's office, Chen Zongxing looked calm, sitting in front of his office chair, flipping through a copy of The Story of Spring and Autumn and the Moon. Even if the door of the office was blasted open, he just raised his eyes slightly, did not say too much. Instead, he bowed his head and continued reading. Abdul's expression was cold, and he stepped directly into the security director's office. At this moment, the air in the office became a bit cold and depressed. You are the security director of the Ku Group? Abdul asked in fluent English in a cold voice. Chen Zongxing ignored him, still sitting on the chair, flipping through the book slightly. The scene became depressed and silent. "I'll ask you something again. Are you the security director of the Ku group?" Abdul asked again with a cold voice. In his tone, he was already a little impatient. "I am the captain of the Arctic Mercenary. From today, we will take over the safety of President Kui. You can transfer or change jobs." Abdul stepped forward again. "Next, I want to conduct a security check on your office," Abdul said coldly and aggressively, and the implication was to let Chen Zong go out. He wants to check the entire office. However, Chen Zonging still ignored him, completely treating him as air. He sat quietly on his office chair, flipping through the book slightly, as if he didn't put anything but books in his eyes. "This!" exclamation mark. "I'll give you 3 minutes and get up from the chair immediately. I want to check this office," Abdul said with a cold face and spoke fluent English again coldly. The scene became a bit depressing and difficult to control. Chen Zonging continued to lower his head, flipping through the books. But, inadvertently, he raised his wrist and glanced at the time on the watch. Then he just sat in the chair and continued to read the books. Without speaking, just waited quietly. Time. 1 minute and 1 second passed. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. He was just like that, sitting on a chair abruptly, waiting for the time. A full 3 minutes passed. 3 minutes have passed. Chen Zong continued to sit in the chair, flipping through the books. No distraction. Indifferent. The scene is embarrassing. Is this provocative? Abdul's complexion was instantly cold. Is this provoking His Majesty? Exclamation mark. "Get up immediately," he shouted sharply. "Get up immediately." Outside the office, the foreign mercenary members also looked cold and stared fiercely inside. Overseas mercenaries are unorganized and undisciplined desperados. In their eyes, as long as they have money, they can do everything. Hire such a group of desperados to protect the safety of the Kui people? I really don't know. How did Kuei come up with it for him? Give a out 3 seconds. Otherwise, don't let me do it, Abdul said in English with a cold voice. Give you 3 seconds. Otherwise, don't let me do it. As the captain of the mercenary, he is invincible on the battlefield. No one has ever dared to challenge His Majesty. This is tantamount to looking for death. However, at this moment, Chen Zonging, who was reading the book, finally slowly raised his head. His eyes were calm and indifferent, staring at Abdul. In Chinese, he slowly uttered a word, "Go away." As soon as he said this, Abdul was shocked. Question mark. He raised his brows. Some did not understand. He is a foreigner from the Mediterranean, so he doesn't understand Yangtze Chinese very much. What is? Abdul turned his head and looked at Ku Yi with a hint of question. What is he saying? Ku Yi's pretty face is complicated. How do you explain this? Question mark. However, at this moment, Chen Zonging looked calm and said to Ku Yiren, "Let him go." Translate my original words to him. No, Chen Zonging does not speak English. On the contrary, Chen Zonging was too lazy to talk in English when facing the few gringy monkeys in front of him. And monkeys, why speak human words? Ku Yi's complexion was inexplicable, and he could only translate the words for Chen Zongong cautiously. Mr. Chen means told to go. Ku Yiren's voice was complicated and slowly translated. Ha! Hearing these words, Abdul exploded! Exclamation mark. Outside the office, the 20 mercenary members also looked fierce and angry. Ha! A large group of overseas mercenaries rushed in directly. Bastard! You look for death. 20 fierce overseas mercenaries rushed in on the spot, and they were about to do it. Dare to be in front of them, so insults their captain? Exclamation mark. This is almost dead. In the eyes of more than 24 mercenaries, murderous intent flashed. That is, the real murderous look. At this moment, they were completely murderous. To kill Chen Zonging on the spot. They were mercenaries born in blood, killing countless. What's the point of killing a district security director? Exclamation mark. If you dare to provoke them overseas, then kill them. At this time, they have been completely murderous. More than 24 mercenaries. Chi put their right hand into the back waist. There, hanging their portable weapons, military stabbing daggers. They have already moved to kill, and they want to take action to kill Chen Zong on the spot. But right now, Abdul suddenly stretched out his hand and stopped the group of men. "Step down," he said slowly in a cold voice. "Signal, let the men back down. Don't do it again, Captain. This has insulted you. Let us kill him." The 20-odd mercenary men looked grim and unwilling, and said sternly, "I said, step back," Abdul said indifferently, shouting to his opponent again. The subordinates looked complicated, but they didn't dare to disobey the boss captain's meaning. They could only endure the impulse to draw a knife. Slowly retreat. Abdul's eyes were cold and deep, staring straight at Chen Zong. At this time, Chen Zong continued to look down and read, as if he didn't pay attention to these foreign monkeys. Chapter 528. It's always changing, and I'm happy and quiet. Abdul's eyes were cold and deep, staring straight at Chen Zong. At this time, Chen Zong continued to look down and read, as if he didn't pay attention to these foreign monkeys. If the heart is clear, the sky will not be alarmed. The changes are still stable, and the spirits are calm and happy. In front of Ren, he didn't even bother about how these foreign monkeys were making trouble. Not deliberately pretending, but really not interested. It's just a group of orangutans. Is there a need for dialogue? It's really disobedient. It's all killed. However, for Chen Zong at this time, killing these monkeys was a waste of energy, for fear of dirtying his hands. So this has never been done, because I'm too lazy. He continued to bow his head. www.mentalnovel.com. The Confucian Classics, the philosophy of monarchs in the story of the spring and autumn period, obviously attracted his interest. How good is it to read a book? It is much more interesting than arguing with the group of monkeys in front of you. And monkeys, why do you have general knowledge? At this time, inside the office, Abdul had a cold face, stood there, his eyes deep and sharp, staring straight at Chen Zong. Just now, his men tried to do something, but he abruptly stopped them. No, he didn't want to kill Chen Zong. On the contrary, Abdul than anyone else wanted to kill him. However, at this time, Abdul hesitated, because he found out that he couldn't see through this man! This man just sits in the office so calmly, in this case can read a book indifferently. This scene is too much! Abdul has run rampant in the overseas mercenary world and has seen a lot of monstrous warlords and heroes, but has never seen such a cold and frosty breath on the face of a hero. That breath, as if, is not something that humans can have at all. Just now, under the eyes of Abdul and Chen Zong, the icy cold almost made his heart tremble and fell to his knees on the spot. This! Abdul was shocked. He faintly felt that the man in front of him is by no means simple. Faced with the ferocious eyes of more than 20 of his subordinates, he can still calm down. Reading a book leisurely? Then he must have some secret backhand hidden in it! Could it be that he has a gun? Abdul's pupils narrowed slightly, staring at Chen Zong. For a long time. Sometimes, the enemy is calmer. Abdul became more solemn and dared not to do anything. This kind of enemy is often not simple. There is a terrible backhand. Abdul hesitated. Today, he came to the hot summer with an important task. He didn't want to cause more troubles and cause other hidden dangers. In the end, Abdul's complexion was deep and complex, and he waved to his hand, signaled his men to retreat. A group of foreign mercenaries, with extremely cold expressions. They gave Chen Zong a stern look. Then he walked out of the security director's office. Swaggeringly, Abdul had a deep gaze and stared at Chen Zong for a long time. He finally turned around and left the office indifferently. Ku Yi had a complicated face and walked into the office cautiously. "Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. I can't stop them. I'm sorry I disturbed you." Ku Yiren bowed gently and apologized cautiously. She is the chief executive of a dignified group, and a strong woman with one person under 10,000. At this moment, standing in front of Mr. Chen, Such a respectful bow. It's simply. Chen Zongguang's eyes were cold and he ignored her. Instead, he continued to hold the book and read it quietly with his head down. Go out. Don't disturb me reading. He spit out a word while reading. Ku Yiren's pretty face was taken aback, and he nodded quickly. Sorry to interrupt. After she finished speaking, she stepped on high heels and gently exited the security director's office. Take advantage of the opportunity to bring the door of the office. Walking out of the security director's office, Ku Yi let out a sigh of relief as if he was on the verge of an amnesty. In that scene, Abdul confronted Mr. Chen. Almost scared her out of a heart attack. Thinking of the group of overseas mercenaries, Ku Yi had another headache. But at this time, he hadn't waited for Ku Yiren's headache to end. The group of foreign mercenaries came again. Abdul looked indifferent and came to the Ku Yi people. President Ku Yiren, for the sake of safety, we will inspect and survey the entire floor of your group, Abdul said solemnly. Ku Yiren was a little speechless, but he endured his irritability and nodded. Please feel free. After speaking, she turned and walked into her office. But Abdul stepped forward and stopped her. President Ku Yiren, besides, for the sake of the security of the group, I suggest you immediately dismiss the security director of the group, Abdul said with a solemn expression and warned, this man is not good for safety. Hearing these words, Ku Yiren suddenly raised his head, staring at Abdul with beautiful eyes. Sorry, anyone can resign, but he can't be resigned, Ku Yiren said word by word with cold eyes. Let her fire Mr. Chen? Are you kidding me? Exclamation mark. These days, Mr. Chen is by his side, protecting himself with his life. You can survive by yourself. Otherwise, I'm afraid. I don't know how many times I have been killed. In the entire Shanghai and Shanghai markets, how many people are eyeing her project? Mr. Chen has saved her countless times. How could she fire her savior? Without Mr. Chen, Ku Yi people hardly knew they could survive for a few days. Hearing what Ku Yi said, Abdul's complexion was a little unhappy. His pupils condensed and he warned, President Ku Yi, I am ordered to protect your safety. You better listen to me. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety. I said, that man is very dangerous and he must be fired. Otherwise, my Arctic mercenary will refuse this protection mission and we will resign. Abdul's face was solemn and he threatened directly. Or, the security director Chen Zong left. Or he, Abdul, refuses to accept this security job assignment. This is to force the palace. Ku Yiren's pretty face condensed, becoming a little complicated and sullen. She has never seen such a bodyguard without rules and regulations. Good. I agree with your resignation application. If you have any questions, please contact the Human Resources Department. Ku Yiren was too lazy to talk nonsense about the foreign mercenary, and directly agreed. Anyway, she looked at the group of foreigners extremely uncomfortable, so she dismissed her and went quietly. Abdul was taken aback. He obviously didn't expect that this Ku Yi would really want to fire himself. He stepped forward and said, President Ku Yiren, are you kidding us? Dismiss us. You need to pay a full year's salary. The contract is very clear. You are sure to fire us? When signing the contract, Abdul had clearly stated in the contract that once a dispute arises between the two parties, if they are to be dismissed, the Ku Group will need to pay a full year's liquidated damages. As for the Arctic mercenaries, accepting this employment mission, the salary for a year is 50 million. In other words, the Ku Yi people need to pay 50 million liquidated damages to dismiss the Arctic mercenaries. Brothers, think it's wonderful, and vote for a monthly pass. By the way. Otherwise, my editor should scold me again. The editor scolded me and I was upset. Come on, monthly pass, come to my brother's arms. My brother will take you to fly. The monthly ticket exceeds 570 today, and it will be added tonight. Chapter 529 Arctic Mercenary. Abdul was taken aback. He obviously didn't expect that this Ku Yi would really want to fire himself. He hurriedly stepped forward and said, President Kuyaran, are you kidding us? Dismiss us. You need to pay a full year of employment for compensation for liquidated damages. The contract is clearly written. I understand. Are you sure you want to fire us? When signing the contract, Abdul had clearly stated in the contract that once a dispute arises between the two parties, if they are to be dismissed, the Ku Group will need to pay a full year's liquidated damages. As for the Arctic mercenaries, accepting this employment mission, the salary for a year is 50 million. In other words, the Kuyi people need to pay 50 million liquidated damages to dismiss the Arctic mercenaries. Kuyaran took a deep breath and looked up, staring at Abdul with cold eyes. Liquidated damages? Good. I will pay. Kuyaran was also unambiguous, and directly agreed. She's so fed up. Regarding compensation for breach of contract, you can directly connect with the legal department of our company. Kuyaran directly greeted him and asked the secretary to come over. Secretary Sungs stepped on high heels with a serious face, and walked over quickly. Miss Ku, are you looking for me? Sungs said in a salute. The Kui greeted him and said, Abdul and his Arctic mercenaries are going to resign. You lead them to go through the dismissal procedures. In addition, regarding the contract matters and the funds to be compensated, you take them to the Legal Affairs Ministry. Everything goes according to the contract. Kuyaran's voice was cold, unambiguous, and directly ordered. What 50 million compensation? Go to his sister. All follow the legal procedures. In the hot summer, your foreigner's private contract won't work. Everything must follow the law of the hot summer. How to pay according to the law? According to the law, pay as much as you want. Even if she really paid 50 million yuan, she also recognized it. Just spend money and buy 2 Bugatti Veyrons. Yes. Sungs nodded respectfully, then turned to look at Abdul. Mr. Abdul, please come with me. The scene instantly fell into a state of awkward silence. Abdul's complexion became a bit complicated and embarrassing. He didn't expect Kuyaran, a hot summer woman, would be so indifferent. President Kuyaran. That thing, there is still to be discussed. At this moment, Abdul suddenly relented. Faced with the dismissal of his mercenary, Abdul was still softened. The contract that I signed and drafted was actually not formal, although the contract says that it has breached. The Ku Group has to pay 50 million yuan in liquidated damages. However, this has no legal benefits at all. If a lawsuit is really filed, I really don't know how the law of this hot summer will be sentenced. Therefore, in front of money, Abdul can only bow his head. When he was overseas, he was slaughtered in the battlefield of life and death, and he only made tens of millions in exchange for his life. But at this time, in the hot summer, you don't need any life or death danger. As long as you follow Kuyaran, you can easily earn 50 million. This beautiful job made him fire. He was really unwilling. Sorry, I don't think there is any need to discuss it. You can dismiss it. Kuyaran didn't give him any leeway at all and was merciless. She was anxious for the foreign monkey to leave. Stay here, and I saw Abdul. Abdul was blocked by Kiyui's words for a while, and he didn't know how to speak. The groups of mercenaries behind Abdul were instantly cold. A murderous intent exuded from the pupils. Can't negotiate business? This is not giving them the face of Arctic mercenaries! This group of mercenaries are dead men. Before becoming mercenaries, all of them were prisoners from all over the world. Because they had nowhere to go, they became mercenaries, killing constantly on the battlefield, doing everything. However, at this moment, Abdul gave them a look and motioned them to conceal their murderous aura and calm down. Reaching out to the 24 mercenaries, it is only then that they can bear the endless murderous intentions in their hearts. Abdul had a complex complexion, stopped in front of Kuyaran, and said seriously, President Kui, I think. Is there any misunderstanding between us? I am for your safety, I hope you can understand. Kuyaran nodded and looked at him seriously. I understand very well. When will you go through the resignation procedures? Abdul, this man, The captain of the Arctic mercenary dignified. He looked a little embarrassed at this time. He could shoot and kill people unscrupulously on overseas battlefields. But, at this time in the hot summer. For money, he had to bow his head. That, President Kuyiren, what I told you just now was just a moment of anger. Since your father sincerely invited us to come over to the hot summer to protect your safety, then are we people who say nothing? Abdul looked serious and said solemnly, so, you can rest assured your safety is entrusted to us Arctic mercenaries. We will fulfill the protection commitments in accordance with the contract and anger your personal safety. Abdul said with a stern look. This is the rhythm of not intending to resign. Just kidding, they, Arctic mercenaries, are making so much hard-earned money by hiding in bullets overseas. And now, in the hot summer, you can earn 50 million a year. Are they stupid if this money is not made? Exclamation mark. Money is convincing. Money can be driven by ghosts. Money can put the Arctic mercenaries down. Just give the money, everything is easy to say. Kuyiren's beautiful eyes were cold and disdainful, and glanced at the group of mercenaries. A touch of sarcasm flashed through the corners of the red lips. It's really ironic. A group of so-called mercenaries, for the sake of money. Can it be so shameless? However, at this time, the mercenaries in this area insisted not to leave, and the Kiwi people really couldn't help them. After all, they were invited by the father himself. It would be inappropriate for Kiwi people to dismiss them with emotion and reason. For the public, my father is the chairman of the Ku group. This is a team of mercenary bodyguards. My father came forward in the name of the chairman to look for his own president. As a district president, he really doesn't have the right to dismiss the decision made by the chairman's father. This is tantamount to blatantly contradicting the chairman in the name of president. Although my father might not mind, in the company, in front of countless board members, there is no guarantee of everyone's ideas. Therefore, it is really difficult for the Kuyi people to dismiss the members of this group of Arctic mercenaries on the spot. However, in private, this, after all, was the mercenary that my father did for his own safety, so he did not hesitate to spend a lot of money to find a mercenary for her. I should accept my father's kindness, and I am not embarrassed to refuse. Therefore, Kuyi people have no choice but to dismiss this group of people. With cold beautiful eyes, she glanced at Abdul and the group of members behind her. Since you want to stay here, please, put away that arrogance, and pay attention to the distinction between subordinate and superior. This is hot summer, not an overseas battlefield. Here, it is about rules and systems. Kuyiren's voice was cold, and after speaking, he turned around and walked into the president's office. Only Abdul and the group of mercenary members behind him, with embarrassed and complicated faces, stood in place. The monthly ticket exceeded 570. Add more to haha. Thank you brothers for your support! Exclamation mark. I'm working on the code words, and I will finish coding a chapter later. I will add more later. I am still writing. Brothers, if you have a monthly pass, please support Duck. Chapter 530 Intrigue. After all, they were invited by the father himself. It would be inappropriate for Kiwi people to dismiss them with emotion and reason. For the public, my father is the chairman of the Ku group. This is a team of mercenary bodyguards. My father came forward in the name of the chairman to look for his own president. As a district president, he really doesn't have the right to dismiss the decision made by the chairman's father. This is tantamount to blatantly contradicting the chairman in the name of president. Although my father might not mind, in the company, in front of countless board members, there is no guarantee of everyone's ideas. Therefore, it is really difficult for the Kuyi people to dismiss the members of this group of Arctic mercenaries on the spot. However, in private, this, after all, was the mercenary that my father did for his own safety, so he did not hesitate to spend a lot of money to find a mercenary for her. I should accept my father's kindness, and I am not embarrassed to refuse. Therefore, Kuyi people have no choice but to dismiss this group of people. With cold beautiful eyes, she glanced at Abdul and the group of members behind her. Since you want to stay here, please, put away that arrogance, and pay attention to the distinction between subordinate and superior. This is hot summer, not an overseas battlefield. Here, it is about rules and systems. Kuyaran's voice was cold, and after speaking, he turned around and walked into the president's office. Only Abdul and the group of mercenary members behind him, with embarrassed and complicated faces, stood in place. So many colleagues outside the office on the spot, so openly accused. Do not give them Arctic mercenaries at all any face. Abdul's complexion changed from embarrassment to indifference. Then, it was replaced by a slight coldness in his pupils. He, Abdul, has fought in overseas battlefields for more than 10 years, and he has never, ever been so boldly accused by a woman. In overseas battlefields, women are the lowest creatures in the biological chain. On the battlefield in the Mediterranean, women are just men's vent tools. In the battlefield, women are just a tool for venting their sexual desires and can only be played by men. But, at this moment, in this hot summer, this female president, Kuyaran, said to herself, so unscrupulously! This is simply. Abdul almost suffocated his anger. But, at this moment, he can only bear it for the task. He flew thousands of miles from the Mediterranean to the hot summer, and he came for a mission. It is to make money. Now, for the task. He can only endure it. Behind him, that group of mercenaries were equally cold-faced and murderous. However, no one shot. This group of Arctic mercenaries, enduring the raging anger in their hearts, can only endure it. This is in the hot summer, not on the overseas battlefield. For the task, they can't rush into action. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. For the task, I can only forbear it. When Sungs saw this, although the terrible murderous aura of these foreign mercenaries was frightened, his heart trembled slightly. But she still stepped forward and rounded off. Mr. Abdul, please come with me. I have prepared a spacious office for you. You will work there in the future, which is very convenient. More than 20 members of Arctic mercenaries clenched their fists together, with murderous intent in their pupils. Abdul looked grim and stared at the direction of the president's office for a long time. He turned his head and glanced at Sungs coldly. Lead the way. He uttered 2 words, his expression still calm. But the cold atmosphere in it has already brewed to the extreme. Sungs quickly led the way and led the group of mercenaries towards their office. At this time, Kuyaran, who was fed up with the mercenary spirit, returned to the president's office and continued to turn on the computer screen, staring at the latest stock index data on the computer, and Memu watched solemnly. The entire share market continued to fluctuate throughout the day. Farstar Group is still in the crazy gunner stock, continue to cash out. In just one morning, Yuanxing Group has already cashed out funds in the stock market. More than 5 billion. Cash out so much in one morning? This is simply. In the entire share market, all stockholders are now frantically discussing the stock market of Farstar Group. Various speculations have been released regarding Farstar Group cashing out. It is suspected of fleeing the mainland market. The scandal spread almost throughout the Jiangnan business district. Kuyaran opened the website and followed other business news information. Sure enough, Farstar Group, in addition to stocks, countless real estate projects, land projects, have also entered the frantic transfer, mortgage, cash out link. This is simply! Her beautiful eyes became serious. Suddenly, Farstar Group cashed out such a large amount of funds. What is the purpose of! Kuyaran's beautiful eyes are more solemn than ever. She faintly felt that things are by no means as simple as the surface. From yesterday to today, according to the clues and information she has, statistics show. Farstar Group, within 32 hours, has already cashed in funds urgently, exceeding RMB 50 billion. 50 billion. What is this going to do! For a while, Kui couldn't guess the motives of the Far Star Group. But she knows that things are definitely not simple. As for the rumors on the stone market, Far Star Group cashed out and escaped from the hot summer continent. She didn't believe this scandal at all. Anyone with a little brain will know. It's almost impossible. Far Star Group, the business power in the hot summer mainland, is so majestic. How could it be? All of a sudden, just withdraw? If it really sells assets on such a large scale and withdraws, well, it's a scale of 100 billion yuan in the summer. How could officials not stop it? This is simply impossible. That year, the richest man in Portex, Mr. Li Jiaqing, was able to successfully escape the hot summer. It was because he was extremely cunning, and it took a full 10 years to quietly sell the assets in his hands, making it difficult to detect. It took 10 years to sell the assets cleanly, and finally escaped from the hot summer. Moreover, because he is a resident of XG, he is not controlled by the mainland. That's why he escaped by chance and escaped to the other side of the ocean. Now, in the hot summer business situation, it is absolutely impossible to allow large companies to withdraw suddenly. This is not responsible for the summer business. It is not responsible for the whole people. So, this is impossible. In recent years, the uproarious Gionda Group, Mr. Scallion, tried to escape due to various business problems, but were finally detained forcibly. In recent days, Mr. Scallion is uncomfortable. Various debt problems have been exposed. Moreover, even Sina Weibo has been interrupted, only allowed to be visible for half a year. This has already explained various problems. Any enterprise that tries to escape the hot summer cannot leave. What's more, Yuanxing Group's scale involves trillions. With such a terrifying and huge scale, how could the official let you go? Moreover, Goshos is still so eager to sell assets. How can it not be possible for the Ministry of Commerce to pay attention to such an upright cash out? Therefore, there is only one possibility. He does not want to escape at all. So, what is his purpose on earth? At this moment, Kuyiran's beautiful eyes condensed, unprecedentedly solemn. Yesterday, it was my country's first independent research and development aircraft carrier, Shandong, which was officially listed. 39 years ago, General Liu Huiqing visited the US and boarded a US aircraft carrier. The US prevents him from touching the equipment on the grounds of confidentiality. In order to be able to see clearly, the general stood on tiptoe, leaned forward, and cast his eyes towards him, with strong desire and expectation. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. Now, 39 years later, in 2019, I have risen in the hot summer. My country's first domestically made aircraft carrier was delivered to the Navy. You don't have to stand on tiptoe to see other people's aircraft carriers. Today's Navy, as you wish. P.S. In addition, ask for a monthly pass! Sure, group number 310,745,503. Chapter 531. Don't worry about the monkey's words. How can it not be possible for the Ministry of Commerce to pay attention to such an upright cash out? Therefore, there is only one possibility. He does not want to escape at all. So, what is his purpose on earth? At this moment, Kuyiran's beautiful eyes condensed, unprecedentedly solemn. What made her even more puzzled was that although on the internet, there were endless rumors about the Far Star Group running away, but no official media came forward to report the statement. Even the official account of Far Star Group and Goshos himself have never stood up to refute the rumors. Lost the voice collectively? Why is this? Could it be intentional? Could it be that this rumorous news at all was emanating from Goshos's hands? Thinking of this, Kuyiran's beautiful eyes became more solemn. She faintly felt that behind this large-scale cashing operation, it was definitely not simple. In the evening, the sun sets. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the sunset had tilted the sky and was crumbling. The entire sky was dyed red. On this day, Kuyi people always pay attention to the development of Yuanxing Group. In one day, Yuanxing Group once again sold its assets crazily and cashed out. Almost reached the scale of 70 billion. In 2 days, 70 billion in cash was crazy. This amount of funds is enough to shake the entire Shanghai Sea. So what is Go Shou's going to do? Kuyiren's confidant is a little dignified and complicated, and he can figure out what the other party thinks. After get off work in the evening, she stepped on high heels and walked out of the Ku Group building in a mess. Chen Zongzong held a cigarette in his mouth. His face was calm, and followed him. In front of the KISS building, a fleet of 10 Mercedes-Benz cars parked neatly at the door. But the original group of KISS bodyguards were all blasted aside. The Arctic mercenaries represented by Abdullah strong and domineering and occupy the entire convoy. Abdul was standing in front of the Benchai motorcade, with a group of mercenaries guarding him behind him. After seeing the Kuyi people coming out, Abdul saluted slightly. President Kuyiren, please get in the car. Kuyiren was taken aback, looking at this scene suspiciously. Those bodyguards of his own were all bombed aside? This ... is too much. What's the situation? She asked with a slightly unhappy tone. Abdul said in a calm voice, in order to protect your safety, President Kuyi, from today onwards, our Arctic mercenaries, with full authority, will personally protect your safety. This row of Mercedes-Benz fleets, let us drive, so as to ensure safety, Abdul said with jealous. In addition, we have arranged a safest route for you back home, prevent any crisis from happening in an all-round way. Kuyiren frowned, pointed to the group of Ku family bodyguards beside him, and asked, what do they do? These Ku family bodyguards have followed her for several years, trying their best to protect her safety. There is no credit and hard work. In order to protect her, several members have been sacrificed. But at this time, this group of bodyguards just got knocked aside. Abdul's eyes were cold and disdainful, and he glanced at the group of KISS bodyguards from the corner of his eye. They will find a way to go back by themselves. President Kuyi, for your safety, I hope you can cooperate, Abdul said without giving Kuyi a chance to refute. Kuyiren. She also met for the first time this kind of person who has no distinction between subordinate and superior. She was almost going crazy on the spot. But at this moment, Yang Feng, the leader of the bodyguard, stood up. Miss Ku, it's okay. Let's take a taxi and go back to the villa. Yang Feng stepped forward and rounded the ground. You are right next to Mr. Chen, Yang Feng said earnestly. What he meant was that Mr. Ku should follow Mr. Chen closely. As long as Mr. Chen is by his side, the Kuyi people are not in danger. Mr. Chen's skill is terrifying. Even if there is a danger, it can save Mr. Ku the first time to ensure his safety. Originally, Kuyiren I was about to go crazy. But at this time, Yang Feng, the manager of the bodyguard, said so. Kuyiren could only sigh helplessly. She forcibly suppressed the anger in her heart and exhorted Yang Feng a few times. Then he turned and got into the Maybach sedan in the middle. With a cigarette in his mouth, Chen Zong was about to get into the Maybach car together. But at this moment, Abdul stretched out his hand and stopped him. You can't go in. This is a special protection vehicle for the head of autumn. You are not qualified to go in, Abdul said with a cold face and directly refused. Oh, Chen Zonging lifted his head slightly, a faint smoke ring, hesitating on Abdul's face. What are you? Dare to stop me? Huh? The air freezes instantly. Uniform. More than a dozen members of mercenaries on Thursday and Tuesday were surging, encircling and suppressing them. Abdul's pupils froze, and his fists condensed. Stepped forward, seeing the scene will get out of control. Is there enough trouble? At this moment, in the Maybach car, the Kuyiren finally couldn't help it, and shouted. Abdul, who is the leader of this company? Do you have any distinction between superiors and subordinates? I am the president and Mr. Chen is my friend. I will let him in. Do you have any questions? Once, I couldn't help it, and went crazy on the spot. The beauty president launched a biao, but also wanted to be terrible. No face to Abdul and the Arctic mercenaries. The scene instantly became depressing. Abdul's face was cold, and he gritted his teeth. The 24 mercenaries behind him were also cold-faced and murderous. President Kuyiran, we do it for your safety, Abdul said in a cold voice. This man is suspicious. He can't follow you. Well, you guys resign immediately. I don't need your protection, okay? Kuya's popularity exploded, and she scolded on the spot. The scene was silent and cold for a moment. Kuyiran was completely angry. This group of mercenaries was too much, too unruly and disciplined. With this kind of person by her side, she feels more dangerous. Abdul looked cold and resisted the murderous intentions. President Kuyiran, since you insist, then let's take a step back. Abdul's voice was cold, and Chen Zong glanced at Chen Zong's eyes. You, go in, Abdul said coldly, not forgetting to add a reminder. But I hope you remember that if you dare to make any movements in the car, it is not good for the president of Kiwi. We will immediately take you. Get out of the car. Chen Zongwang's eyes were calm and indifferent, and he ignored him at all. Because Chen Zong didn't treat him as a person at all, he completely regarded him as a. Why do you need general knowledge with a foreign monkey? The two are not at the same latitude at all, and there is no way to talk. Chen Zong's dangling cigarettes. His eyes were calm, and he stepped into the Maybach car. The Kuyiran sat in the car, apologized. Sir, sorry. I didn't deal with this group of people properly. If this group of mercenaries, please don't take it to heart. Chen Zonging sat in the car and took a deep breath. What the monkey says, I never take it to heart. His face was calm, and he replied lightly. 2. Chapter 532 Mission in Mission. Kuyiran sat in the car, apologized. Sir, sorry. I didn't deal with this group of people properly. If this group of mercenaries are just now, don't take it to your heart. Chen Zonging sat in the car and took a deep breath. What the monkey says, I never take it to heart. His face was calm and he replied lightly. Hearing Mr. Jun's words, Kuyiran was slightly taken aback. Monkey. After a few seconds of surprise, her gloomy face was filled with depressed smiles, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but raise an arc. Mr. Chen's metaphorical description is really appropriate. Outside the Maybach, the group of foreign mercenaries did not understand the Chinese conversation between Kuyiran and Chen Zonging. Abdul's face was cold, and he glanced at Chen Zonging in the Maybach car with a murderous look. He forcibly resisted the murderous intentions, and now the task is important. Can only endure. He commanded his men and quickly got into the Mercedes-Benz. Then he looked cold, and then got into a Mercedes-Benz ahead of him. The Mercedes-Benz fleet started and drove away slowly. At the entrance of Kius Mansion, the bodyguard leader Yang Feng and others, in desperation, had no choice but to take a taxi and return to Kius Manor. 5 o'clock in the evening. The Mercedes-Benz fleet is driving all the way on the streets of Shanghai and High City. The setting sun has fallen, and the entire Shanghai and Shanghai markets are shrouded in darkness. In December, the 12th lunar month of winter, the night is always very early. Neon lights light up the city. Outside the car window, there was a constant flow of people. The Mercedes-Benz fleet is driving fast on the street. Kuyiran and Chen Zonging sat in the car. They were quiet and did not speak to each other. Kuyiran opened the laptop and processed the company's file information. And Chen Zonging was sitting on the side, holding his chest with his hands, faintly puffing out smoke rings. Unconsciously, the Mercedes-Benz team has been driving for half an hour. Kuyiran raised her wrist and glanced at the time on the Patek Philippe watch, and found that half an hour had passed. But the Mercedes-Benz fleet has not yet reached the QG Manor. She raised her head suspiciously and glanced out the window. She suddenly discovered that the street scenes around him were a bit strange. Isn't it right? What route is this convoy taking? What route are you driving? How can you get home? Kuyiran looked wary and subconsciously asked the Maybach driver in the front row. That driver is a member of the Arctic mercenary. The mercenary member looked cold, And while driving, he said slowly, "We have planned a new safe route. Be safe and restless, and you will be home soon." Kuyaran's heart is even more vigilant. She vaguely feels that something is not right. "Stop immediately," Kuyaran yelled. But the driver did not respond and continued to drive. "Stop, let me listen. Did you hear that?" Kuyaran's pretty face was solemn, and he shouted sharply. Then, the corner of the driver's mouth raised a deep and strange arc. "President Kuyaran, I'm afraid I can't help you." "It doesn't matter what you said, I just take orders. Our Captain Abdul." Hearing this, Kuyaran's pretty face suddenly changed color. "This!" exclamation mark. "This is," she suddenly discovered thing, out of control. This group of mercenaries are completely out of her command. What are they going to do? Exclamation mark. Driving the convoy, not heading towards the villa? Exclamation mark. What is their purpose? Exclamation mark. The Kuyi tried to push the Maybach door open, but at this moment, it was suddenly discovered that the door had already been forcibly locked, and it was impossible to open the door at all. At this time, in front of the Mercedes-Benz team, Abdul had a cold face and was sitting in a Mercedes-Benz S600 sedan. In his hand, holding an Apple tablet computer, the computer screen showed a long-planned route. This route is precisely the evacuation route that he has carefully planned. This is not a protection mission at all, but a complete, shocking kidnapping. Only in the morning, from the moment they just got off the plane, the kidnapping mission had already begun. The route they prepared in advance is the specifically predicted kidnapping route! Exclamation mark. In the evening, they dismissed the group of KISS bodyguards deliberately. The purpose is to let the Kuyi people stand alone and helpless. They are not here to protect the Kuyi people. Instead, their mission is to kidnap the Kuyi. This group of Arctic mercenaries are desperate and do no evil. How can they protect the Kuyi wholeheartedly? Exclamation mark. Since they took over the protection task of Kuyaran, they have already planned another employment task. Kidnap Kuyaran. How much money did you make to protect the Kuyi people? At best, it's only 50 million yuan. But, how much money can you make by kidnapping Kuyaran? Exclamation mark. At present, overseas international underground organizations have offered a reward of employment to the Kuyi people, which has reached $1 billion. As long as you kidnap Kuyi and change hands, you can make a huge profit of $1 billion! Exclamation mark. This, for Arctic mercenaries, is simply an inexhaustible wealth in this life. People don't make money, heaven is extinguished. This group of desperados, Arctic mercenaries, have completely given up for $1 billion. From the beginning, this is a game. Take the task of protecting the Kuyaran and take the opportunity to get close to the Kuyaran. This is simply an unprecedented meticulous planning. On weekdays, Kuyi people are heavily guarded, and mercenaries from all walks of life cannot even get close to her. But now, Kuyaran's father suddenly released an overseas employment mission. This simply opened the door to let them in and kidnap. How can Arctic mercenaries miss such an excellent opportunity? Exclamation mark. Take the task immediately. Not only that, he can earn tens of millions of advances in Kuei, and, more importantly, is able to get close to Kuei people. $1 billion, right in front of you! Exclamation mark. This is simply, it kills two birds with one stone. It was easy to kidnap Kuyaran. It's all effortless! Exclamation mark. Abdul was sitting in the Mercedes-Benz S600 sedan, with a strange and deep expression, and lit a cigar. He stared at the evacuation route and confirmed that the convoy followed closely and everything was secured. Then, he picked up the walkie-talkie and told the driver in the Maybach, "Is the goal all right?" In the intercom, the Maybach driver had a weird voice and replied, "Report to the captain, the goal is all well, but she has noticed our purpose." A cold arc flashed across the corner of Abdul's mouth. "Did you find it?" "It doesn't matter, just lock the door." At this time, the convoy has already evacuated from the Shanghai city. What if the Kuyiran finds out? It's already powerless. No bodyguard from the Ku group could get here in time. That Kuyi is alone. How can she resist? They are bound to win this kidnapping. Brothers, ask for a monthly pass! Chapter 533 Do It. Abdul was sitting in the Mercedes-Benz S600 sedan, with a strange and deep expression, and lit a cigar. He stared at the evacuation route and confirmed that the convoy followed closely and everything was secured. Then, he picked up the walkie-talkie and told the driver in the Maybach, "Is the goal all right?" In the intercom, the Maybach driver had a weird voice and replied, "Report to the captain, the goal is all well, but she has noticed our purpose." A cold arc flashed across the corner of Abdul's mouth. "Did you find it?" "It doesn't matter, just lock the door." At this time, the convoy has already evacuated from the Shanghai city. What if the Kuyiran finds out? It's already powerless. No bodyguard from the Ku group could get here in time. That Kuyi is alone. How can she resist? They are bound to win this kidnapping. Thinking of this, the arc of Abdul's mouth is even more profound. He took a sip of his cigar indifferently, and then instructed the driver in the intercom. "Take that damn security director, get rid of it." He endured the security director all day. Today, the Mercedes-Benz team has been completely controlled by them. It's also time to let that security director go to hell. Thinking of this, a ferocious sneer flashed across Abdul's face. "Anyone who dares to bump into himself will go to hell." At the same time, the rear, inside the Maybach sedan, the driver member, after receiving the command from Captain Abdul in the headset, nodded with a cold smirk at the corner of his mouth. Then, while driving, he suddenly slowly pulled out a dark and cold weapon from his pocket. Desert Eagle. The pistol has been filled with bullets and has long been loaded. Everything, they have been prepared in advance. As the driver drove, his eyes were deep, and he slowly turned his head, and locked the gun hole of the dark and cold Desert Eagle and aimed at Chen Zonging. The hot summer man of ants, offended our Captain Abdul, you can go to hell. The gun in the driver's hand was locked on Chen Zong. His face was hideous and weird, with a terrible smile. He could have expected the scene when this man was headshot by himself. The Kuyi people on the side will surely be trembling and screaming, right? Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth became even more hideous. However, the driver was surprised. The security director sitting in the back row was still calm, sitting on the chair hill, smoking a cigarette. Those eyes are calm and indifferent, staring at yourself with disdain. This look, as if with a mockery? The driver gangster looked grim, and was provoked by the look in Chen Zong's eyes. Go to hell, hot summer ant. He pulled the trigger directly. Boo! A gunshot burst. A bullet whizzed out and burst out of the gun. The bullet carrying a terrifying tongue of fire. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to the center of Chen Zonging's eyebrows, and it only took 1/10 second to penetrate his head. But just this time, zheng, there was a metal trembling. The bullet suddenly hovered in midair. The sharp bullet of the bullet was only 1 millimeter away from the center of Chen Zonging's eyebrows. Almost, it's about to be shot. However, the bullet was intercepted. I saw that the of Chen Zonging's right hand, like pliers, were fiercely holding the bullet between his fingers. 2 fingers blocked the range of the bullet. In the front row of the Maybach car, the driver did not find any splashes of blood after shooting? He turned his head suspiciously and looked to the rear! Huh? His complexion completely changed suddenly! This! What the fuck? I saw that the bullet was being pinched by Chen Zong in his fingers! The whole bullet was even dented and deformed! What the fuck? How can it be? The driver's pupils suddenly changed, shocked and horrified, and couldn't believe it. Under the ferociousness, He squeezed the trigger abruptly and tried to shoot again. But this time, Chen Zong didn't give him a chance. Kakakaka. Chen Zonging's hands were lightning fast, and he directly disassembled the Desert Eagle gun in the driver's hand into a pile of metal parts scattered on the carpet in the car. Huh? Exclamation mark. Seeing this scene, the driver's complexion trembled in amazement. Exclamation mark. He looked at his right hand in disbelief. Only the metal of the handle of the gun was left. Question mark. This question mark. The driver hadn't reacted yet, and Chen Zong suddenly grabbed his right hand and slammed it hard. Question mark. Crack. With a sound, the bones broke, and the sound of shattering filled the carriage. Exclamation mark. Exclamation mark. His whole right hand was directly broken off by Chi-Chi. The entire palm all fell limply. The blood, madly overflowing along the palm of his hand. The entire right hand was completely scrapped. Exclamation mark. Drive well and don't make a small run. Chen Zonging's voice was cold, and he retracted his hand and said lightly. In the Maybach sedan, the driver trembled and took his palm back. His entire right hand has been completely abolished, completely broken, and it is miserable. Beside Chen Zonging, Kuya's pretty face was shocked, and the whole person was completely shocked by this scene. Kuya's pretty face was pale and completely messy, and he didn't know what to do. Chen Zongong's eyes were calm. He glanced at her lightly, and spit out, "Keep working, it's okay." Kuya-ran. Is this all right? Are we all kidnapped? Kuya's mood is messy and complicated, but now Chen Zong said so. What else can she do? She can trust no one. But she only believes Mr. Chen. Kuya-ran can only lower his head, try to calm himself down, then take a deep breath, and continue to tap the keyboard on the laptop to perform office work and handle official duties. But at this time, her heart is in a mess. Facing this turbulent scene. How can she really be patient and work at ease? However, at the same time, in the front row of the Maybach, the driver trembled and howled in pain. His right hand was completely abolished, and he could only hold the steering wheel with his left hand, forcibly supporting ... and continued to drive the vehicle. At this moment, the voice of Captain Abdul came from his wireless headset. "How did you get rid of the security director?" Abdul asked indifferently in the headset. Team ... Captain ... He fought back. I was injured ... The driver turned on the wireless headset with a sullen expression, and tremblingly replied, "Huh." At wireless headset, Captain Abdul's expression changed suddenly when he heard these words. Just as Abdul hurriedly planned to give an order to attack and kill, Chen Zong suddenly stretched out his right hand and took the headset from the driver's ear. "Abdul." Chen Zonging's voice was calm, and he asked the person in the headset lightly. This is the first time he has taken the initiative to talk to the captain of the Arctic Mercenary. "I found out. Why is the monthly pass getting less and less? Is my update poor or something? I have 5 chapters every day, one gang. Don't you guys vote? If there is no monthly pass, the normal update will be resumed next month, and it will be updated twice a day. Ask for a monthly pass." Chapter 534 Air-to-Surface Missiles. Abdul. Chen Zonging's voice was calm, and he asked the person in the headset lightly in English. This is the first time he has taken the initiative to talk to the captain of the Arctic Mercenary. Huh. In the radio headset, the other party's breathing suddenly tightened. Exclamation mark. "Do you dare to resist? I promise you won't survive for 3 minutes." In the radio headset, Abdul's voice is extremely cold. Through the headset, the sound of guns and ammunition can be heard. Obviously, Abdul is already angry, loading ammunition, intending to stop, to give Chen Zonging a fatal blow. He will never let this mission happen to any unexpected situation. This security director will undoubtedly die today. However, at this moment, Chen Zhonging looked calm and spoke slowly to the wireless headset. "Leave me and Kuyiren, you, make an offer." Chen Zhonging said calmly and indifferently. "Huh?" Hearing these words, Kuyiren sitting aside, her pretty face was taken aback? Looking at Mr. Chen in astonishment and complexity? This, is it still Mr. Chen? Mr. Chen. Begging for mercy from the group of mercenaries? Is this still Mr. Chen's style? This is not like his style of behavior at all. Mr. Chen, would he beg for mercy? However, in the radio headset, that Abdul was also taken aback after hearing these words? The other party, begging for mercy? He didn't expect that the other party begged for mercy so quickly. This is no fun at all. In the radio headset, Abdul said in a weird voice, "Should I let you go?" "The conditions are simple, $1 billion. Abdul's voice was cold and strange, and he offered his own terms. $1 billion. He kidnapped Kuyi people this time and was able to get $1 billion in rewards. Since the other party wants to beg for mercy, then hand over the same amount of money. In fact, Abdul did not give Chen Zhonging any chance to survive. The opening is $1 billion. This is not blackmail and skyrocketing prices, but nonsense. $1 billion, which is an astronomical figure. Who can come up with $1 billion in one go? Almost impossible. He never thought of staying alive with Chen Zhonging at all. This sentence is just ridicule and playful. However, Chen Zhong took it seriously. He pondered for a moment, and replied to the wireless headset, "Okay, $1 billion. Give me 10 minutes and transfer to your account." Chen Zhonging's voice was very calm, not at all joking. "Give me your bank account number." This time, is it Abdul in the radio headset for a moment? Listening to this tone, the other party really intends to transfer money? Abdul's mouth was disdainful, and he was not afraid, and directly reported his bank card number. Citibank, account number 1056911122233. Remittance name, Abdul Arthur. Boy, I'll give you 10 minutes. If the money doesn't arrive, Lao Tzu's bullet will reach your eyebrows. Abdul's voice provoked coldly, and slowly replied from the wireless headset, "Okay." Chen Zhonging's voice was calm, and he faintly returned a word. The Kuyiren on the side was surprised and looked at Mr. Chen suspiciously? Looking at Mr. Chen's expression at the moment, it seems that it doesn't seem to be a joke at all? At this time, the Mercedes-Benz team was still driving fast on the highway. The convoy did not stop and slow down. Did not stop at all because of this episode. At this time, the task is racing against time. Abdul didn't stop the convoy in order to prevent the accident, but let the convoy speed all the way towards the destination of the scheduled number. At a private airport in Shanghai, they have already bought the airport, and a private jet is waiting at the airport. Waiting for them to arrive at the airport, they can take off directly. Then escorted and kidnapped the Kuyi people and fled the summer. Everything is in the plan. At this time, inside the Maybach car in the middle, the driver endured the severe pain of his broken right hand, still driving the vehicle forward. In the back seat, Chen Zhongguang had his eyes calm and indifferent. He took out his Huawei mobile phone and directly dialed the mysterious phone number of the capital of the capital. "Hello." After a few seconds, the phone was connected. A hoarse voice came. "Move up $1 billion and help me get into a Citibank account." Chen Zhonging said calmly and coldly into the phone. On the other end of the phone, there was silence for a few seconds. "Reaper, what trouble have you caused?" Zhang Yuzha's hoarse and deep voice came from the phone. "International mercenaries, just kidnapping." Chen Zhonging's tone was calm, and he faintly replied as an explanation. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Yazu, the location sent me. I was dispatched to the nearest Haiwu district. The Lining nuclear aircraft carrier was recently docked along the south of the Yangtze River for recuperation. I asked them to send an air-to-surface missile over. On the other end of the call, Jiang Yazu's voice was calm and slowly said, as if what he was talking about was just a simple thing. But if this sentence is heard by other people, I am afraid it will be completely frightened. Can dispatch the nuclear aircraft carrier Lining with a single phone call? Launch air-to-surface missiles? What the fuck? Are you kidding me? Inside the Maybach car, Chen Zhongying's brows were also slightly frowned. Just a small international mercenary, need to launch air-to-surface missiles? How to kill a chicken with a sledge knife? Is this universe too fussy? Does he wish Jiangnan was not chaotic enough? You don't need to be so troublesome. According to my request, accountant pay money. Chen Zhongying's voice was indifferent and calm, and directly reported Abdul's Citibank account to Jiang Yazu. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Yazu was silent for a few seconds. Reaper, they all belong to the same department, and you know, our department has been running low on funds recently, and it is not easy for everyone to make money. Jiang Yazu's voice was a little complicated and said helplessly, 3, 2, 1. Chen Zhongying was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and started the countdown directly. Forget it. Give me 3 minutes, $1 billion, and it will arrive. Remember to ask the other party to check it. Jiang Yazu didn't withdraw him, but could only agree. By the way, after the task is completed, remember to pay me the money. Jiang Yuyu seemed a little worried, and reminded him on the phone. However, Chen Zhong obviously ignored him and hung up the phone. Ahead, in the Mercedes-Benz S600 sedan, Abdul is sitting in the passenger seat, with guns loaded. He didn't expect at all the other party would really make money. This is simply impossible. The other party is just a small security director. How can it be possible to spend $1 billion? This is almost a huge astronomical figure. Abdul prepared weapons and ammunition, ready to stop at a suitable time, and just kill the security director. However, at this moment, ding! Suddenly, on his cell phone, a text message reminder sounded. Add more! Recently, I have a lot of things to say to everyone. Last month, everyone said that I update slowly, only 2 updates per day. As a result, I speeded up the update speed, 5 updates per day, and tens of thousands of words per day. However, I change every day, and everyone complains again. My update is too watery. This is really helpless. Brothers, the code words are pretty tiring, really. I start writing at 9 o'clock in the morning and finish writing at 9 o'clock in the evening, writing 12 hours a day. There is almost no time to go out, let alone chat with friends and family. After the whole day, I was very depressed. I want to say ... I am not a god. It is really difficult to ensure both speed and quality, but I will try my best. I try to make the following chapters more interesting and more content. But, can you get more monthly tickets? My book has 30,000 readers. But it turns out, there are only more than 500 monthly tickets. Ask for votes. Chapter 535 Introduce the lair. Ahead, in the Mercedes-Benz S600 sedan, Abdul is sitting in the passenger seat, with guns loaded. He didn't expect at all the other party would really make money. This is simply impossible. The other party is just a small security director. How could it be possible to spend $1 billion? This is almost a huge astronomical figure. Abdul prepared weapons and ammunition, ready to stop at an appropriate time, and just kill the security director. However, at this moment, ding! Suddenly, on his cell phone, a text message reminder sounded. Abdul was taken aback for a moment, and he took out his cell phone in confusion, opened the text message to take a look. Citibank, Your private international bank card ending in 1234, at 5:20 on December 20, 2019, received an interbank international transfer ... 1,000,000,000 US dollars, and the balance after the transaction was 10,256 million US dollars. Huh? Exclamation mark. When he saw this text message on the phone, Abdul was completely dumbfounded, stunned? Question mark. This! Exclamation mark. He hurriedly opened his Citibank app website, logged into his account, and found the confirmed balance. Sure enough, on the bank's private account, a huge remittance of 1 billion US dollars appeared. At this moment, Abdul was completely shocked! Exclamation mark. The other party turned out to be really remittance? Exclamation mark. He just mentioned it casually, teasing and playing with each other. He never thought the other party would pay money. But the result. At this moment, looking at the front on this bank account, a series of real gold and silver numbers. Abdul was completely shocked and stunned, completely dumbfounded! Exclamation mark. The other party actually ... really came over with money? Exclamation mark. And is it a whole billion? Exclamation mark. In case of fraud, Abdul specifically checked the remittance account and found that it was a personal account in the summer. But at this moment, he has been dazzled by the huge sum of money in front of him. Where can he care for so much? Exclamation mark. This fucking, it's really a billion! Exclamation mark. 1 billion US dollars. A series of countless zeros! Exclamation mark. What the fuck? Abdul was completely excited. He worked so hard, risking his life to break into China. For what? Exclamation mark. Why did you kidnap Kuyi people? Question mark. Still risking being intercepted and killed by the hot summer officials? Question mark. For money? Exclamation mark. Because the identity of Kuyi is worth ... $1 billion. For this billion, so he risked his life to come. But at this moment! Exclamation mark. He received $1 billion in the blink of an eye? Exclamation mark. What the fuck? Exclamation mark. This money is coming too fast, right? Exclamation mark. At this time, due to great excitement, Abdul even forgot to think about the source of the money and its rationality. He picked up the radio headset with excitement and trembling. He suppressed the excitement in his heart, and said to the other end in a deep and cold manner, "People from Yangtze, count your credit. I have the money." Rear. Inside the Maybach sedan, Chen Zhongying calmly sat in the back row of chairs. However, at this moment, the voice of Abdul came from the radio headset. "Yangtze people, count your credit. I received the money." Hearing these words, the Kuyi who was sitting in the Maybach car had a stunned pretty face. Incredible? Question mark. Mr. Chen, actually ... really? I paid $1 billion in the past? Question mark. This! Exclamation mark. At this time, Chen Zhongying still looked calm and indifferent, sitting in the car, and took a deep breath of cigarette. "The money is received, stop, let us go." In his tone, it seemed with a hint of pleading? Question mark. This! Exclamation mark. The Kuyiran on the side was shocked and couldn't believe it. This! Question mark. Is it really Mr. Chen, that domineering, invincible rival of the god of war, at this moment, is actually begging for mercy? Question mark. However, Kuyiran faintly noticed that something was wrong. Although Mr. Chen's tone also contained a hint of pleading, his tone was still as cold, without the slightest emotion, as if it were a robot. This! Kuyiran's thoughts turned, as if faintly. What did she understand? Sir, this is not really begging for mercy? Question mark. But what is he doing? Why do you want to hit the other party with $1 billion in the past? Question mark. Kuyiran really didn't understand. At this time, in the radio headset, Abdul's voice was strange and inexplicable, coming from a deep voice. "Let you leave?" "Yes, but you must Follow us on the plane first, Abdul said in a strange voice. Slowly, only after ensuring our safety, we arrive overseas before we can let you leave. Abdul's voice was very strange and hideous, and he said slowly, since this security director is so rich, then how could he, Abdul, easily let him go? Such a gold mine, do not keep. A severe blackmail. I am really sorry for his Arctic mercenary. Abdul was cruel, and at this time he had made a decision to bring Chen Zhonging and Kui back to the headquarters of the overseas base together. Kuyiran's bounty, his essentials, the security director's money, he must also blackmail. He blackmailed Chen Zhonging $1 billion, but he was not enough. He wants more. Insufficient heart. Abdul's greed has come up completely at this time. At this moment, killing that security director would be too wasteful. Since he is so rich, wouldn't it be a violent act of non-extortion? Abdul's voice was extremely deep. Even if he wanted to kill, he would have to wait. The security director, after all the money was vomited out, he shot him again. At this time, Chen Zhonging in the Maybach car, after hearing Abdul's words, did not hesitate, and directly agreed. Okay. He was eager for Abdul to say this. Now that the other party has spoken, how can he refuse? Abdul was so enthusiastic that he invited himself to the Arctic mercenary headquarters base. How could he shirk his enthusiasm? Chen Zhonging took a deep breath of the cigarette ring, and an indifferent arc flashed across the corner of his mouth. $1 billion. He was really afraid that Abdul would not accept it. Now, the other party accepted it. And that was just right. He received money from Chen Zhonging. He is capable of killing people honestly. For Chen Zhonging, this is $1 billion. From the beginning, it was just a bait. Otherwise, if he does it within 1 minute, these 20 Arctic mercenaries were probably gone. The reason why he kept this group of people from killing. It's just that I want to take the opportunity to go to the lair of Arctic mercenaries. By the way, the entire Arctic mercenary lair was brought together. Save trouble. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Why not do it? The Kuyiran sitting on the side, with a complicated and pale face, looked at Mr. Chen blankly. She was a little confused at this moment. What is the situation? Chen Zhongguang's eyes were calm, and he slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Turned his head and glanced at her. Tonight, let's travel abroad. Chen Zhonging's voice was calm, and he glanced at her, and said lightly, travel. Travel. Kuyiran's beautiful eyes were stunned, staring at him blankly. But, for some reason, when staring into the man's eyes, she seemed faintly sensing the man's thoughts. Mr. Chen, is this? You want to introduce the other side's lair? Chapter 536 Skyrim. The Mercedes-Benz fleet is speeding all the way, and the picture travels hundreds of kilometers. In the Mercedes-Benz convoy, more than 24 Arctic mercenaries are opening the metal safe they are carrying. Parts of a gun in bulk are placed in a metal safe. It turns out that this is why they want to bring a safe. These metal safes, hidden inside, are all terrible parts of hot weapons. They passed the airport security check with a metal safe. Carrying guns, he entered the Shanghai Sea. Now, these guns were quickly assembled by them. Crack, click. The sound of the rapid assembly of metal parts echoes in the car. The scene was extremely terrifying. After half an hour, crunch. Finally, the Mercedes-Benz team braked sharply and stopped at an international airport on the outskirts of Shanghai City. Here is an airport that the Arctic mercenaries contacted in advance. The airport management personnel have been bought by the Arctic mercenaries. At this time, a private Boeing plane was parked on the apron of this airport. The door of the Mercedes-Benz opened, and more than 24 members of Arctic mercenaries rushed out with fierce expressions. This is an air route dedicated to the escape of Arctic mercenaries. The 20 mercenaries looked fierce, and no longer had the forbearance of the previous ones. At this time, they completely showed the aura of fierce desperados. 20 people rushed directly to the Maybach car in the middle. The dark firearms are all locked in the Maybach car. Hold your head with your hands. Don't move. Come out. 24 mercenaries with cold expressions, threatened directly. Ku Yi had a complicated face and could only obediently follow the instructions. He carefully hugged his head in his hands and walked out of the Maybach car. However, Chen Zhongying, still looking calm, with his hands in his trouser pockets, slowly stepped out of the Maybach car. Take your hands out. If you hear it, hold your head with both hands. Otherwise, you will be destroyed by one shot. The group of mercenaries became angry when they saw him and pointed their guns at him. But Chen Zhonggong, with calm and indifferent eyes, glanced lightly at the group of mercenaries. The look in his eyes was as if he was looking at a few monkeys. The group of mercenaries suddenly became angry and felt that they were being despised. Click. The two mercenaries loaded their guns directly, and they were about to give Chen Zong a shot to shatter his head. But right now, Captain Abdul suddenly stepped forward and put his hands on the guns of the two members. The anger of the two members was suppressed. Don't be impulsive. He is our gold mine. Don't kill him for the time being, Abdul said slowly in a deep rap in Arabic. If you want to kill, you have to wait for him to spit out all the money behind you before killing him, Abdul said to his hand with a strange arc on his face. Take him back to the headquarters first. Don't worry, we will keep it and slowly blackmail him. Greedy, Abdul planned to drain the security director for money. Let him spit out all the gold mine property behind him. The use of waste can be a good blackmail. The Arabic language is very strange. It is the Arabic language of the ancient African steppe. They come from the war-torn African savanna. That grassland, the Arabic language of nomads, is not popular in the world. Therefore, few people in the world can understand their Arabic dialects. Therefore, the dialogue is in Arabic. But what they don't know is, Chen Zhongying could understand their conversation. He is fluent in more than 100 international languages from all parts of the world, including the spoken languages of various hidden tribes and races. Almost, the whole world, any language, can't escape his eyes. Even if he doesn't understand the other party's language. Through the tone and demeanor of the other party's speech, eye breath, breathing rate, and facial and body expressions. He can also guess the content of the other party's words with a 95% probability, because he has received the most professional 5-sense translation training. Through the facial expressions of a person's 5 senses, one can guess what the other person wants to express. As an agent, his eyes can see almost anything in this world. This kind of mind-washing technique is simply terrifying. At this time, Chen Zong had already clearly heard the conversation between Abdul and his men. However, he did not act, because I'm too lazy to do it. His purpose is to save trouble, find the old nest of the opponent's base, and destroy it completely. Now that the headquarters has not arrived, there are just a few Xiaoluo in front of him. He really doesn't bother to do it. Chen Zhongying just stood there, waiting, and lighted a cigarette in a leisurely manner. Seeing this scene, the group of Arctic mercenaries became even more angry, staring at him and gritted their teeth. However, they finally held back. For the money, this man still has to keep it and can't kill it. Abdul's eyes were deep, and he glanced at Chen Zhongying meaningfully. You really have the courage. At this time, you still dare to smoke, Abdul said in a deep voice, staring at Chen Zhongying, and speaking slowly in English. Chen Zhongguang's eyes were calm. He slowly spit out a smoke ring, and replied in English, when will you let us go? You have already received the money. I hope you have your words. Keep your word? Abdul smiled, strangely and deeply. Don't worry, you are just hostages right now. You are safe. We are holding you hostage to prevent accidents on the road. As long as we reach the headquarters safely, we will release you back immediately, Abdul said in a deep voice, slowly. Okay, I hope your words count. Chen Zhongying took a deep breath of the cigarette and said lightly. In fact, he hopes that Abdul's words don't count, because he breached the contract, then he can do it. If he really lets himself go then himself, what is the reason for doing it? You have to find a reason for killing, right? However, Abdul did not know Chen Zong's inner thoughts at this time. Abdul's eyes were deep, and he made a gesture to his hand and said, take it away. The subordinates stepped forward, holding Ku Yiren and Chen Zhongying under control, and directly pressed the two into the private cruise plane not far away. Ku Yiren and Chen Zhongying were directly suppressed into the private jet. The two were taken to a row of seats in the plane and forced them to sit down. Then several armed members armed with firearms just sat aside, guarding them. Abdul followed the pilots and got into the front cockpit together. Soon, the private jet started and taxied along the runway. All the way, in the end, the plane climbed and flew to the sky. The Arctic mercenaries kidnapped Ku Yiren and Chen Zhongying in this way, and galloped into the sky. Chapter 537. Above the sky, private jets climbed directly all the way. Instantly climbed to an altitude of 10,000 meters. In the cabin, the atmosphere seemed a bit depressing. The group of Arctic mercenaries, sitting in the cabin chairs, dangling cigars and red wine, were obviously in a good mood. Today, they kidnapped the Ku Yi people. This will make a fortune. Today, their members who participated in this mission will receive a lot of rewards for everyone. Moreover, they also blackmailed an extra gold mine man. At this time, Chen Zhongying, in their eyes, is simply a gold mine man. Blackmailed $1 billion. Add in the 1 billion bounty of the Ku Yi people, that's 2 billion. Moreover, the use value of this gold mine man is not over yet. From this gold miner, it is obvious that there is still something to blackmail out. Thinking of this, the members of this group of Arctic mercenaries are in a good mood. This trip to China has made a fortune. Although they are mercenaries, they can only make tens of thousands of dollars on the overseas battlefields, braving the wind and rain to participate in missions. Today, one mission is worth $1 billion. This is simply, after today, the reputation of their Arctic mercenaries will be great. Kidnapped Ku Yi people. This Super S-grade international underground employment task was completed by them. The value of Arctic mercenaries will skyrocket in the future. Since then, glory and wealth are at your fingertips. At this time, in the cabin, Ku Yi and Chen Zhongying did not speak. The two just sat quietly in the cabin. Ku Yiren's mood is a bit complicated and messy. This is her first personal experience. Being really kidnapped. Before, although there were countless armed forces trying to kidnap themselves, but those forces were blasted back by Mr. Chen before they got close. During the period when Mr. Chen assumed the protection task by her side, her Ku Yi people's safety was almost never threatened. Today, it was the first time she experienced this horrible kidnapping scene. She was kidnapped. At this moment, Ku Yi's brain is still a little confused. Although a little panicked and worried, she still forcibly suppressed the panic in her heart. Because Mr. Chen is sitting beside him, she could faintly feel that this was done on purpose by Mr. Chen. Although she didn't know the purpose, she believed that Mr. Chen would not harm herself. As long as Mr. Chen is by his side, he will not be in danger. At the same time, Chen Zhongying, who was sitting aside, had a calm and indifferent expression. Still faintly lit a cigarette, puffing out the smoke ring. I can't see what he is thinking at this time. Even when he was sitting in an airplane, he was completely fearless, just smoking a cigarette. His eyes calm and indifferent. It seems that there is no meaning of fear at all. Tingling bell. At this moment, Ku Yiren's personal cell phone suddenly rang. Ku Yiren subconsciously picked up the phone and took a look. It was his father who asked Hui Hai to call. She took out her mobile phone carefully, and took advantage of the mercenaries behind the group not paying attention, and answered the phone. Yiren, what's the matter? Where have you been? Why haven't you returned home? On the other side of the phone, the father's voice seemed a little anxious. An hour has passed, but the daughter has not yet returned. At this time, he also learned about the behavior style of the group of foreign mercenaries through the inquiries of company personnel. Therefore, in Ku Huihai's heart, a faint thought flashed through and hurriedly called her daughter. Ku Yiren continued on the phone, not knowing how to explain to his father. She turned her head and glanced at Chen Zhongying beside her. Chen Zhongying's complexion was calm, without any mood swings, but his eyes swept slightly, giving her a look. Ku Yiren understood in an instant. These days with Chen Zhongying, Even she herself hadn't noticed that the tacit understanding between the two was rising rapidly. She seemed to understand this man more and more. With just a look from Mr. Chen, she can know what the other party wants to express. Ku Yiren hesitated, and said to his father on the other end of the phone, "Dad. I'm fine, but there are some conditions at 0 hour. Mr. Chen and I have gone abroad." Ku Yiren hesitated and explained. She didn't want her father to worry, so she didn't tell the truth. On the other side of the phone, father begged Huihai for a moment. Going abroad? It's 7 o'clock in the evening. What are you going to do when you go abroad? Huihai looked suspicious. We going abroad. Going abroad to travel. Ku Yi people were confused and had language difficulties, so they found an excuse to explain. On the other end of the phone, begging Huihai to be surprised? But at this moment, suddenly, the phone in Ku Yiren's hand was taken directly by someone. Ku Yiren turned around subconsciously. I saw a foreign mercenary holding her phone. On the phone, there was an inquiring voice for Huihai's doubts. The foreign mercenary looked cold and directly threw Ku Yi's Huai mobile phone on the ground. Then he lifted his foot and faced the phone and slammed it down. Don't. Ku Yiren was about to stop, but it was too late. The heavy military boots of the mercenary stomped heavily on the mobile phone. However, the ones on the ground were turned into mobile phones, intact. Scene, silence. The mercenary was stunned for a few seconds, suddenly embarrassed. What the hell? The phone from Yangtze country. The quality is so good. He didn't believe in evil, and raised his army boots again, and stomped on his mobile phone. Bow! After stepping on several feet in a row, the expensive one was finally turned into a mobile phone and crushed. The mercenary looked cold, pointed his gun at Ku Yiren, threatening in English, "President Kui, don't play tricks. If you are being discovered by me, you call secretly, I will never be welcome." Ku Yiren's pretty face turned pale and nodded repeatedly. The mercenary glanced at Ku Yiren, and glanced at her beautiful chest, before he turned his gaze reluctantly, and returned to the back seat. If it weren't for the Kiwi people's worth of $1 billion, they would have been unable to resist the animal desires, and they would have targeted the Kiwi people. How can such a beautiful woman not taste it? On weekdays, on the overseas employment battlefields, they often do all kinds of harassment, adultery, and looting. But today, for the sake of 1 billion, I can only endure it. At this time, it was 7 o'clock late at night. Purple Garden, Shanghai Stock Exchange. Inside the Kiss Villa, Ku Huihai held the cell phone and kept asking questions on the phone, but on the other side of her daughter's phone, the signal was lost and there was no response. What's the matter? Where did Yiren go? Liu Xiangnan, the mother on the side, asked softly with a complicated face. Guai's eyes were complicated, and she put down her cell phone. Say it is. I went to travel with Xiao Chen. Traveling? Mother Liu Xiangnan was taken aback. Lonely man and widow, traveling together late at night? This, in the villa lobby, the atmosphere became a bit quieter. Under Ku Shuang, who was sitting at the dining table, his eyes widened when he heard these words. No. Won't you, Dad? Chen Zonggong's little white face really caught up with my sister. 444. Thank you for supporting my brothers yesterday. Thanks. Christmas is coming soon. I wish you all Merry Christmas. Crazy asking for a wave of monthly tickets! Exclamation mark. Today, the monthly ticket will reach 640. Wait for the Violent Liver. Chapter 538. Open air permissions. At this time, it was 7 o'clock late at night. Purple Garden, Shanghai Stock Exchange. Inside the Kiss Villa, Ku Huihai held the cell phone and kept asking questions on the phone, but on the other side of her daughter's phone, the signal was lost and there was no response. What's the matter? Where did Yiren go? Liu Xiangnan, the mother on the side, asked softly with a complicated face. Guai's eyes were complicated, and she put down her cell phone. Say it is. I went to travel with Xiao Chen. traveling. Mother Liu Xiangnan was taken aback. Lonely man and widow, traveling together late at night? In the villa lobby, the atmosphere became a bit quieter. Under Kushwang, who was sitting at the dining table, his eyes widened when he heard these words. No. No. Dad. Chen Zonggong's little white face really caught up with my sister. Kushwang's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief! For some reason, when this sentence was said, there was a slight sourness in the heart of the little girl under Kushwang. Little girl, don't talk nonsense. Before Kuhuihai could speak, his wife Liu Xiangnan took a sip and rejected what Kushwang had said. Obviously, on the surface, Liu Xiangnan is gentle and amiable, but in fact, when it comes to the emotional issue of her daughter's choice of a mate, Liu Xiangnan is obviously stronger than anyone else. The ancients said that the mother-in-law could not be offended. This is indeed not a lie. In front of other things, Liu Xiangnan speaks very well, gentle and kind. However, when it comes to the happiness of her daughter, this mother-in-law is stronger than anyone else. The happiness of the daughter is not a trifle. How can I just order the Mandarin duck score? What's more, it is his eldest daughter Kui. Once Kuyiran married out, he would have to follow her husband. Liu Xiangnan is reluctant to give up. Naturally, it is impossible to joke about this matter. Moreover, Xiao Chen, although excellent, but that temper is too cold. Moreover, the identity background does not seem very good. Apart from a little bit of kung fu, there are no other advantages. To be honest, let Xiao Chen and Yi Ren match. It's really a bit, the door is not right. The household is wrong. Xiao Chen is not good enough for Yi Ren. Liu Xiangnan's thoughts were a little complicated. The husband, Kuhuihai, had his eyes condensed deeply. He didn't think too much about this convenience. He just faintly felt that this matter. It seems that something is not right. He had a complicated mind, and his face solemnly dialed the number of the Arctic mercenary captain, Abdul. However, the other party's phone. But there was no response. After the phone rang for more than 10 seconds, there was an answer from the customer service of the communications company on the other side of the phone. Sorry, there is no answer to the call you dialed, please call again later. No one answered the phone. At this moment, Kuhuihai's complexion was even more complicated. Isn't it? What's the matter? Daughter suddenly hung up. Abdul's phone call. No answer. This. All kinds of things gave him a bad premonition. Kuhuihai was upset, picked up the phone again, and dialed Abdul's phone. Tuke, tuke, tuke. After a few busy tone prompts, the other party's phone was finally connected. Hello. There was a hoarse and deep voice on the phone. Captain Abdul, where has my daughter gone now? Kuhuihai asked with a solemn and deep expression on the other side of the phone. On the phone, Abdul's voice was deep and hoarse, and he was silent for a few seconds before speaking slowly. Chairman Kuhuihai, you can rest assured that your daughter is safe. Now, she is going overseas to deal with an official business, so don't worry. Abdul's voice was hoarse, and he replied profoundly on the phone. When he heard Abdul's answer, Kuhuihai's heart was slightly settled. You, where are you now? Kuhuihai asked. We are now on an international flight, 10,000 meters high. On the other end of the phone, Abdul's voice was deep and slowly explained. When he heard Abdul's explanation, Kuhuihai's heart. Somehow, a faintly worried thought flashed through. But he, for a time, can't tell. What's wrong? Chairman Kuhuihai, I won't tell you anymore. The altitude of the plane is too high. For safety's sake, hang up first. On the other end of the phone, Abdul looked deep and hung up directly. In the villa of the Qus Manor, Kuhuihai's eyes were deep and stunned, looking at the hung-up phone. Faintly, his mood was a little restless. At the same time, hundreds of kilometers away, night, 10,000 meters high in the sky, the private Boeing plane of Arctic mercenaries is flying at an altitude of 10,000 meters. In the plane, a group of mercenaries with dark faces were sitting in the cabin, tasting and smoking, having a great time. Today's mission is a huge profit. Tonight, After returning to the base, all of their members who participated in the mission will become billionaires overnight. Become a master in an instant. Tonight, enjoy wine tasting. Don't get drunk or return. Just as this private plane was driving at an altitude of 10,000 meters, sitting in the plane, Chen Zhongwang looked calm and indifferent. He slowly opened the Omega watch on his wrist. The watch screen instantly turned into a pair of LCD instruments. Chen Zhongwang's eyes were calm, clicked on the watch screen, and sent a message to Zhang Yazi, who was thousands of miles away. Aircraft code SX051, transfer authority, release this aircraft. Chen Zhenging was profound and indifferent, and sent a text message to Zhang Yuayu, asking Zhang Yuayu to grant permission to release the Arctic mercenary plane. Because, according to the plane's submerged flight, Chen Zhonging estimated that within 10 minutes, the plane would be intercepted by the air defense system in the summer. I am afraid that he will be shot down before flying out of the hot summer airspace. This group of Arctic mercenaries, real monkeys who have no brains. In order for these monkeys to successfully fly out of the hot summer airspace, Chen Zong also tried his best. After calling Zhang Yazu, the highest secret order of the Forbidden City was issued from the office. Immediately afterwards, the entire Ministry of National Defense received a secret order in an instant. Open Air Traffic Control Authority. Let a Y-1077 private Boeing plane drive out of the hot summer national defense airspace. However, at the same time, over the night, Boeing N-77 private jet. In the cockpit, the two pilots are cautiously flying the plane. Abdul, on the other hand, had a deep complexion, sitting behind the cockpit, his eyes calmly staring out of the dark glass of the cabin. At this time, they had already turned on the diving mode. In order to avoid the countless complicated radar monitoring in the national defense airspace in the summer. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, flying past all the way. As a result, there were surprises and no dangers along the way. Didn't any accident happen? Hey, this summer country is really the land of sick men in East Asia. The National Defense Force in the airspace is as weak as this monkey. It is simply a group of sick men in East Asia. In front of the cockpit, the main driver looked mockingly and said with disdain, "Ha ha, only Asian yellow monkeys. Where can the IQ of the monkey go?" The co-pilot on the side followed mockingly. Add more to! Chapter 539 Hot Summer Monkey. Hey, this summer country is really the land of sick men in East Asia. The National Defense Force in the airspace is as weak as this monkey. It is simply a group of sick men in East Asia. In front of the cockpit, the main driver looked mockingly and said with disdain, "Ha ha, only Asian yellow monkeys. Where can the IQ of the monkey go?" The co-pilot on the side followed mockingly. In the cockpit, the two pilots and co-pilots ridiculed mockingly. Indeed, the plane drove over 10,000 meters in the air along the way, and as a result, not even a single radar trap was found. On their radar monitors, they could not even feel the radar fluctuations of the hot summer. This hot summer airspace defense is scary, isn't it? What does the rookie look like? It's too rubbish. The defense of this hot summer airspace is simply incomparable with the defense of the Great Sealdi Empire. Half a year ago, they also managed to break through the defenses of the Great India Empire. Although they were almost discovered in the end, at least they risked their lives and crossed the military airspace of the Great India Empire. But today, in this hot summer country, this defensive airspace is actually like a display, with no deterrent at all. Don't even have a radar trap. This summer, it's like shit. This kind of garbage monkey country has been turned into a forbidden place for mercenaries. It's ridiculous. The two pilots sneered mockingly. However, at this moment, Captain Abdul, who was sitting aside, suddenly spoke. "Be careful, don't worry about it." Abdul spoke slowly and reminded him with a deep voice. Although this scorching summer is rubbish, don't underestimate the scorching monkeys and be careful to overturn the boat in the gutter. Abdul reminded with his eyes narrowed. "Captain, don't worry. This hot summer national defense is very rubbish." A pilot said. "That is, We will pass through the hot summer National Defense airspace immediately. In 2 hours, we will arrive at our overseas military base, the co-pilot said. Hearing the reports from the two drivers, Abdul nodded slowly. The military base of their Arctic mercenaries is located in a turbulent and war-torn small country near the hot summer country. Therefore, it is almost convenient for them to come to the hot summer. When they came, Kuei helped them go through the immigration formalities, and came here with an open mind. When he left, he kidnapped the Kuei and left on a private plane prepared in advance. Everything is seamless. Sitting in the cabin, Abdul had deep eyes, and his mood was very good. Sitting in the cabin, opened a bottle of Weili Manner's red wine, opened the bottle, and took a sip. After tonight, he will become a billionaire, master of the entire war zone. Thinking of this, the arc of his mouth is even worse. It's just that Abdul and these foreign monkeys, I am afraid, they would never dream of. What a terrifying existence they kidnapped. Kidnap the of death. Looking at the entire overseas West, I'm afraid there is no mercenary team who dare to have the courage to do such earth-shattering things. After tonight, their Arctic mercenaries will indeed be famous. It's not because they completed the kidnapping task of Kuei people. It's because they are so awesome that they dare to kidnap the of death. The night is deep, 10,000 meters high, and silent. A white broadcast 1077 private jet swiftly passed high above the sky, and screamed towards the southern sky. The plane has already left the country in the hot summer airspace. During the entire flight, there was no interception by the hot summer country. The security level of this hot summer was once again complained by this group of Arctic mercenaries. All kinds of mocking hot summer garbage. However, this group of Arctic mercenaries may not know. At this moment, in the hot summer, East China distribution areas, national defense agencies, satellite radar centers. In the Southeast Military District, the highest defense commander, the OnStar Kwesi King Handsome, was standing in front of the satellite radar station at this time. His fists were sour and his eyes were splitting. The pupils are almost staring out. In that N-77 Boeing plane, the conversation of the group of foreign mercenaries was clearly heard by him. The translator on the side didn't pull a word, and translated all the content of the dialogue to him. Hearing these words, how could this OnStar Kwesi King be not angry? Exclamation mark. What the fuck? This group of gaggle monkeys. At this time, his hand hesitated for a long time in front of the button of the Dongfeng 4D missile, forcibly not letting himself press it. If not, the highest secret order was issued in the northern Forbidden City. Let them open the air control and let the plane go. Otherwise, in the next second, this OnStar Kwesi King might have to directly press the Dongfeng missile button on the spot. Then experience the group of foreign monkeys for yourself. What is the paper past national defense? Exclamation mark. But at this moment, he has no choice but to endure it. 2 hours later, the Boeing N-77 aircraft quickly swept over a distance of thousands of kilometers, flying out of the hot summer airspace, passing through mountains and rivers, and finally arrived in the French country, the Republic of Korea. This country, because of oil energy, has been in a melee all year round. And the Arctic mercenaries, taking advantage of the right time and place here, set up a mercenary headquarters base in this small country of Kampstein. Here, near the great country of hot summer, even if the war is chaotic, it is impossible to reach the point where it is difficult to control. The only advantage of relying on a large country is that it can maintain safety during wars. At least, this is on the side of the hot summer national defense. It's impossible for the old American warship to come here, right? Therefore, the Arctic mercenaries rely on the right time and place, and here they have gained a small reputation. On weekdays, take on all small international employment tasks and support the family. And tonight, they have completed an internationally famous kidnapping mission. Kidnap Kuei, the astronomical employment bounty of billions of dollars. After this task tonight, Their Arctic mercenaries will be famous all over the world, resound all over the world. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the Boeing N-77 aircraft has successfully reached the base in the Republic of Kazakhstan. The plane slowly descended, passing ground and air all the way, flew over the city, and finally flew towards the virgin forest in front of no man's land. The headquarters of the Arctic mercenaries is located in this vast uninhabited area. The plane passed the sky, and the altitude dropped again. A few kilometers below, the base is already in sight. A huge armed base is located in the uninhabited forest. The N-77 aircraft slowly descended, taxied and landed towards the apron of the base below. In the cabin of the N-77 Boeing aircraft, Kuyaran was sitting on the cabin chair. Her pretty face was a little complicated and inexplicable, with a hint of worry. After all, at this time, arrived at the opponent's mercenary base. The situation obviously cannot be controlled by her. This is equivalent to entering the other side's nest directly. She was disturbed and worried, turned her head complicatedly, and looked at Mr. Chen aside. Continue to add more. Brothers, thank you for your support. Sure, read 1,000 people skirt. 310,745,503, don't get lost in the group. In addition, ask for monthly ticket support! Chapter 540. Either raise your foot and trample directly to death. She was disturbed and worried, turned her head complicatedly, and looked at Mr. Chen aside. However, at this time, Chen Zhongying still had his eyes calm, and his face calmly sat on the chair. The N-77 Boeing plane was flying across the sky, slowly landing towards the base below. He sat on the cabin chair, tilted his head slightly, looking through the window glass of the cabin, looking at the Arctic mercenary military base below. The base area is 350 acres. 2 military base towers and 1 office building. There are also 3 base dormitories. At a glance, he instantly analyzed the basic situation of this Arctic mercenary base. Calculated based on the location of the dormitory building, it is probably known that the number of Arctic mercenaries is about 1,000. With a scale of 1,000 people, it is simply an ant on the overseas battlefield. This is a very small mercenary. According to the analysis of the on-site base, the Arctic mercenaries are still stuck in the simplest thermal equipment. The on-site base does not have any huge arsenals. This shows that they do not have tanks, artillery, and fighter jets, such super-scale military equipment. Then, the weapons they have should be only thermal firearms, waiting for this kind of weapon. In Chen Zhong's pupils, his expression was still indifferent. 1,000 people. Only some of the simplest thermal weapons? This scale, to him, is simply a group of paper tigers. There are very few people in this world who can use thermal weapons to injure him. It's not that his body is invulnerable. Rather, because no one can target and lock his figure. Thermal firearms are indeed one of the most terrifying thermal weapons developed in the world today. However, it has another shortcoming, that is, it must be aimed manually. You can only shoot and hit the opponent if you aim. If the bullet is not aimed, then, no matter how powerful this weapon is, it is impossible to injure people. However, Chen Zhongying's physical speed has reached the stage of supersonic terrifying explosive power. Once his body explodes, his power will exceed the speed of sound. Under this terrifying force, no matter how fast, no matter how fierce the hot weapon, it will not hit him. How can a supersonic object moving at high speed hit it? Unless the reaction force and agility of the shooter can reach the level of supersonic speed. Between supersonic speed and supersonic speed, the two can pose a threat. Otherwise, ordinary people's firearms can't get into Chen Zhong's body at all. Therefore, ordinary thermal firearms can't hurt him at all. Chen Zhongying sat in the cabin, his eyes calm and indifferent, without the slightest mood swing. There was even no ridicule, because, facing the group of ants below, he didn't even think. Taunting was superfluous. Just imagine, faced with the provocation of an ant under your feet, Would you ridicule, will not, or just ignore it? Either raise your foot and trample directly to death. The Kuyaran's mood on the side was complicated. When she saw Mr. Chen's calm and indifferent appearance, for some reason, her messy heart was a little calmer. Perhaps, as long as Mr. Chen is by her side, then she will be fine. She believed that Mr. Chen would definitely protect her. The aircraft landing gear landed and slid out hundreds of meters on the ground, and finally landed steadily on the base airport. Let's go. In the cabin, dozens of Arctic mercenary members got up, locked and aimed at Kuyaran and Chen Zonggong with a hot armed firearm. Get up, the Arctic mercenary shouted with a fierce expression. Kuyaran and Chen Zonggong slowly got up. However, the expressions of the two are different. The Kuyi people are a little flustered and afraid, but Chen Zonggong is indifferent like water. A group of Arctic mercenaries looked fierce and pressed the two, forcing them to get off the plane. When he walked out of the aircraft cabin and saw the scene outside the cabin, Kuyaran's heart instantly cooled to the bottom. Outside the door of the cabin, the darkness was crushed and crowded. These are all members of Arctic mercenaries. When I saw this group of mercenaries, Kuyaran's pretty face was completely pale. In my mind, there is only one thought: it's over. There are almost thousands of people. There is a hot weapon hung on everyone. This is a real weapon with live ammunition. Kuyaran's heart was completely cold to the bottom. This also, how to resist? So many people, so many guns. Even if the gods descended from the earth, they would be helpless. At first, the Kuyi people thought that this group of Arctic mercenaries would be no more than dozens of people at best. How could she have thought there would be so many people? Kuyaran's mood was messy and complicated, and she stood there sluggishly. She turned her head complicatedly and glanced at Mr. Chen beside her. However, at this time, Mr. Chen's expression was still calm and indifferent, like a stone sculpture. In his pupils, there was no mood swing at all, and he couldn't see his mood at this time. Seeing Mr. Chen's emotions, Kuya's mood is inexplicably complicated. Could it be that in the face of such a turbulent situation, Mr. Chen, is there a way to save it? At this time, Chen Zong seemed to also see her panic and worry. His eyes were calm. Standing next to Kuyaran, faintly spit out the words, "It's okay." Just 2 words, "It's okay." But it was like sending charcoal in the snow, making Kuyaran's messy and panicked heart instantly settle down. "It's okay." Mr. Chen said it was okay. Then it must be okay. He must have a way to save himself out. Kuyi told himself so. However, what followed was her more complicated mood. In the face of this crowded crowd. Mr. Chen, how do you deal with it? Does he have a rescuer? Kuyi was upset, secretly guessing. The two of them, suppressed by the mercenaries, passed through the black crowd in front of them. Around the crowd, there are constantly mercenaries who laugh lasciviously and whistle at the Kuyi people. The beautiful face of Kuyi people in this Arctic mercenary base is like a sheep entering the mouth of a tiger, and it instantly became the target of everyone's attention. But at this time, no one did it, because Kuyi people are worth $1 billion. For money, everyone can only endure the impulse of the lower body for the time being. The two were taken into a gloomy office building. Afterwards, the two were separated and detained in 2 iron rooms. During the period, Kuyi said that he wanted to be detained with Mr. Chen, but was ignored by the group of mercenaries and refused. The two were detained in 2 iron rooms, outside the corridor of the room, guarded by a group of armed forces mercenaries. The scene is extremely dignified and depressing. Kuyaran's pretty face was pale, and she squatted in the iron room, flustered and nervous. But at this moment, her iron room door was suddenly opened silently. Kuyaran looked up in surprise! Found that a familiar figure! Mr. Chen, isn't he locked in the iron room next door? How did he come out? How did you open the door of your own room? 2. Chapter 541 Arctic Wolf. Mr. Chen, Isn't he locked in the iron room next door? How did he come out? How did you open the door of your room? Exclamation mark. Kuyaran stared blankly at the man who broke in. She was a little dull. Unbelievable. The door of the iron room was locked layer by layer. Mr. Chen, how did he get in? Mr. Chen, what do we do now? Kuyaran's pretty face was pale, looking at him in a complicated and messy mood, and asked carefully. Chen Zhongying did not speak, but went straight to a corner of the wall and squatted down. He took a cigarette out of his pocket and lit it. With a faint smoke ring. The air in the iron prisoner's room seemed a bit quiet. He did not answer the Kuyi, nor did he flee away with the Kuyi. Instead, he came to Kuyaran's room and lightly smoked. This seems to be giving Kuyi people a sense of security. He understood that it would be unbearable for a woman to experience extreme events such as kidnapping and to be kept in the iron prisoner's room alone. Therefore, Chen Zhongying naturally came to Kuyaran's room. Sitting down and smoking was just a simple action, but it gave Kuyaran an unprecedented sense of security. However, at the same time, Arctic Mercenary Base, in the headquarters building, Captain Abdul looked solemn, and was hurried to a mysterious office, knocking on the door and entering. All kinds of thermal weapons are hung on the walls of the office, as if, like a small arsenal. A man with a hideous and weird complexion slowly sat on a chair, facing the map on the wall, puffing out cigar rings. Abdul walked into the office, came to the strange man with a solemn expression, and bowed his body to salute. Subordinate Abdul, meet ... Arctic Wolf. The weird man slowly turned his chair back with deep eyes. That strange face was full of endless terrifying breath. He is the master of Arctic mercenaries, Arctic Wolf. The Arctic Wolf held a cigar in his mouth, raised his eyes, and stared deeply at Abdul. Captain Abdul, is the task completed? The Arctic Wolf asked with deep eyes. Report to Lord Arctic Wolf, the mission has been completed. The Kuyaran was successfully kidnapped. Currently, she is being held in the iron prison room number 3. Abdul said with a solemn expression and reported. The Arctic Wolf had deep eyes, spit out a smoke ring, and nodded in satisfaction. Abdul, I am very satisfied. After this mission, you will be promoted to deputy boss. The Arctic Wolf said slowly with a hoarse and deep voice. Hearing these words, Abdul's face was respectful and solemn, and he hurriedly knelt on one knee. Thank you. Arctic Wolf for the promotion. Abdul knelt on the ground and suddenly reported again. Master Arctic Wolf, in addition, there is one more thing to report. Oh? The Arctic Wolf's eyes condensed slightly, staring at him faintly. Say. Abdul looked respectful and reported cautiously. During this hot summer kidnapping mission, his subordinates have tied an extra man back. The subordinates originally wanted to kill him, but he sent $1 billion to his subordinates. Let his subordinates spare his life. So the subordinates took his own initiative and brought him back. Oh? The Arctic Wolf's eyes narrowed slightly. $1 billion? Are you sure? Subordinate confirms. The amount is credited to the subordinate's Citibank International account. And the subordinate confirms again and again. There will be no fakes. In the Arctic Wolf's pupils, a deep touch flashed. Okay. Well tied. Today's hot summer trip was quite rewarding. Kidnapped Kuyaran again and got this super bargaining chip. At the same time, an additional gold mine was kidnapped. This is simply killing two birds with one stone. The Arctic Wolf slowly got up from the chair. Let's go. I want to see what this rumored Kiwi looks like. With a respectful face, Abdul hurriedly led the Arctic Wolf and walked towards the iron prisoner's room. At this moment, inside the dark iron prisoner's room, Kuyaran was sitting on the ground with some complicated thoughts. She took off her high heels, her long hair leaned on her shoulders, and she looked a little inexplicably messy. And Chen Zhongying was sitting in the corner of the gloomy wall, faintly puffing out smoke rings. At this moment, suddenly, outside the dark corridor, there was a sound of footsteps. Two figures, one behind the other, slowly walked to the door of the iron prison. Then, the door of the iron prison was opened. Abdul looked respectful, and welcomed Lord Arctic Wolf into the Iron Prisoner's room. The Arctic Wolf walked into the room with deep and sharp eyes. At first glance, he saw Chen Zhongying sitting in a dark corner. He was taken aback for a moment. However, he quickly ignored it. Anand smiles at a gold mine. Apart from being rich, there is no threat at all. But Abdul's expression behind him condensed. He remembered that the two were clearly detained just now. But at this time, why did this gold mine man appear in Kuya's Iron Prisoner room? However, Lord Arctic Wolf was present at this time, and Abdul did not dare to expose this scene. Otherwise, the Arctic Wolf was guilty, and that would be his charge of improperly imprisoning the prisoner. The Arctic Wolf has deep eyes, step by step ... come to Kuya-ran. Interestingly, she looked at the beautiful hot summer woman in front of her. You are Kuya-ran? The corners of the Arctic Wolf's mouth, with a deep and naked smile, eyes follow Kuya-ran's beautiful face, slowly across her neck, on the v-neck chest of her uniform white shirt. After a long pause, it seemed that she wanted to see her body thoroughly through the uniform. Kuya-ran's beautiful eyes were panicked, but she forced herself to calm down, and she took a step back subconsciously, pulling away from the Arctic Wolf. Ha ha! The Arctic Wolf smiled strangely and deeply, sticking out his tongue, licking the corner of his mouth. Miss Ku, don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. Such a beautiful woman is actually the female doctor who developed the X project. It's really interesting. The Arctic Wolf suddenly changed his mind, and he decided to take this beautiful doctor as his own. Be your own woman. Then, the entire X project is in his pocket. From time to time, glory and wealth are coming. With Project X, his Arctic mercenary will leap forward and become a new star on the world battlefield. In the territory of Hanstan, in front of the prince, he was finally able to raise his head and speak upright. Thinking of this, the corners of the Arctic Wolf's mouth are even deeper. His identity is actually a bit complicated. He founded the Arctic mercenary not because of himself, rather, behind there is the support of the Prince of Hanstein. He is one of the dogs at the feet of the prince. Moreover, it is a humble one. There are countless mercenaries under the prince. These mercenaries are the backbone of the prince and are used to perform various tasks. The Arctic mercenary of his Arctic Wolf is the weakest and most unremarkable hired team under the prince's command. Chapter 542. Take God as the code name. But now, it's different. He successfully kidnapped Kuya-ran. What does this mean? Question mark. Said that he will have countless glory and wealth from now on. Exclamation mark. Only if you hand over the Kuya-ran to the prince, you can only get ... $1 billion in employment remuneration. What is this little money in front of Project X? Exclamation mark. It's just a flick. Mastering Project X's endless wealth. Thinking of this, an unprecedented strangeness and depth flashed through the eyes of the Arctic Wolf. His smile was very hideous. He wants to slowly invade Kuyi people and make this woman his pet. As for the money, having mastered the Kuya-ran, is he still short of money? The Arctic Wolf's eyes were deep and weird. His eyes moved away from Kuya-ran, and then looked at Chen Zhongying in the dark corner. And, at this time, isn't there a gold mine man? From this gold miner, I believe he should be able to extort a lot of money. The Arctic Wolf turned around, step by step, and walked towards Chen Zhongying. Man, hot summer, what's your name? The Arctic Wolf stared at Chen Zhongying and asked profoundly. But Chen Zhongying ignored him at all. Continue to sit cross-legged in the corner, deep and indifferent, puffing out smoke rings. This is to ignore it directly. Presumptuous. The boss is asking you. Didn't you hear it? Behind him, Abdul's face was grim, and he stepped forward and shouted angrily. Abdul had already taken out the Desert Eagle pistol in his hand, and he was about to start it. But the Arctic Wolf stopped him. His eyes were calm and deep, meaningful, and he continued to stare at the gold mining man in front of him. Man, hot summer man, what's your name? The Arctic Wolf seemed to be very patient, and continued to ask. Chen Zhongying's eyes were calm and indifferent, and he slowly raised his head. Vertical horizontal. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, and said slowly, Chen Zonging. The Arctic wolf muttered to himself, with a deep touch at the corners of his mouth. Then what's your name? Chen Zonging raised his head, staring at the Arctic wolf, and asked calmly. When the Arctic wolf heard this, he couldn't help laughing. Looking for death? You can inquire about the name of my adult. Abdul furiously on the side. He just stepped forward, but he was repelled by the Arctic wolf's eyes. The Arctic wolf's eyes were deep. My name? Say it. I'm afraid to scare you. Oh, you say? Listen. Chen Zonging still didn't change his face, sat in the corner, and replied faintly. The air seemed a little quiet. The corner of the Arctic wolf's mouth is even more jealous. The ant-like hot summer man in front of him was very interesting. Over the years, he has also attacked and kidnapped many people from the Arctic wolf. Those hot summer people, who saw him. Isn't he trembling with fright? However, this hot summer man in front of him seems to be not afraid of himself at all? This is the first time he has encountered an Arctic wolf in this hot summer. Yang Xiaoran, then you. Listen up. My name is. North. Polar. Wolf. The Arctic wolf has a deep and strange voice, speaking slowly in fluent English. Generally, people in Yangtze would tremble with fear after hearing his name. Arctic wolf. Just these few words already make people tremble. To be able to use wolf as a code name, this is definitely an extremely terrifying existence. However, what surprised the Arctic wolf was the hot summer man in front of him is not panicked at all? Chen Zonging's complexion was still calm, without the slightest ups and downs. Arctic wolf. Chen Zonging muttered to himself, then shook his head. I haven't heard of it. Arctic wolf. Abdul's eyelids twitched behind him, and he was furious and angry. Dare to be so presumptuous in front of Lord Arctic wolf! This hot summer man is dead. The air at the scene seemed a bit depressed. The Arctic wolf's eyes were deep and cold. After a long time, he suddenly smiled, laughing very strangely. Man in the summer, I have to admit that you have a lot of courage. After hearing my code name, you can remain so calm. Very good. The Arctic wolf said slowly with deep eyes. His name, codenamed Wolf, is terrifying and murderous. In the world of mercenaries, the person who can use this ferocious creature as the code name, which one is the ordinary generation? Therefore, at this time, Chen Zonging was able to remain so calm after hearing the codename Arctic Wolf, which surprised the Arctic wolf very much. However, what the Arctic wolf doesn't know is, what is he, a codename named Wolf in front of Chen Zonging? Because Chen Zonging before him is codenamed God. Codename, Reaper. I'm afraid the Arctic wolf never even dreamed of it. This unremarkable hot summer man sitting in the corner of the wall is the code name of that horror. The Arctic wolf didn't know Chen Zong's identity. He only thought that the hot summer man in front of him was just a small humble ant. Chen Zonging raised his eyes slightly, and with an indifferent look, he glanced at the Arctic wolf lightly. There was disdain in his eyes. He is not even afraid of the hundreds of codenamed kings in the dark world. Even the horrible codename 007 of the Great Britain Empire is not in sight. Could it be that you will be frightened by the unremarkable Arctic wolf codename in front of you? Arctic wolf. In the eyes of death, whatever wolf comes to you is the same. There is only one result: dead. Today, every member of this Arctic mercenary base cannot escape the word. The reason why the Arctic wolf is still alive at this time is only because death has not taken action yet. This Arctic wolf probably didn't know at all. Every action he was doing at this time, every word he said, was looking for death and suicide. It is a pity that people have no self-knowledge. The Arctic wolf didn't know how terrible the hot summer man in front of him was. He directly took out a piece of paper and pen, wrote a string of bank accounts on the paper, and threw it in front of Chen Zonging. Give you a chance to live. The Arctic wolf stared at Chen Zong with a deep gaze. Transfer money to this account, and the number of money transferred will determine whether you can survive lucky. This is naked extortion of money. The Arctic Wolf was cruel and didn't intend to let go of this gold mine. He deliberately didn't say a specific amount. Instead, let the other person think for themselves. This is an extreme psychological threat. In the great panic of the other party, in order to save his life, he will surely give out his property in light of his pocket. However, Shenzong looked up slightly and stared at the Arctic Wolf. "You guys, it's not enough to talk?" He glanced at Abdul behind him. "Didn't I say, I transferred $1 billion? So let us go?" At this moment, the air became somewhat depressed. Abdul smiled, grinning weirdly. This person is really naive and extremely ridiculous. The Arctic Wolf on the side couldn't help but. The corners of his mouth raised a strange arc. "Shenzong. Believe me, as long as you pass me a suitable number, I will consider it and consider letting you go." The Arctic Wolf voice was hoarse and calm, and said slowly, "But if this number makes me dissatisfied." His tone changed suddenly. There was a trace of murder. "I will let you regret coming to this world." In the Iron Prisoner's room, murderous intent is raging. This is the Arctic Wolf, becoming a hero, but also has its horror, killing people like hemp. "Oh, isn't it?" But his eyes were still calm and indifferent, and he glanced lightly at the Arctic Wolf, codenamed Reaper, frantically asking for a monthly pass! At monthly ticket breaks 670. Add more later. Chapter 543. One dare to accept, the other dare to give. Then, give another $1 billion. How about it? Shenzong's eyes were calm, staring faintly at the Arctic Wolf. Hearing this number, the Arctic Wolf's eyelids suddenly picked. $10 billion? Is this hot summer man so rich? The Arctic Wolf's heart was beating a little bit fiercely. Originally, he had asked this hot summer man to fill in a number at will. It was just a test. He thought that this hot summer man had just been blackmailed $1 billion. At this time, there should be no more food left. But it turned out that this hot summer man said again, it was $1 billion! This it's really rich. One dare to blackmail, one dare to speak. This scene is simply. The Arctic Wolf suppressed the excitement in his heart, pretending to be calm, and continued to ask, 1 billion? Could you look down on me? Oh, Shenzong looked at him meaningfully, not too young. The corner of his mouth raised a curve. It's easy to say, as long as you dare to accept it, I dare to give it as much. Shenzong took a cigarette. His eyes were deep and his tone was calm, and he slowly reported a number, $2 billion. Let us go. The eyelids of the Arctic Wolf jump again. It's it. $2 billion. Converted into Canstein coins, it is 10 billion! This damn, it's a super astronomical figure. In Canstein, where such wars are raging, $2 billion is enough to buy an entire large city, expand the armed forces, and almost form a super-scale armed army. Although the Arctic Wolf's complexion was still calm, his heartbeat accelerated, and a hint of uncontrollable excitement flashed through his pupils. Pretending to be calm, he slowly shook his head, indicating ... not enough. Seeing this scene, the corners of Shenzong's mouth formed a deep arc. Isn't it enough? Then, $3 billion? Shenzong asked calmly and indifferently. As long as this Arctic Wolf dares to accept it, then he dared to give it. When hearing the figure of $3 billion, the Arctic Wolf's complexion could no longer restrain, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. $3 billion? What the fuck? This Arctic Wolf mercenary tycoon can't calm down at all. Is this him? This is an unprecedented super wealth. 3 billion, this can be the king of the entire Canstein tribe. Greed, huge greed, madness surges. The pupils of the Arctic Wolf at this time were a little excited and hard to contain. He pretended to be calm and continued to shake his head. Now, this is a mental offensive and defensive battle. He wants to force out all the wealth of this gold mine man and extort it! This is his purpose. 3 billion, too little, the Arctic wolf said calmly and coldly, although he said so, but at this time, his heartbeat has accelerated and he is almost agitated. Abdul behind him was also extremely excited, and his breathing became rapid. Today, kidnapping this hot summer man is simply tied to a super big gold mine! Today's extortion, they're Arctic mercenaries, almost no need to worry about their military salary for the next half of their lives! Such a huge amount of funds, it can allow them to directly expand into super mercenaries with a scale of 10,000 people. It's an unprecedented opportunity. Chen Zhongying raised his head slightly, staring at the Arctic wolf meaningfully. Heartbeat, 120 beats per minute. Blood flow velocity, 3 hml. Respiration rate, 1.5 times. The degree of pupil dilation, grade A. With just one look, he could instantly see through the state of mind of the Arctic wolf. Come to think of it, this Arctic wolf mercenary captain, it should be the first time that he heard such a huge amount of funds, right? A hint of sarcasm flashed through Chen Zong's heart. Insufficient heart, snake swallows elephant. At this point, dare to continue to blackmail, really bold. However, since the other party dared to knock, then he, Chen Zong, dared to give it. He wished the other party wouldn't accept it. $5 billion. Chen Zhongying was also unambiguous, opened his mouth and spit out a number. Cough. Rao was the Arctic wolf, the dignified Arctic mercenary boss. After hearing this number, he was so frightened that he was breathing disorder and coughed hard. $5 billion? US dollars? What the fuck? Converted into Canstein coins, it is 20 billion! Converted into an adult coin, it is 35 billion yuan. This is simply! The Arctic wolf couldn't calm down completely. His lips were trembling slightly. It was because of excitement. But he still held back his emotions and stared at Chen Zong with cold eyes. Only 5 billion? Chen Zhongying slowly spit out a smoke ring. These are all my belongings. He didn't bother to deal with the Arctic wolf anymore. If not, in order to draw out the mercenaries behind him, I am afraid that the entire Arctic mercenary will turn into a sea of corpses in the blink of an eye. The Arctic wolf, and hundreds of mercenaries under him are still alive, but because Chen Zong didn't want to make a move, he didn't want to kill them in a hurry, but slowly inquired about the identity of the hired behind. He wants to know, who on earth was it who paid for them, hired them, and came to the hot summer? Kidnapped Kuyiren? The Arctic wolf stood there. His eyes hesitated for a long time, then finally nodded slowly. Okay, $5 billion. Transfer the money. Within 2 days, I want to see that $5 billion will be transferred to my account, which is a lot of money. The Arctic wolf sounded coldly, and slowly threatened, if I can't see the money, then I will never let you see the day after tomorrow. The air became extremely cold. The implication is very clear. Within 2 days, he wants to see the 5 billion funds. If he can't see the money, or lose a penny, he will definitely let the ant in front of him die. Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm, sitting cross-legged against the corner of the wall. Why 2 days? He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Within half an hour, the funds arrived on time. As he said, he directly took out his Huawei mobile phone and dialed the mysterious mobile phone in the capital of the capital. Kyoto. It's 9 o'clock in the middle of the night. Forbidden City headquarters. In a mysterious and special office. Zhang Yazu, with vicissitudes of silver hair, was lying on a chair with a cigar in his mouth, playing with a military mimic in front of his desk. As the most mysterious person in Kyoto, perhaps not many people know the name of his Zhang universe. However, by virtue of this name, he could enter and leave at will. This tightly walled Forbidden City, the entire ZJ city, except for the few monstrous powerful bosses. It seems that only Zhang Yazi has this authority. The temple is supreme, who controls the rise and fall. The name Zhang Yazu is the nightmare of many imperial capitals and princes. Ting bell. At this moment, the red special line phone suddenly rang at his desk. Zhang Yuyu was taken aback for a moment, and took a look at the dedicated phone with annoyance on his face. Caller ID, 44,444,444. Looking at this series of 4, Zhang Yazu was taken aback. Grim Reaper. How come this is calling again? Problem with the task again? Zhang Yazu answered the phone impatiently. He answered the phone with an impatient word. Chen Zonging, make money. The calm and indifferent voice of the of death floated on the phone. 2222. Add more to haha! Exclamation mark. Brothers, keep asking for monthly tickets! Exclamation mark. If the monthly ticket is 677 in the evening, add more! Exclamation mark. Chapter 544. The Third Sector, Headquarters Organization. Chen Zonging, make money. The calm and indifferent voice of the of death floated on the phone. Hearing these words, Zhang Yazu's brows suddenly jumped. He has an urge to swear. At exclamation mark $% carat and. At $% carat and. Dog day, the of death. What the came to ask for money again? Exclamation mark. Really, when he Zhang Yui's money came from a gale? Question mark. Or picked it up in the river? Exclamation mark. Is him. At exclamation mark $% carat and. 3 hours ago, didn't I just transfer $1 billion to you? What the are you doing? Zhang Yazu's silver hair is a bit a sign of the rage. He yelled directly into the phone. If not, there are 6 epaulets of shining stars hanging on his shoulders. I am afraid. Everyone in the world will regard him as a crazy old man. Lao Tzu. Why is there such a bad temper? On the other side of the phone, the of death Chen Zonging said calmly and muttered to himself, I have such a bad temper, be careful of cerebral congestion, and died suddenly. Zhang Yazu. He was almost vomiting blood with anger. This fucking Reaper. When you resign from the 3rd department one day, I will send someone to kill you and feed the sharks in the river. Zhang Yazu's voice gritted his teeth. There are no sharks in the river, but the sharks are in the sea. Chen Zonging reminded lightly on the phone. Zhang Yazu. He gritted his teeth and his grey hair stood up. Can this magnificent, 6-star Saint Marshal be so furious? This is simply unprecedented. A 6-star marshal, angry. The whole piece of Kyoto must be shaken. On the other end of the phone, Chen Zonging, the of death, seemed to be too lazy to talk nonsense, and said again, send money, within half an hour, remit to the designated account. XXXX. During the call, Chen Zong reported a series of overseas Swiss bank accounts. How much does it cost? Zhang Yazu asked angrily in an unhappy tone. 5 billion. Chen Zonging said calmly and slowly during the call. At exclamation mark $% carat and. Zhang Yazu has a kind of urge to kill. Damn, it's another 5 billion to open your mouth. 3 hours ago, he just hit him $1 billion in the past. By the way, it's in US dollars. During the call, Chen Zonging did not forget to add another sentence. Zhang Yazu. At exclamation mark $% carat and. At exclamation mark $% carat and. This dignified 6-star saint, the supreme monarch of the temple, at this moment, did not care about the lower limit of ethics. And he was a curse at Chen Zonging on the other side of the phone. He scolded all kinds of foul language. Dog day. He really thinks Zhang Yazu is the richest man in the world. Open your mouth and ask for money, paying back 5 billion. Damn! Exclamation mark. Why don't you die? Have you cursed? On the other end of the phone, Chen Zonging's voice was calm and indifferent. With a calm tone, after cursing, he'll transfer the money. Zhang Yazu. I see. The Meteor General, in front of Chen Zonging, couldn't get any temper at all. Apart from cursing others, it seemed to be true and there was no other way. It's no good to bear him. Zhang Yazu was about to speak and exhorted a few more words, but the other party directly hung up the phone. Zhang Yazu. Dog day. Zhang Yazu cursed. his face full of resentment. He took a deep sip of his cigar, took out his mobile phone, and opened the online banking account to take a look. The remaining amount is running out. 3 hours ago, I transferred $1 billion to Chen Zhongying. The overdrafts were all his own money. At this time, there is not much money in his account. Helpless, Zhang Yuyu could only pick up the dedicated line and dialed the number of the third department of the organization. Give me to mobilize department funds, $5 billion into this overseas Swiss bank account. But, at the same time, thousands of kilometers away, Kingdom of Kanstan. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the Arctic mercenary base. Inside the iron cell, the atmosphere seemed a bit depressing. The Arctic wolf was standing there, watching Chen Zhongying hang up the phone in surprise. Wait a moment. The money will arrive in half an hour. After Chen Zhongying hung up the phone, his tone was calm, and he faintly replied. The Arctic wolf looked suspicious, and looked at Chen Zhongying in disbelief. So simple and easy. One phone call can mobilize $5 billion, and the account will be received within half an hour? Arctic wolves always feel that things are not very reliable. Over the years, he has also kidnapped and blackmailed many wealthy businessmen. When those businessmen are kidnapped or extorted, they need to transfer large amounts of funds. Don't they all need to go through the bank's review and confirmation procedures? What's more, this is a transfer of $5 billion. For such a large-scale transfer, the bank needs to confirm layer by layer, and then pass the approval of the superior before it can issue the appropriation order. But, this hot summer guy just made a phone call. I didn't do anything. Just say. Wait a moment, within half an hour. Will the account be paid? Are you kidding me? Just as the Arctic wolf was about to speak, scolded the hot summer man angrily and asked what was going on. Ding on his mobile phone, a private text message prompt sounded suddenly. Arctic wolf is slightly taken aback, suspiciously took out his mobile phone and opened the text message to take a look. Hello. UBS Platinum VIP member, your international bank card with the ending number 1552, at 9:20 on December 20, 2019, received an interbank international transfer $500,000 and the balance after the transaction is $5,012,300,000. When I saw this text message, the pupils of the Arctic wolf trembled suddenly! Funds arrived. Had they arrived? He looked a little in disbelief. His lips trembled, and subconsciously, he stretched out his fingers again, tapped the long series of numbers on the screen, and counted them one by one. Tens of millions. 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, 100 million. 1 billion. After the number 5, there is a long string of zeros. It's the fuck. It's really worth $5 billion! At this moment, the pupils of the Arctic wolf were shocked, excited, and trembling. The whole person's breathing has become rapid, hard to contain. $5 billion! Money. Have you received it? Chen Zhongying asked indifferently, sitting in the corner, staring up at him, hesitantly. At this moment, the Arctic wolf, the whole person was dazzled by the great excitement. Where is there any thought? Pay attention to Chen Zhongying's question. The corners of his mouth are curved and fierce, and his expressions are constantly changing. This is extreme ecstasy. He wants to laugh. Want to laugh wildly, but he endured excitement! He picked up the phone again and stared at the long list of transfer records for a long time. 5 billion, 5 billion. Anyone who suddenly possesses a huge astronomical figure will become excited, ecstatic, and hard to contain. The Arctic Wolf King at this time is no exception. But, suddenly, the corner of his eye. He glanced at it, the information in the transfer record. Hello. UBS Platinum VIP member, your international bank card with the ending number 1552, at 9:20 on December 20, 2019, received an interbank international transfer $500,000 and the balance after the transaction is $5,012,300,000. Below this short message is the name of the transfer person. Above it, a string of information is written: transfer person, Yankshire People's Republic, the Third Department, the headquarters organization. When seeing these few lines, the pupils of the Arctic wolf suddenly shrank! Add more to the climax is coming. Crazy. Ask for a monthly pass. Brothers support. Shenxings will remember. Chapter 545. It's an honor to die by my knife. But, suddenly, the corner of his eye. He glanced at it, the information in the transfer record. Hello, UBS Platinum VIP member, your international bank card with the ending number 1552, at 9:20 on December 20, 2019. Received an interbank international transfer $500,000 and the balance after the transaction is $5,012,300,000. Below this short message is the name of the transfer person. Above it, a string of information is written: transfer person, Yankshire People's Republic, the Third Department, the headquarters organization. When seeing these few lines, the pupils of the Arctic wolf suddenly shrank! Hot summer people, Republic! The Third Sector, headquarters organization! This! The Third Sector? This title ... somewhat familiar? Suddenly, the Arctic wolf reacted violently! First, the Third Sector! Hot Summer East, that. The most mysterious secret service organization! The Third Sector! Boom! The pupils of the Arctic wolf shrank violently, and their lips trembling violently because of shock. What the fuck! The Third Sector! The Third Department, the most terrifying secret service department in the East. Transfer money to yourself! This. Papa. The Arctic wolf's body trembled, and the Apple 11X mobile phone in his hand could not be held firmly, and it fell directly to the ground, and the screen was shattered. The pupils in his eyes were shocked, and he couldn't believe it. Staring at the elegant man sitting in the corner. Who are you? The Arctic wolf's complexion was trembling with unprecedented horror, and his eyes were alert and shocked, staring at the young man in front of him. Gloomy corner. Shenzong's eyes were calm. Slowly raising his head, the corners of his mouth were curved. Who am I? Don't you? Do you already know it? Boom! The Arctic wolf was struck by lightning. His body trembled with horror, and he regressed. His lips were trembling. That sentence, trembling, he didn't dare to say it at all. First, the Third Sector! At the same time, Abdul behind him did not know the situation. He didn't understand why the Arctic wolf boss suddenly regressed? Could it be that the man is threatening the Arctic wolf, and the boss is back because he doesn't have a gun? At this time, the scene is extremely solemn and profound, the atmosphere is depressed, and the sword is tense. Thinking of this, Abdul was also unambiguous, and suddenly took out the gunman from his back. The dark barrel hole of the Desert Eagle directly aimed and locked. Shenzong, stop tricks. Hold your head in your hands, Abdul said with a grim expression and angrily shouted in fluent English. At the same time, his Desert Eagle pistol has suddenly opened the fuse and is about to fire. However, at this moment, the curvature of the corners of Chen's mouth is even worse. His right hand, lightly lifted. The speed is so fast, his desire turns into a phantom witch. A black silver light burst out of his sleeve like lightning. Woo! The black light flashed across the air quickly, rubbing against the air violently, making a terrifying sound like a ghost crying. Abdul's entire complexion changed suddenly, and there was no time to escape, and no time to react. Even too late to shoot. Puff! With a sound, the sound of flesh and blood tissue being penetrated, echoed in the air. He just felt that the center of his eyebrows suddenly felt cold. A black dagger has already been inserted fiercely into the center of his forehead. No pain, no struggle. Abdul's brain was blank. After a few seconds, I was shaking and reacting. He wanted to make a sound, but at this time, his brain cells had been destroyed. Except for a hideous tremor, his body couldn't move at all. He trembled and stretched out his hand to the center of his eyebrows, trying to save something. But at this moment, he has no choice. The black gold dagger was inserted fiercely into the heart of his eyebrows, like a nail, nailed to his face fiercely. One knife runs through life and death. A set of Kuyiran, her pretty face turned pale with fright. Her beautiful eyes closed in panic. She did not dare to look directly at this hideous and terrifying murder scene. As for the Arctic wolf, the whole person petrified standing on the spot, almost too scared to move. He was completely frightened by the devil cry just now. His soul trembled, as if imprisoned in an instant. Abdul's brows, the black dagger stuck straight. His body seemed to fall into the ice cellar in an instant. A warm liquid continuously overflowed along his crotch, with a stench. Before he died, he was scared to pee. Chen Zongzong slowly got up from the corner with a cigarette in his mouth. Then step by step, he walked towards Abdul. Abdul's pupils were horrified, unable to move at all, and his body trembled. He stared at Chen Zonging in disbelief, and trembled in horror. At this time, Chen Zong, like a demon, made people creepy. His eyes were calm and slowly walked in front of Abdul. A puff of smoke was spit on Abdul's face. Then, he slowly stretched out his hand and grasped the hilt of the dagger between Abdul's brows. Puff! Slowly, he drew out the knife inserted in the center of his brow little by little. Abdul's pain spreads with every inch of the weapon. He only felt a terrible pain, as if he wanted to tear his head apart. Puff! Finally, at the moment when the sword was pulled out, Abdul's brain was severely hurt. The blood pressure in the brain instantly lost its balance. A large swath of blood, like a faucet, splashed frantically toward the wound. "It is an honor for you to die by my knife." Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm, staring at Abdul's corpse, and slowly said. Abdul was completely brain dead at this time. But he still had the last breath remaining. He couldn't believe it, panicked and trembled. Then his body slowly moved towards the ground behind. Fell down. The moment the corpse landed, his head was directly bombarded into two halves. It's like a watermelon being cut open. Scarlet splash. The whole scene is unprecedentedly miserable. With a dagger in his right hand, Chen Zong turned around and looked at the Arctic wolf on the side. Exclamation mark. At this moment, the whole Arctic wolf recovered from the horror and sluggishness. His pupils shrank violently, and his whole body was trembling. Devil May Cry. The sound of Devil May Cry just now made his brain as if struck by lightning. The third. You are Reaper. When the word Reaper was shouted, the entire body of the Arctic wolf trembled violently. Its pupils were horrified, and its soul trembled. Bingo. Chen Zonging held a Devil May Cry dagger in his right hand, with a touch of a devilish arc at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 546. Woman, don't make a fuss. The third. You are Reaper. When the word Reaper was shouted, the entire body of the Arctic wolf was trembling violently, the pupils were horrified, and the soul was trembling. Bingo. Chen Zonging was holding a Devil May Cry dagger in his right hand, with a touch of a devilish arc at the corner of his mouth. Boom. When I heard Chen Zonging's answer with my own eyes, the Arctic wolf's legs and knees weakened, and he almost fell directly to the ground. He was trembling, holding on to the wall on the side, before letting himself stand on the wall in front of him. The air is deadly silent for a moment, like the cold of hell. In the iron prison room, Kuya's pretty face was pale and shocked. He opened his eyes subconsciously, beautiful eyes, and looked at Mr. Chen in a complicated and suspicious manner! Death. Reaper. This is the first time she heard this codename. Is it Mr. Chen's nickname? She has been on official business with Mr. Chen for several months, but never heard of that. Mr. Chen still has such a nickname? Kuya-ran's heart trembled in surprise. Incredible. With the codename of Reaper, these two words make people horrified, and the soul trembles. At the same time, the Arctic wolf in the iron prison, the whole person, was terrified and trembled, and the body seemed to be cold. Grim Reaper! This one in front of me is the mysterious East. In the third sector, the terrible and trembling demon, the of death! The Arctic wolf's pupils trembled, horrified. His body, holding onto the wall, keeps moving backwards. Death, Lord Grim. I don't know, it is you. Among them, there is a misunderstanding among them. The Arctic wolf's complexion was extremely frightened, with cold sweat on his forehead. Oh, it's okay, I know now. Shenzong retracted the devil may cry dagger, his tone calm and strange. He took a deep breath of the smoke ring, and slowly looked at the Arctic wolf, as if staring at a dying prey. Boom! The Arctic wolf trembled, and he couldn't help it anymore. In the next second, he mustered up his courage and used his energy to feed his whole life. Turn around abruptly and run! At this moment, there is only one escape! What the $5 billion? What the glory and wealth? He just doesn't want it! He just wants to escape! What he faced ... but death. He just begged to live. The Arctic wolf turned and rushed out of the iron prison, slammed the door of the iron prison, and locked it. Then he trembled in horror, ran away from the corridor. In the iron prison room, Chen Zongguang's eyes were calm and deep, and he took a deep breath of smoke. Then, he turned around and came to Kuya-ran. Come with me. His tone was calm, with a hint of coldness. Kuya-ran's pretty face trembled slightly and reacted from the sluggishness. She hurriedly got up, because of fear. She subconsciously took Chen Zong's arm. But Chen Zonggong turned his head slowly, making a look in his eyes, and snarled him back. Kuya-ran's mind trembled, and subconsciously let go of his arm. At this time, the Grand President, his pretty face turned pale, his teeth biting his red lips, a little shocked and wronged. Pull the corner of your clothes. Chen Zongying's eyes were cold, and he slowly uttered 4 words. Kuya-ran's mood was complicated, and he gently stretched out his hand and slightly grabbed a corner of his suit. His hands are only used for murder. How can it be held by the Kiwi people? The hand of death only kills people. Irresistible woman. Chen Zong led her in this way and walked slowly to the door of the iron prison. At this time, the iron prison door had been locked from the outside. Since there is no key, it cannot be opened at all. What to do? Seeing this scene, Kuya-ran's pretty face turned pale, not knowing what to do. But the next second, her pretty face was shocked. I saw that Chen Zongying stretched out his hand and gave a calm palm. Boom! The entire iron prison cell's steel door was instantly shattered into pieces. Pieces of metal debris were scattered on the ground, turning into dust in the sky. Just like this, Chen Zong led the Kuyi, stepped over the metal debris all over the floor, and walked slowly toward the door of the iron prisoner. In the dark and gloomy corridor, the two of them walked toward the front slowly. Chen Zong's eyes were calm and indifferent. He stepped on the floor of the corridor with his leather shoes, making the echo of leather shoes pacing, like walking in a leisurely courtyard. But Kuya-ran's pretty face was pale. Her beautiful eyes were full of panic and complicated. She held Chen Zong's clothes corners like a frightened little elk, following Mr. Chen, afraid to speak. However, at this moment, suddenly, In the front of the corridor, 2 foreign mercenary members armed with firearms rushed out. The 2 foreign mercenaries looked grim, carrying their guns, and were about to shoot wildly, shooting Chen Zhongying into scum. Suddenly Lightning Wu, a black mang, violently attacked. The sound of Devil May Cry swept the entire corridor! Puff. Puff. The 2 foreign mercenaries had not yet reacted, and a black light penetrated their heads one after another. The 2 suddenly felt their heads, one after another, cool. Then, before the 2 of them had time to shoot, their bodies fell directly to the ground. No blood, no miserable and hideous. Only 2 scarlet bloodstains appeared on the heads of the 2 of them. Because the speed of the knife is too fast, one knife seals the throat. Before the blood came out, the 2 of them had become corpses. Ahead, the Devil May Cry dagger flew back into Chen Zong's hand with a light spin. Ku Yiren's pretty face was pale and panicked. Her jade hand tightly gripped the corner of Chen Zong's suit. At this time, the whole person was completely frightened. This is the enemy's nest. She is just a business elite and has never experienced this kind of movie-like thrills. At this moment, she was completely frightened, and she didn't know what to do. The only sustenance in her heart is Mr. Chen. However, at this moment, behind the dark corridor, another figure appeared. Be careful. Someone behind. Ku Yiren's pretty face paled in panic, and shouted. But as soon as she finished speaking, the person behind her suddenly fell. A black light pierced through the head of the person behind him, whirled in midair, and flew back to Chen Zong's hand. Woman, don't make a fuss. Chen Zhongying's expression was calm and indifferent, and his eyes lightly glanced at Ku Yiren. Ku Yiren's pretty face was so frightened that she lowered her head repeatedly, not daring to speak anymore. Tighten your clothes. Chen Zhongying gave a reminder, and then led her along the corridor. Ahead, a mercenary gangster just rushed over, and before he could shoot, a black glow instantly penetrated his body. Along the way, whenever there were mercenary gangsters intercepting along the way, Chen Zong passed through with a black light. A series of corpses fell to the ground. The whole scene is unprecedentedly terrifying. Chen Zong led Ku Yi, step by step, killing the front side. From upstairs, all the way to the downstairs. Finally, he killed dozens of mercenaries in the entire building. After confirming that there are no gangsters and dangers in this building, he turned and glanced at Ku Yiren behind him. Stand here and wait for me for 10 minutes. Chen Zhongying had a calm tone and said slowly. Chapter 547. There is a trick from the sky. After confirming that there are no gangsters and dangers in this building, he turned and glanced at Ku Yiren behind him. Stand here and wait for me for 10 minutes. Chen Zhongying had a calm tone and said slowly. Ku Yiren's pretty face turned pale. Although she was panicked, she still complexly nodded. It seems that I saw the panic of this woman. Chen Zhongguang's eyes were calm, and he said slowly, don't worry, I won't let you die here. You still owe me a salary of 100 million yuan. This seems to be comforting. Ku Yiren's pretty face was stunned, raised his head, looking at him with complicated beautiful eyes. After Chen Zhongying finished speaking, his eyes were calm and he slowly walked towards the outside of the building. When he opened the door the moment outside the front of the building, there is already a huge crowd of people. Exactly. Hundreds of people, a camouflage cult combat uniform, a very hot weapon, a pitch-black bore straightly locked on Chen Zong. The scene is murderous, it's turbulent. Let down your weapon, raise your hand to surrender. In the crowd of hundreds of people, a leader roared with a grim face. He, in the name of the Arctic Wolf boss, is anxious to assemble all the soldiers in the camp to encircle and suppress this man. Although he didn't understand, why should the boss be so cautious when dealing with a trivial man? A lot of trouble. But the boss ordered, he must obey. So summon hundreds of people to come and contain them. The hundreds of people in front of him don't even know Chen Zong's identity. The atmosphere of the scene was solemnly depressed. Murderous. Step by step, Chen Zong walked out of the building slowly. Close the door of the building smoothly. The Ku Yi people were placed inside by him, and there was no danger in a short time. At this time, he was able to let go and move his muscles and bones. Immediately put down the weapon. Raise your hand to surrender. Did you hear that? Exclamation mark. The leader looked furious and glared at Chen Zhongying and shouted angrily. However, the corners of Chen Zhongying's mouth were curved. Zheng. A metal trembling, a pitch-black dagger suddenly appeared in his right hand. The other party angrily told him to put down his weapon. But he just picked up the weapon. Presumptuous. Are you looking for death? Exclamation mark. Don't put down your weapons. You will die miserably. The leader saw this man daring to pull out his army dagger. His face was frightened, and he shouted! Exclamation mark. But in the next second, he suddenly got stuck. Puff, and a black light flashed like lightning, and instantly penetrated his eyebrows. Black lightning, from behind his head, penetrated through. The blood spluttered out and splashed on the faces of the few mercenaries closest to him. Those mercenaries were pale and frightened, completely shocked by the scene. Exclamation mark. Kimang spun quickly, flew through an arc in midair, and flew steadily back into Chen Zong's hands. A drop of blood, slowly dripping down the Devil May Cry dagger. However, that leader has wide pupils. Can't believe it. He was horrified to find that the picture before his eyes slowly split again, because his head was split in half. At this time, the wound opened and the brain was splitting. He trembled in amazement, trying to reach out his hand to hold his two heads, but it doesn't help at all. His brain cells, his entire blood vessels, were all severed. Scarlet, following the arc. Continuously sputtering out, like a splendid blood flower, blooming in the sky. Boo! Then the next second, the watermelon burst. The headless corpse of his whole person, fiercely, fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, leader, pawn. Wow! Behind them, the countenances of hundreds of people changed suddenly, and they all took a step back. Everyone, their eyes widened, staring at the scene in disbelief. Exclamation mark. This him? Exclamation mark. How the hell? How is it possible? Exclamation mark. Their leader, deputy commander, just so dead? Question mark. Died? Question mark. In the blink of an eye, the head of the leader was split in half. Exclamation mark. All of them didn't even see what happened. I didn't even see how that man made the move. This fucking it's just! Exclamation mark. Everyone, their brains are blank, incredibly shocked. In the next second, everyone's expressions suddenly recovered from shock. Swipe. Hundreds of people, everyone's gun holes. All locked. Chen Zhongying! Exclamation mark. Kill. In the crowd, a squad leader looked grimly and shouted angrily. In the next second, gunshots exploded. Da. A burst of flames cut through the air and violently struck. Exclamation mark. Thousands of tongues of fire, intertwined into a turbulent rain of bullets, rushing towards Chen Zong to kill and violently attack. Exclamation mark. I vowed to blast him into a piece of flesh and blood. Just at this moment, the corners of Chen Zhongying's mouth were curved. In the next second, his figure disappeared in place. Puff puff puff. So, with the moment his figure just disappeared. Just now, the ground he was standing on came out, and a burst of bullets fired frantically. Countless bullets blasted the ground through a depression. The sky is full of dust. The whole scene is more hideous than ever. The faces of the people changed in horror, and the gazes of hundreds of people glanced around in horror. Exclamation mark. Because the target suddenly disappeared. Exclamation mark. So, disappeared in place? Exclamation mark. Like a ghost, lost track? Exclamation mark. Where did he go? Exclamation mark. Hundreds of people, carrying firearms, with grim eyes, glanced round vigilantly, trying to find the man. But there is no trace! Exclamation mark. He, as if suddenly, the world has evaporated! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. Where did you go? Question mark. Could it be that he is a ghost? Question mark. Hundreds of people present looked terrified and unbelievable, looking around frantically. But, at this moment in the middle of the crowd, a mercenary looked uncertain. He seemed to feel above his head. There was an inexplicable sense of terror and oppression. He slowly raised his head subconsciously. In the next second, his expression changed suddenly in panic. I saw, dozens of meters above the sky. A figure in a black suit was leaping into the air, rushing towards the sea of people below. Is he above the heads of hundreds of people? What the fuck? How did he get up? The mercenary's pupils trembled, and he was about to open his mouth. But he is too late to speak. Puff! A black light figure rushed down directly. In an instant, the mercenary's body was cut in half from top to bottom. The mercenary's pupils were wide. Looked down in disbelief. He watched his own body, splitting, blood spattering. Then, his left and right halves fell heavily in a pool of blood. Wow! Hundreds of people, their complexion changed greatly! He has come down from the sky. He is in the middle. A frightened shout of anger swept through and echoed. In the next second, everyone on the scene, their expressions changed in horror, and they all locked their guns. To the black suit figure in the middle. Climax. Brothers, a few more monthly passes, haha. Add more later. Still code words. Chapter 548. Kill one person in 10 steps, never stay for 1,000 miles. Wow. Hundreds of people, their complexion changed greatly! He has come down from the sky. He is in the middle. A frightened shout of anger swept through and echoed. In the next second, everyone on the scene, their expressions changed in horror, and they all locked their guns. To the black suit figure in the middle. However, these hundreds of people simply too late to react not to fire. At that moment, their firearms locked the black suit figure in the crowd. That figure in a black suit has an instant action. Devil May Cry with his right hand. There was a soft cry. There was a terrifying sound of 10,000 ghosts crying! Woo! Devil May Cry passed by, and the black light flashed! Puff puff puff. Dozens of people in front of them had no time to react, and their bodies were directly split into a piece of flesh and blood by the black mansions! Blood splattered, and the whole ground was stained red. Devil May Cry army dagger, dancing with Chen Zonging in the crowd. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of the sword piercing through the blood filled the audience. A series of body figures, like dolls, were cut and separated, and the corpses were scattered on the ground quickly. The ground is full of blood, and the killing is raging. His figure rushed into the crowd. After the military dagger, the blood splattered. In the blink of an eye, a group of human figures slumped to the ground. The scene was like never before. And this time, tens of meters away, in that building, Kuyiran's pretty face was pale, hiding in the corner of the building, his expression extremely panicked. She hid in the corner of the wall, not daring to move at all. She could clearly hear the crazy bullet shooting outside the building door. A violent explosion, a miserable howl. A howl. Intertwined. All kinds of miserable voices converge, like on earth. There were even countless bullets that hit the door of the building, and were pierced with scary bullet holes. At this time, Kuyiran was completely frightened. She could only curl up in the corner of the wall, panicking in her heart. Her only prayer at this time was to hope Mr. Chen would be safe. The terrifying rain of bullets outside. Mr. Chen, can he handle it? Outside the building, in front of the huge clearing. At this time, it was a massacre. Chen Zonging's figure, like a demon, quickly penetrated a sea of people. Puff puff. Wherever the sound passed, a blood spattered. A series of remnants, like withered flowers, fell to the ground. Zhao Qimen and Hu Ying, Wu Gao Shuang and Xming. The silver saddle illuminates the white horse, rustling like a meteor. His figure invaded, and wherever he passed, life was harvested one by one. This scene is simply those hundreds of people, hundreds of hot weapons and firearms, looked like paper in front of him at all. He couldn't hurt him at all. A mercenary with a grim face, carrying hot weapons and firearms, fired wildly at Chen Zong 6. But then, countless bullets, at the moment when Chen Zonging was about to hit. He was quickly dodged by his terrifying figure! Chen Zonging's pupils were indifferent and cold, and the devil-may-cry dagger in his right hand was spinning quickly, headed towards the mercenary who fired in front of him. The mercenary's pupils shrank, and he had no time to avoid the reaction. Puff! The devil-may-cry dagger slammed into his throat and trachea. The mercenary's pupils trembled and let out a weak trembling howl. On his neck, as soon as the blood overflowed from the wound, he was attracted by the devil-may-cry dagger, and it was madly absorbed into the dagger. Devil-may-cry, sucking blood. Not a myth, it is really sucking blood. In a way that is incomprehensible to science, it is absorbing human blood. This devil-may-cry is forged from a mysterious space meteorite decades ago. The meteorite material has never been made public. Highly confidential. No one knows what characteristics this meteorite has. At present, the only rumor that the world knows is that devil-may-cry can blood. No one knows whether this rumor is true or false. However, the only person who saw this rumor was dead. The head of the tomb is 3 feet high with grass. In this world, no one can live to see devil-may-cry. See devil-may-cry, die. However, at this moment, the people present had already been slaughtered half by Chen Zong! Originally, more than 200 mercenaries, at this moment have been slaughtered in half. Hundreds of people died. The corpses are everywhere. There are only 100 people left, carrying guns, shooting frantically, trying to struggle for the last time. At this time, those more than 100 people also witnessed this scene of devil-may-cry and blood-sucking. They watched with their own eyes that their brother had a puncture in his neck and trachea. The blood was madly absorbed into the devil-may-cry dagger. The complexion of that brother was pale and blue in an instant. Then his whole person turned into a terrible mummy. The body fell to the ground. The devil-may-cry dagger trembled slightly. The metal elements of the dagger, fused with human blood, were producing a sharp chemical reaction. The metal element material of this dagger is highly secreted by the whole world. No one knows what the elemental composition of this dagger is. The only thing I know is that the metal elements of this dagger are extremely unstable. It seems like living metal. Every cell needs a lot of energy support. Just like a car, it needs gasoline to burn. Just like humans, sugar is needed to replenish physical strength. Just like plants, they need to be supplemented by water and soil. However, this devil-may-cry dagger also needs energy, and its energy is blood. Human blood. Human blood contains a large amount of connective tissue intercellular substance, which contains a lot of water, inorganic salts, fibrinogen, albumin, globulin, enzymes, hormones, various nutrients, metabolites, etc. These ingredients are the energy source of devil-may-cry metal. It relies on absorbing the nutrients of human blood to maintain its metal cells to survive. This is simply. But, at this moment, in the presence, the remaining hundreds of people, almost, have seen this scene with their own eyes. Dagger, sucking blood? This! think of. Just now, the terrifying trembling sound of this weapon, that is, the terrifying sound that makes the soul tremble like 1,000 ghosts crying! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. This moment, the complexion of the 100 present suddenly changed. Incredible! Exclamation mark. A horrified thought suddenly appeared in their minds! Exclamation mark. Ghost! Devil May Cry! Exclamation mark. Wearing a black knife like the sea, God sees avoiding ghosts and weep. This! Exclamation mark. In this world, who can have Devil May Cry? Exclamation mark. Only that ... Reaper! Exclamation mark. Add more! Exclamation mark. Continue to ask for monthly tickets, haha. Add more tonight. I continue to code words, haha. Chapter 549. An inch of mountains and rivers, an inch of blood. Wearing a black knife like the sea, God sees avoiding ghosts and weep. Devil May Cry, Grim Reaper! Exclamation mark. At this moment, there were hundreds of remaining people, their complexions suddenly changed! Exclamation mark. Horrified, shocked! Exclamation mark. Can't believe it! Exclamation mark. Everyone's pupils shrank violently. Locked to the black shadow in the crowd, dressed in black, looking like ice, like a demon. In my hand, that dark and hideous weapon, dagger. Boom! In an instant, everyone all reacted. This! What the fuck? This one in front of me is the fiercely famous Hot Summer, codenamed Grim Reaper. Everyone trembling together! Exclamation mark. In the next moment, everyone was panicked and trembling. All back! Exclamation mark. Everyone was shocked by this terrifying code name! Exclamation mark. The remaining number 100 people didn't dare to resist. All back, panicked. Trying to escape! Exclamation mark. The of death came here. They didn't dare to fight back at all. At this moment, there is only one escape! Exclamation mark. Chen Zongzong's eyes were cold. His right hand military dagger slowly moved. The corner of his mouth raised a curve. Escape? Devil May Cry is bloodthirsty. Who can run away? In the next second, his right hand violently twisted. Devil May Cry, strike! Puff! Tens of meters ahead, a mercenary who was about to flee, his back was directly penetrated by Devil May Cry. Devil May Cry crossed the mercenary, sucking blood frantically. Chen Zonging's voice, like lightning, struck up instantly. Puff! He drew the dagger from the man's back. Gory blood splattered. Quickly like lightning, he once again violently attacked a mercenary to the side. Puff! Devil May Cry slayed violently, directly penetrating the temple of the mercenary. Chen Zonging held the dagger in his right hand and turned it vigorously. The body of the mercenary's brain overflowed crazily, constantly being absorbed by Devil May Cry! Exclamation mark. Devil May Cry trembles, making a metallic trembling sound of excitement. Metal elements are dancing crazy, produce inexplicable and strange chemical effects. Puff! 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 The figure of death is as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people in front of the crowd fleeing were directly attacked and wiped out. Kill one person in 10 steps, never stay for 1,000 miles. Only the last mercenary remained, and finally collapsed. He fled frantically, but in front a dark shadow suddenly appeared in the air. It is the shadow of the of Death. Chen Zhongying did not know when. He had already stopped in front of him. Grim Reaper looked calm and indifferent, holding the Devil May Cry dagger in his right hand, walking towards the mercenary. Step by step, the mercenary's face trembled in horror, looked around. Hundreds of brothers are all dead. The corpses are all over the ground, and the corpses are everywhere. Only himself, still alive. He broke down completely. He knew he couldn't escape. His legs softened and he knelt to the ground with a bang. His body trembled in horror. Please, Lord Death, forgive me. In a huge panic, the mercenary trembled and begged for mercy. He knelt on the ground between his legs, a warm smell of urine gushing out. He was scared to pee. Step by step, Chen Zong walked slowly in front of him. His face was elegant and calm, with a hint of indifference in his eyes. The road to is far away. Why don't I'll give you a ride. In the next second, his right hand spinned like lightning. The Devil May Cry dagger struck out suddenly. Puff! The Devil May Cry dagger, along the left ear of the mercenary, slammed into it fiercely, pierced the ear and inserted it straight into the head of the brain. The blood, overflowing along the wound, was crazily absorbed by the Devil May Cry dagger. Devil May Cry, drink blood. Young man learns swordsmanship. Ling Yu Baiyu An Gong. The bead robe was dragging the brocade, and the dagger was inserted into Wu Hong. Devil May Cry out, appears. From the moment this group of Arctic mercenaries sneaked into the hot summer and kidnapped the Ku Yi, they had no way out. In the hot summer, mercenaries are forbidden. Those who commit the scorching summer will be punishable even though they are far away. Or there will always be people who are not afraid of warning, not afraid of life and death, trying to provoke the power of the Eastern Lion. And he, Death, that is, the anger of the Oriental Lion. He is the sanctioner. Every inch of mountains and rivers and every inch of blood. He used his blood to protect the hot summer, mountains and rivers and territories. Puff! The dagger was pulled from the head of the mercenary. No blood spattered. Because of the blood, it has been sucked up by Devil May Cry blade. The mercenary was pale, like a corpse, and fell straight to the ground. The Devil May Cry dagger was held by Chen Zhongying. At this time, the entire dagger was trembling slightly, absorbed a lot of blood energy. The metal element of the dagger surged wildly. The entire dagger is a little hot. The temperature exceeds 100 degrees Celsius. If not, Chen Zhongying's hands are full of calluses, able to withstand such terrifying heat. If ordinary people are allowed to come, I am afraid that they will not be able to hold this dagger whose temperature exceeds 100 degrees Celsius. Chen Zhongying stood among the corpses in the sea of blood, his eyes calm and indifferent. The ground was bloody, but his clothes were still clean and tidy. There is no trace of blood stains. Even the leather shoes under my feet are still as bright as new. He slowly took out a soft Chinese cigarette and lit it. Take a deep breath. He raised his wrist and glanced at the time on the Omega watch. Time, 3 minutes have passed. Within 3 minutes, the 200 people in front of him were attacked and killed. This speed is simply terrifying. However, there are still 7 minutes left before the 10 minutes he promised Kuyiren. In these 7 minutes, he still has something to do. Chen Zhongying's eyes were deep, and he slowly spit out a sip of cigarette. Then he turned his head, his eyes were deep. Sweeping to the front on the right. His legs slowly bend, showing a state of charged half squat. Then, suddenly, boom, a cry. His body, like a sharp sword, jumped instantly and rose into the sky. The ground on which he was standing just under his feet has long been blasted into a huge depression several meters deep. Arctic Mercenary Base, 1 kilometer away. A camouflage Hummer off-road vehicle is speeding on the muddy road in the jungle. The Lord of Arctic Mercenaries, Arctic Wolf, with a terrifying expression, sitting in an off-road vehicle, stepping on the accelerator crazily at his feet. The speed of the Hummer has already soared to 200 kilometers at this time, since, after knowing the identity of the other parties of death, the Arctic Wolf completely lost the courage to resist. He ordered all his men to go and intercept the of Death, just to escape. just to buy time, because he knows Grim Reaper is simply not what an ant-like Arctic mercenary in his area can deal with. He knew he was dead today. At this moment, just to escape. At this time, he drove these two Hummer bulletproof off-road vehicles and fled quickly. Try to escape this terrifying place of right and wrong. However, just as he drove a Hummer off-road vehicle and fled quickly, suddenly on the muddy road ahead a figure fell from the sky. Boom! The moment the figure landed, the whole muddy road in front of him collapsed in an instant. Countless mud splashes! Exclamation mark. Chapter 550 Prince Gala. However, just as he drove a Hummer off-road vehicle and fled quickly, suddenly on the muddy road ahead a figure fell from the sky. Boom! The moment the figure landed, the entire muddy road in front of him collapsed in an instant. Countless mud splashes! Exclamation mark. The endless muddy road was blasted into a huge pit. In the pothole, a figure in a black suit slowly stood up. He was dressed in black, elegant and straight, and his complexion was calm, without any mood swings. Under the pupils, the eyes looked like demons. In the mud all over the floor, his clothes were not stained at all. Like a gentleman, he lit a cigarette in his right hand and took a deep breath. Then, step by step, walked towards the Hummer SUV tens of meters ahead. Tens of meters away, in the Hummer off-road vehicle, the Arctic Wolf sat in the vehicle, looking terrifying and trembling, with unprecedented horror! Exclamation mark. This! Exclamation mark. His pupils stared at the windshield of the Hummer. That black figure, like a demon, was walking towards him. Dead! Grim Reaper. The Arctic Wolf sits in the Hummer. His whole person. His lips are shaking. With huge horror, his face was extremely pale in horror. At this moment, the Arctic Wolf cannot retreat. Behind is the base camp of the Arctic Wolf base. This road is the only way to escape. At this time, the truth ahead has been blocked by death. Looking at the of death, calm and elegant, with a cigarette in his mouth, walking step by step. The pupils of the Arctic Wolf are extremely hideous. Finally, he slammed into gear and stepped on the accelerator. Even if the other party is a murderess of death, so what? In the face of the huge will to survive, the Arctic Wolf chooses to give it a try. It's better than staying in place waiting to die. The Hummer roared frantically, and the engine roared fiercely. The entire behemoth off-road vehicle, like a steel beast, rushed towards the death in front of it. The Arctic Wolves tried to use this method to bludgeon a way out. At the moment when the Hummer was racing wildly, the Arctic Wolf simultaneously took out the firearms and suddenly opened the window. A Desert Eagle was handed out the window and shot at the death figure in front. Go to hell. The Arctic Wolf was completely mad at this time, with a fierce face, and his right foot stepped on the accelerator, while holding the Desert Eagle in his left hand, shooting wildly at the front of the window. Exclamation mark. Bah! A burst of violent gunfire swept through and echoed. A burst of flames spread all over the world, and violently attacked Chen Zhongying. At the same time, that huge camouflage Hummer off-road vehicle, like a giant steel beast, crashed and rushed. Looking at the killing scene ahead, the corners of Chen Zhongying's mouth and raised a faint arc. His face was calm and elegant, and he walked forward step by step. Countless bullets came violently, trying to shoot through his body. But Chen Zhongying, his complexion was calm, without the slightest disturbance. At the moment when the bullet was about to penetrate his body, his left hand lightly lifted, as fast as the shadow of lightning. Zheng Zheng Zheng. He took all the bullets that came from the attack. Then, his hand twirled gently. The bullets he grabbed in his hand were all thrown back the same way by him at a strange angle. Puff. The two bullets were thrown back the same way and shot directly through the hand outside the car window. The Arctic Wolf's face trembled fiercely. His left hand suddenly retracted, and the entire palm of his arm had been pierced by two bullets, blood overflowing frantically. Exclamation mark. But at this moment, he had no time to deal with the wound, and he stomped on the accelerator crazily under his feet, driving a Hummer, and hitting the death in front. Go to hell. This Arctic mercenary boss, at this moment, is completely out of control under the crisis of life and death. He just wants to live. Even if the death is in front of him, he has to hit him. Hit away to survive! Exclamation mark. The Hummer off-road vehicle, like a fast-speeding tiger, slammed into the black figure in front of it at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour. But at that moment, the steel Hummer off-road vehicle suddenly stopped and hovered on the ground. The entire Arctic Wolf was thrown forward severely by a huge inertia. Had it not been for the seatbelt to tie him to the chair, he would have been thrown into the air. He looked trembling, raised his head in horror, and looked towards the front of the Hummer. I saw a figure in black, like a demon, pressing his hands against the front of the Hummer. With bare hands and physical strength, the entire behemoth Hummer was stopped. The wheels of the Hummer cross-country vehicle were still spinning wildly on the muddy ground, splashing mud. But the whole car was completely stranded at this time and couldn't move at all. The harder the car spins in place, the deeper the mud under the wheels will sink. The Arctic Wolf looked trembling and terrifying. He tried to unfasten his seatbelt and tried to escape from the vehicle, but found that the entire seatbelt has been stuck. In huge panic, he simply locked the door of the Hummer off-road vehicle. The entire Hummer off-road vehicle uses military-grade steel plates and bulletproof glass. In other words, this car is a moving steel fortress. It's a super big toy he borrowed from the prince. This military Hummer can withstand the bombardment of several grenades without destroying the body. The body is made of titanium alloy steel plate tens of centimeters thick. Super bulletproof glass tens of centimeters thick is used for car windows. This level of defense is simply terrifying. As long as the Arctic Wolf does not go out, the people outside will be able to bear him. The Arctic Wolf planned to hide in the car like this, waiting for help. He sat in the car, tremblingly took out his mobile phone, dialed a text message to the past, sent a message for help to the prince. Although he is just a dog of the prince. But today, he has successfully kidnapped Kuyiren. At this time Kuyiren was in his base. I believe that the prince learned that a large number of garrison brigades will definitely be sent. The Arctic Wolf has a hideous face, sitting in the car, confronting the of death, waiting for rescue. However, at the same time, Kanstan Island, inside a huge palace, the prince of this small armed nation, Gala, was sitting on a palace chair at this time, flipping through books. That is a set of the complete works of Napoleonic Wars. The Prince of Xiaozu in the East Eggland, worshipped Napoleon all his life, trying to learn from his heroic spirit of endless battles, in order to continuously expand the territory, and even to annex those mysterious ancient eastern continents. For example, the hot summer next door. Now, it is an excellent opportunity. He learned from a secret place that in Yangtze, the female president of the medical group in the south of the Yangtze River, Kuyiren has an X project that can develop biological and chemical weapons. This made Prince Skala feel a glimmer of hope. His ambitions will possibly become reality. As long as he masters Project X, he can turn things around and dominate the quartet. So he issued a secret reward order to let various mercenary forces in Southeast Asia to kidnap the Kiwi people, just to get the legendary X item. Through this, research and development of biological and chemical weapons!